close the dual because I don't care about that one.
Going live. How we doing, YouTube? Hello. Hello, everyone. Look at thumbnail.
Hello.
Thumbnail is great. Welcome. Welcome in. Yeah, so we're doing the Spooky Fail Portrayal, the double feature. You may hear, hopefully, properly royalty-free spooky music in the background.
Here's hoping.
I hope it counts.
Well, Darkle.
It's a little soft, I'm sure. I mean, it's supposed to be subtle. I can dial it up a little. But we're here, paint's open. You guys can see the thumbnail. These guys are streaming in to catch up with the stream as we do. So today, to celebrate the fact that Halloween has only just come and gone, we're going to jump in and do a little double feature for you. We're going to do Ghost Trick, an archetype about adorable, spooky, scary monsters in kind of like a little like haunted amusement park kind of a situation. And then we're going to do Vendread, which is the opposite level, which is TCG original, really, really edgy, try-hard, Resident Evil meets Spawn bullshit.
Yeah.
And the order we've decided we're going to do this in is Ghost Trick first and then Vendread next, because Vendread is quite short. It's only gotten like a couple of waves of support. And so that will be easier to do on the back half and just cruise through if we run out of juice, whereas Ghost Trick is decently sized, though we may or may not have a lot to say about some of its elements.
All right, so we're gonna do the main decks and then maybe like one of the two of the traps, but then mostly the.
Well, we do mostly monsters, and then possibly some of the traps.
Yes.
Although I think a lot of them are just action scenes.
If they look like they have something different from everything else.
But yeah, we'll go through all that. And for similarly for Vendread, we'll mostly be talking about the monsters, but we may actually, because there's kind of a story arc to Vendread, we'll probably work through some of the spells and traps to kind of like fill in the gaps there. The only other thing I want to say before we go is that we've all gotten spoilers for the new Maximum Gold El Dorado coming out later this month. It's pretty sick. Alt arts galore. Another alt art for Red Eyes and Dark Magician and Blue Eyes in there. There's also a premium gold rare Exodia for the first time. No limbs, just the head. You know, they don't want to kill the form out of the deck, but there's going to be Chambermaid as well. Lots of other great stuff in there. Looks sick. Raigeki is going to get a premium gold rare.
Have they reprinted Access Code Talker yet?
Yes, they have confirmed Access Code Talker will be in premium gold as well. So his price should take a dip. I think most of those max out at like... I think most of those max out at like $20 to $30, and that's not a guarantee even for meta stuff because, like I said, I think the most expensive card from last premium gold set was the Blue Eyes print because I think it was a new alt art that was like $30. So like, it's weird. I would like to, because it looks like it's going to be a pretty fun set. I would like to commit my plans are to order because we've been doing pretty well in profits, are to order a display case and open 5 boxes, probably as a stream. So do please continue to support us through your super chats, your Patreon memberships, all that fun stuff so we can fund that. I think I've decided that probably the most places I've recommended are literally just use your camera, your phone tripod, and do it that way. So I think I'll probably just try to stream it instead of record it and upload it. I do have a pack of Burst of Destiny coming, which I wasn't planning on recording, but I might, like, do an afternoon stream to, like, beta test streaming from my phone that. So we'll see if I need any special gear or anything for the setup. But I just wanted to get our little bit of news and latest things out of the way before we jump into the Ghost Trick, which debuts pretty soon for us, Shadow Specters.
Mm-hmm.
They're all dark, but they have a variety of types.
Nox stocks are going to go way high.
Okay, so this has been getting support for a lot, so I could try and organize it by waves, or we could just do it in alphabetical order because we have that table.
Yeah.
That's up to you.
I'm okay to just do it in
all
alphabetical.
are pretty consistent art, so I don't think it would even matter if we did it out of order.
All right, well then, let's just, let's see.
I think it'd be cool to see some of their spell traps at the end, because I think some of them are actually cool seeing the other
Yes, I know. Well, you should start listing them, because I'm not gonna pause the middle of the stream to go dig through every spell trap. But if you think some are neat,
Okay.
we can do that. We said that earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very tiny image.
think
Okay,
my
I was
only
just going to
problem
grab
is
his
that
image from Duel Links, but that's very
There's
short.
one
so.
Vendred one that I think we need.
Yeah, like I said, we will probably have to for sure do a couple of the Vendred spells and traps because, well, one, it's a ritual deck, so that can really impact kind of how it works, but also it's kind of important for some of the quote-unquote story things. All right, so I'm going to start with spoilers, Ghost Trick Alucard. But that means I got to track down his art really quick. There it is.
He's not really the boss monster, but he's one of them. Like one of the big ones.
Hold on, I want
And
to...
Yeah, but we're going
spoiler
like
alert,
alphabetical.
if you didn't know, Alucard is Dracula backwards.
You do know it's just my name backwards, right?
Yeah.
Hello,
Also-
I am Ghost Trick Alucard. How are you? Have two bats.
Yegishimesh.
I have
I like the way it
weirdly-
looks.
I have weirdly fat bats.
Here, have two bats.
Alright.
My shoes are pointy.
I feel like she
Very solid design.
Very
It's a good design. It's
Yeah,
honestly something that's probably
he's
better
alright.
when compared to the other ones because the background's also really nice too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some
Yeah.
nice background elements, kind of with like the... It reminds me of like a playing card face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bats are kind of cutesy. Alucard here, like, he looks a little scary, but also still looks kind of cartoony. Like, look at his fat fingers.
Yeah.
Literal fat fingers, curly
Yeah.
shoes. So, like, he's a little goofy, but he's not full goof. Still a little dapper.
Yeah.
So,
Apparently, apparently all card in lore describes every one of his brethren.
yeah. So, I don't think there's much to say visually about this. There's nothing,
Yeah.
like, really weirdly striking. There's some nice, accent detail, but nothing, like, goes crazy.
He's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
I would
cool.
say a solid card for a solid design, and
Very
Also, he's
de-
an Ixie.
Yeah, so obviously, considering we talked about how they're coming out soon, and we are in the Zexal Ixie era, we did not do a big episode on numbers because you guys got to give me more subs for that horse shit. God damn.
oh,
By the way, that's another thing
there's-
coming in Maximum Gold, is they're printing Numeron Numeronius in it and all those cards.
Putting Numeronius.
As gold rares, too, for their first printing. Like, that's their original print, is all that new Numeron shit that came out in Japan a while ago. So that's pretty flash. There's literally over 100 actual numbers, and I think most of the numbers are actually locked in, so that would be a very long, very torturous fail portrayal, which would truly be a fail portrayal because numbers are not a real archetype. They are a story concept from the anime or manga of Zexal, so they have no unifying art style, no unifying effect themes, and wildly inconsistent backstories and lore and usage. Like,
Yes.
number 50, Black Ship of Corn. Captain Corn. No, we're not going there. We're
Yeah.
here to talk about Ghost Tricks.
Yeah.
So Ghost Tricks, though, are an Xyz deck which focus on flipping monsters and stuff like that. So Ghost Trick Alucard here, we'll just cover his mechanics really quick. He is a dark zombie monster. He is a rank 3. He requires 2 level 3 monsters. Has 1800 attack and 1600 defense. Pretty typical stats for rank 3. The way it usually works for ranks is because they require at least 2 of the level, is usually they are equivalent to 1 level higher in terms of stats. So he's got stats that would be good on a level 4 monster as a rank 3. Monsters your opponent controls cannot target face-up Ghost Trick monsters or any face-down to position monsters for attacks except this one. You can detach 1 Xyz material from this card, target 1 set card your opponent controls to destroy that card. You can only use this effect once per turn. You can only use this effect of Ghost Trick Alucard once per turn, so no multiple copies of Alucard. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 other Ghost Trick card in your graveyard, add that to your hand. So, while not the boss, not the end state of Ghost Tricks, Alucard is a very powerful card in the Ghost Trick arsenal. He protects your face-up Ghost Trick monsters and any face-down events position monsters, a very common tactic for Ghost Tricks, from being attacked except himself. And also, he can detach materials to pop set cards your opponent has, which, guess what? Ghost Tricks set a lot of their opponent's monsters. So, you can do a lot of fun stuff there. And if he is destroyed, you do get to recycle. So, pretty typical stuff for this sort of deck. And all those things going on. So I think we're just going to jump straight to one of their win cons, then, since we're going alphabetical.
Yeah,
Angel
they're
Mischief.
funny ones.
So
no,
we're going
funny
to talk
win
about one of their
cons.
other Xyz. because this is an A.
Yep.
Let me pull up.
And one of their cutest. Wait, no, probably not one of their cutest.
I mean, could be. So this is Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief.
Oh, what are you talking about? She's adorable.
Mm-hmm. So I would also like to say in Japanese, this has a very punny name. She is Ghost Trek Datenshi, Spoiled Angel, which sounds the same as Fallen Angel. So it doesn't quite translate the same way in English, but you get Angel of Mischief. It's kind of not the same as like properly Fallen Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, well, 90% of the way there. I'll take it. You can tell they tried with that name, and that's more than you can say about some other names.
Yeah, they tried to figure out a way to like keep some of the effort. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot to say about this art style. You've got a little bit of, I would say, the very like not quite, but close to the chibi-esque, like very large head and eyes, small body. She's got the little hearts that have got the stitches on them, so there's lots of good detail. She also has the face card effect.
Yeah, I was gonna say she has that similar background to Alucard from earlier.
With the way her wings are done, like somewhat fallen, where it's like black and white. It looks a bit like keyboards.
Yeah.
Or the keys on a piano.
Yeah.
She's got both a little cute hat, and then also her white and black hair appears to form a kind of halo.
Yeah. If there were one thing that I don't necessarily care for on the card art, it's kind of that general area. A hat, feather. Okay, never mind. I can make out now a little.
I mean, you can make out the detail. I think it might be a little busy, but it does make sense because judging by the dress style, they are definitely going for an EGL style thing, which is elegant goth Lolita style, which is usually very overdone.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Lots of accessories and stuff like that. And it seems appropriate. Anything else anybody wants to say about Angel of Mischief?
I mean, it's very Japanese design.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in like terms of like a succubus or a Japanese monster, because they're not. But
she could fit right at home in Harajuku.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
harkens to specific Japanese styles of things.
Yeah, it's Japanese fashion more than anything.
Yeah, because honestly, all of them feel like so. Because I always thought the ghost tricks are like Halloween party horror.
Yeah, well, they are definitely invoking. They invoke characters in folklore you'd find on Halloween, because
and like gothic fashion is different depending on where you are in the world. Like even across like countries. Like,
there are a couple of exceptions in that they have a couple of like yokai style ones, but also those have bled over into pop cultural osmosis anyway.
I would say also, actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's also a little bit French. Like I would say Japan. How do I Japano-French? I don't know.
I think that might be the way.
Japano, like it's definitely some French, like especially in the dress design. That's much more French than Japanese.
Yeah, the dress definitely has a certain. Well, I'm not an expert in dresses, but definitely maybe a Baroque style.
I remember having
maybe a little Victorian
effect to a degree.
Well, that's because this monster wins the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So let's move. Let's move on into that. So Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief is a dark fairy, rank 4 Xyz, 2K attack, 2500 defense. Just requires 2 level 4 monsters. You can also Xyz summon this card by using a Ghost Trick Xyz monster you control as Xyz material, except Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief. Xyz materials attached to this monster also become Xyz material on this card. This is important, but you get to rank this up for free on top of Alucard or other Xyz monsters they have. Its first line of effects text after its summoning requirements, its special rank ability is, when the number of Xyz materials on this card becomes 10, you win the duel.
Yes.
So straight up, if she ever gets to 10 materials,
one of the reasons I love Ghost Trick is because something Yu-Gi-Oh does not do enough. Use alternate win conditions.
Yeah.
No battle space required.
So it has two soft once per turn effects then. Once per turn, you can detach one Xyz material from this card, add one Ghost Trick Spell Trap card from your deck to your hand.
Oh my god. I have indeed figured it out. It's not that I hate the battle phase, it's that I hate Yu-Gi-Oh's lack of alternate win conditions.
That makes sense from you being kind of a Magic head, because I know Magic has a couple of different strategies you use to actually win the game besides just Ungus Bungus Thump Life.
Magic has too many, honestly.
Yeah, infinite plus
yeah,
one.
Yu-Gi-Oh has always played very carefully with that. Like, obviously, Exodia is a classic that has always existed, but because it's such a big deal in the original manga, I think that sometimes they're a little, like... Konami's a little shy about being like, well, would the players be too jaded if we just kept throwing in alternate win cons?
You can say Konami's safe.
Yeah,
They're the safe
they
company.
play it safe.
Oh yeah. No.
I think they could probably be a little more adventurous with this, but yeah, Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief is one of the few ways
Wizards
you can...
are on crack, Konami is safe. That's just how it's always been.
There is also, so you can detach one material to search any Ghost Trick Spell Trap, so this can, if you're not trying the alternate win con, this is just a good monster to have to be a searcher. But once per turn, you can attach one Ghost Trick card from your hand to this card as an Xyz material. So at minimum, you can go +0 on materials, and if you want to, you can continue to stack materials with its own effect, so long as you keep drawing Ghost Trick cards.
What you actually do with this card is set up hilariously dumb, complicated FTKs with this card and stuff like Jormungandr.
Yeah. But yeah,
and
so
then,
this
and
is...
then get everything banned.
This is...
No, those decks suck.
Yeah, no. Long drawn-out FTK loops are funny. Though Farfa did recently post a new Table 500, which you guys should go look up if you haven't.
Yeah.
As usual, Farfa's chat sucks when picking the winner.
Yeah.
But
no. Sometimes they get it right.
Yeah, I mean this one, the top two contenders were a fake duel between Simo and Gage, where the quote unquote Gage player did a really long Despot combo, and then I'm sure it was set up, by the way. On turn 2, the other guy playing quote-unquote Simo with Black Wings immediately draws, like, Heavy Storm Dark Hole and then blows them all up and then just, like, does full Armor Master and wins the game. But that was, like, number 2. The number 1 was a... I won't explain how they did the combo line, but it was a replay called Sex because they managed to win the game by dealing 69,420 damage. So Farfa's chat really liked the funny sex number, and I admit I like the joke too, and it required a lot of hard work to get that math to work out, but it should not have been that disparity where those two were the big winners, because there were some other funny combos. Not even Yajiro was close this time. Anyway.
Half of those replays were people like doing self-testing, so.
No. They're all, I mean, they're not that way, because Farfa literally says at the end, hey, by the way, don't send me solo mode. Don't make it look like you're obviously stacking the deck. It has to be a real-ass replay, otherwise it doesn't count. Now, sometimes people are playing for fun, but honestly, I think Table 500 gets just as many replays of people exploding at the end of their combo than actually doing the funny thing.
Yeah.
But let's move on and hope for the love of God we find a main deck monster. Here it is. Alright, when were you published, my friend? Okay, so this was part of our first run. Ooh, a common. So, do we have a...
Nice, I do still have some of the white sleeves.
Gallery for you. No? Okay, so let's go hunt this down. Because we lingered on Angel of Mischief for a long time here.
I mean, at least we lingered on an adorable but not too overly done card.
Yeah, Ghost Tricks are fairly grounded in their art design.
Yeah.
As we can
Well,
see,
Not over-designed.
With one exception.
well, and these are all still old. I believe these were the first couple waves of support.
Yeah, spoilers. The newer one is the.
Yeah, the newest one. We're gonna get to OCG shit that's not even released.
Yeah.
that is definitely the one that is. What the
Weird.
fuck is this?
Yeah.
But not what the fuck is this? This the fuck is Ghost Trick Doll.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Looks like a
I was
doll.
trying. I was playing a little game of. Oh, I wonder what Ghost Trick she is. Ah, okay, doll.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
that makes
it's
sense.
based off of specifically the Bisque doll.
Yeah, porcelain style dolls.
Yeah.
You can tell that by
Yeah,
the
you can
legs.
see-
I mean, I think obviously
And the
because it's
arm.
Yeah, the arm style also. Like, obviously, because of the art style, they draw the face, like, super anime and cute, and not like a creepy doll. But you can tell by the
Well,
doll joints.
Honestly, if they drew it in actual, well, to see actual Bisque doll, we could show the Yu-Gi-Oh card Bisque doll.
How fitting.
I also think, the thing about like Ghost Trick is they're not meant to be creepy. They're just meant to be like horror aesthetic.
Well, they're not meant to be creepy, but yes, they are.
Yu-Gi-Oh has an entire creepy doll archetype.
Yeah.
Go to Shadow.
Is that on the list? I feel like
Gimmick
Dallas
puppets?
I
put
think
that
gimmick
on the
puppets.
Oh, yeah,
list.
gimmick puppets, yeah.
Oh yeah, I put that on the list.
Because that's
Yeah, I was gonna
that's a
say, I
fun
feel
time.
like if it's not, Dallas is going to.
Oh yeah.
Let me.
I've still yet to see Gimmick Puppets actually work.
Christ.
Spoiler
Why
alert,
is
my
this
first
so-
introduction to gimmick puppets was me trying to do one of the pre-made deck challenges in Duel Links.
So
and me
there's
going like, how does this work?
there's a normal bisque doll. Credit Wikipedia.
Kind of creepy.
So I
I
mean,
mean, they're-
Right smack dab in that uncanny valley.
Well, the thing about Bisque dolls is they are the dolls traditionally used in a lot of horror.
well,
media.
yeah, it's because they have that uncanny valley because their faces are like very highly detailed, but also because they're frozen in porcelain, they're kind of creepy.
There's also
And
an
then-
island. I can't remember off which coast it is, but
I
there's
think
a
Virginia.
Yeah, there's a tree on the island that just has a bunch of these dolls' heads tied up in it, like
People are weird.
hundreds.
But so, like, actually talking about, like, Bisque doll, not Bisque, but she's just regular doll. Ghost Trick doll's design here, like, you can see from this picture that is the Wikipedia picture, the braids are not uncommon, so that's, like, a nice little detail touch. She has the, like, side braids.
Yep.
the
She's
hair.
wearing, like, a little cute bonnet hat.
Mexico. Sorry, it's off Mexico.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else.
Probably a similar
Uh,
outfit design and probably similar hair color.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, obviously, it's, you know, anime-esque, so they went for kind of, like, a pinkish color, but that's okay. She's got a bundle of roses.
Yep.
It's
Yep,
all
whatever
very
they're going
cute
to.
stuff.
The dress that ends up see-through for the legs.
Yeah.
So as the first main deck monster,
And actually, this
would
monster, I believe, is earlier than those other two, so...
yeah, you.
No, Alucard, I believe, is in the literal first wave.
Yeah,
but I think
Shadow.
he's
Oh, okay,
definitely
it was
in
different.
Okay,
was
so
the
he's
first
Shadow.
one.
This is Primal Origin, so this is probably like our second batch.
Yeah.
But Angel of Mischief wasn't until World Superstars, I think, which is like
Yeah.
2015. Anyway, so
It was all later.
Ghost Trick Doll here is a level 2 Dark Spellcaster with 300 attack, 1200 defense. In case you couldn't tell by how Ghost Tricks work, they aren't usually very, punchy. So, Ghost Trick Doll cannot be normal summoned unless you control a Ghost Trick monster. Once per turn, you can change this card to face down defense position. When this card is flipped face up during the end phase, change as many face up monsters on the field as possible to face down defense position. You can then special summon one Ghost Trick monster from your deck in face down defense position, whose level is less than or equal to the number of monsters flipped face down by this effect. So,
Also,
go ahead.
Omega, to clarify, she's in the third wave of support.
Okay, so still pretty early. Like, there's a decent density of these guys early, and only later have they gotten like some
Yeah.
extra stuff. Because
Yeah.
they're an
Well,
Xyz deck, and guess what? Link era happened. MR4.
Yeah, no spoiler. The first wave is in Shadow Specters, then the next wave is in the next set, which is Legacy of the Valiant, then Primal Origin.
Okay,
So,
so there was a continuing support in Legacy then. Anyway, so Doll, to go back on Doll's effect there, you can see the Ghost Trick playbook. You're supposed to set Doll, and then if Doll gets flipped face up, you activate its effect, and also it can reset itself to face down. So you can set it, flip it, activate the effect during the end phase, reset it, then face down, and then you get to flip as many face-up monsters in the field as possible. So it triggers your own ghost dolls to flip face down if you need to clean them up. Also, it puts a lot of your opponent's monsters face down, which is very annoying. And then you get to special summon from deck based on the number of monsters flipped. So, special summoning from deck, usually very good.
Yeah. Does she?
I don't
Does
think
she
she's
still
used
have
much.
to be on the field to resolve that effect?
No, I think it's when this card is faced up. during the end phase. I mean, maybe because it says when this card is flipped face up, but I think that's just this card, and then it procs in the end phase because it's.
Oh no, wait, never mind. She
timed.
is run fairly often. Never mind.
I mean, yeah, it searches from deck and then flips face down. I would imagine that would have to be pretty.
Well, the thing is, Ghost Tricks have a better searcher, but I underestimated. They just run 3 of both.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I mean, why not? Yeah.
Do the ghost trick.
yeah, this will always activate.
Okay, so this. Oh yeah, so that's probably why, because it always procs. So it's very easy to set up.
I'm disappointed in the amount of modern Ghost Trick decks that use Zeus.
I mean, you're an Xyz deck. You do that. He's a free board wipe. So speaking of Xyz, though, because for some reason all of the Xyz are front-loaded in the A's, this is earlier than Angel of Mischief, but after Alucard. This is from Legacy of the Valiant. This is Ghost Trick Dullahan.
Dullahan.
Yeah, no.
Dullahan.
This is actually the fun fact. This is the card that is seen the most competitive play out of Ghost Trick.
Huh.
Yeah. So
Makes sense.
art-wise, it's got the same, like it's got kind of the Starburst background that a lot of the Xyz have had so far. It's got the the face card effect. I will say I don't think I like this as much as Mischief and Alucard, if only because this fucking horse guy is sucking up so much of the frame.
I mean, yes.
It looks like it's like a weird mix between like Thanatos and Unicorn.
I mean, well, Thanatos is writing Unicorn.
Okay, well, this looks like a Ghost Trick. This looks like a more like cartoony version of Thanatos.
I mean, that's probably the reference. I will say, like I said, because we're doing this like low angle shot on the horse, he's taking up a lot of the effort. Like you can't even see Dullahan's like sword hand and part of his other body. So I'm just kind of like.
I mean, I still really like the art, but that's just because I'm a sucker for Dullahans.
Oh no, like I think the art is good. I'm just like I think my only complaint is because otherwise this is just a good Dullahan design. I think my only
like
complaint is that the horse takes up so much of the focus.
Yeah. Why is the horse the main focus of the shot?
But yeah, it's Dullahan. He's wearing the the armor. He's holding his head, but in like a cartoony way, like it's a helmet, so you can kind of pass it off.
Yeah.
So it's not too intense. And he's got a sword. He's got his horse. As X pointed out, it has kind of a This isn't actually in like the trivia page or anything, but it's got kind of a thematic similarity to Evil Swarm Thanatos. Because it, the armored knight on the back of Unicorn.
Like, same kind of sword.
So I'm sure that's a reference because of how Ghost Tricks are. But yeah, I mean, because we can't see so much of the armor, I can't really comment on like how busy it is. It's got a lot of spikes, but like it's supposed to be like a little jokey and cute,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that works out. So this is a level 1 or rank 1 Dark Fiend, 1k attack, 0 defense. So he actually semi-bungos. He just requires any 2 level 1 monsters. This card gains 200 attack for each Ghost Trick card you control. That's card you control, by the way. Once per turn, during either player's turn, so a semi-quick effect, you can attach 1 Xyz material from this card, then target 1 face-up monster on the field, have its attack until the end of this turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 other Ghost Trick card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. So, this can recycle another Dullahan, it just can't recycle itself. But like Alucard, he has a recycle effect for when he actually leaves the field.
Yeah, so he's got a floating effect. He also sort of gales, although I think they realized by now that maybe we need to put some kind of limitation on gale.
Yeah, until the end phase, but on either player's turn. So your opponent summons something that can beat over Ghost Trick Dullahan. You're like, that's a cool summon, bro. Hey, I'm gonna detach a material. You're having until the end phase.
As for the reason he was played, level 1 Xyz are very hard to come by until a very specific archetype releases.
Yes,
Yeah.
level 1 rank 1 Xyz is a weird deck. Which are they're mostly focused on like basically the Xyz equivalent of like Law of the Normal shenanigans. Like you build up a bunch of these little baby monsters and then you attack all at once or something. I didn't even remember what his Galaxy
I've got a
Queen
rank
do.
1 Xyz. I've got Slacker Magician.
Oh, you got Slacker Magician.
It's a rare
Nobody
gag.
got
Not a lot of
Slacker
people got
Magician.
Slacker Magician, even though she was only rare. But I don't even remember what she fully does off the top of my head. It's mostly control
Straight
stuff.
battle phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you do weird control things so your little guys can do stuff. But it's not quite to the level of, like, say, which would be not quite in this era, but getting close. I have to double check when Paleozoics actually come out. But, like, Paleo Frogs is a rank 2 deck that is really good. Very consistent with the kind of stuff it does. So
rank
like
2s are much better than rank
yeah, that's what I
1s,
mean though.
right?
Like the rank 2 engine and the main deck are both like way better, and so rank 1 has been in kind of a weird jank place.
Literally, until Lyralist comes out, the only good rank 1 is Slacker Magician.
Yeah.
All I know is that a lot of rank 2, like also just like level 2 monsters also sometimes just have some good effects.
Well, level 2 is kind of, I think, is an interesting place because it's a nice low level that interacts with a lot of stuff, and the stats get to be low there at that level, so they can do a lot.
It's not like, at level 3 you can have a singular good stat.
Well, I mean, at any level you can have a good stat, but that means that your other stat is non-existent. Like, there's plenty of like level 1 cards or level 2 cards that are like 0 attack, 2k defense, but they have 0 attack, 2k defense. As opposed to like
level 2 card.
What?
Pashul.
True. Pashul is also a tuner, though.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Especially when 6Cs came out, but even back in the 5Ds era with Synchro, like level math actually became a lot more important. So it does interesting things. But we're going to pull up our next one. We've got another main deck. And this is one of our newer support examples. So we're going to move forward in the timeline a little bit. This card came out earlier this year. But you'll notice doesn't really look that different from the previous art style. This is Ghost Trick Fairy.
Fairy. I remember this from when Hardleg was doing...
It's a little bit more anime than the other ones, but not that much.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
and you know, she's being a cute fairy, so it makes sense for them to play up the cuteness a little bit more.
Oh, fuck, it's a candy cane. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a candy cane.
No,
It's orange.
it's because he's like getting that Christmas isn't happening yet.
Did Axe disappear?
No, he just faded away. It's fine.
Sorry.
I think that was the universe telling him that his joke about the war on Halloween by Christmas wasn't that funny.
It wasn't. It's more of my fear that everyone likes to ignore that this month, the month we're in exactly right now, that is
Hey, I don't ignore
November,
this
that is
month.
not
My
December,
birthday's in a week.
exists.
No, but no. Have you never seen an orange candy cane? You
Maybe.
can produce candy canes on. I mean, I usually think I see like orange and green, but you can produce candy canes in months that are not Christmas.
Yeah.
It's just because
I guess
they're mint,
just
and for
quick
some
thing.
reason people associate mint with snow.
I suspect
just
it's the
quick thing,
things that
Axe-
go well with mint are also holiday.
Can we stop cutting Loth off?
Sorry, Loth.
No, it happens. Don't worry. You yield the floor? No, what I was gonna say was Axe.
I give Loth the talking rock.
Fuck
David, leave the
you.
call.
Never mind.
No, Loth,
Axe,
you're
shut
gonna
up.
bug the audience the entire time if you don't finish your thought. Please say it. Stop asking if people are gonna let you say it. Say it now.
No, Axe. I'm one of the few people who can't ignore the difference between, or the time frame between Halloween and Christmas, because I've got an older sister who's born before Christmas, and we're not allowed to celebrate anything Christmas related until her birthday has passed.
Loth, I'm
It's
born
a
the 17th.
family rule.
Loth,
no-
I'm born the 17th. I know
No
the feeling.
decorations, no Christmas tree.
I mean,
it's-
I don't have that.
it's
I don't
also
have
not
that problem. My
Christian.
birthday's 4 days after Christmas, so
I'm
I
also
I just get double. I just get shafted because sometimes I got doubled up gifts.
I'm
I
also
also
not
don't.
Christian.
I also don't have that problem. I celebrate Hanukkah.
My problem is that you overlap.
Oh yeah,
with
you're
17th.
you're Jewish. You guys don't have to worry about that unless you celebrate.
You have the
your
power
birthday.
of Chinese food. Anyway, none of this has anything to do with Ghost Trick
Exactly.
Fairy's Ghost Trick Fairy's appearance, which is
You know,
I mean, apart from the weird obsession with the candy cane we had, this is a very Halloween themed appearance. She is green and orange and purple.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they might have actually been going for a Nightmare on Christmas reference.
Yeah.
I mean, they
She's
could, because
wearing-
spoilers, because she's coming at the very end. But one of the other Ghost Tricks, and one of the ones that is yokai inspired, is Ghost Trick Yuki Onna. So they could be playing with kind of a general fall theme, you know, late in
This
the year.
reminds me of a thing from like a future FGO thing, actually, design wise.
All I know is I love Nightmare Before Christmas. That movie's awesome.
It is. Also, a cool
So
starry pattern under her cloak.
yeah. There's
I
some
like
there's some
the
good extra
stars.
detail here. There's some
Yeah.
background stars. And overall, I think, like we said, this is quite far divorced from.
She's a winter fairy, which is more what it is.
This is quite far divorced from like when they came out. This card was printed last year actually in Ignition Assault, so like it's brand new. Ghost Trick Fairy is a level 2 dark spellcaster. Now, some of you may go, "Oh, what's this? A fairy is a spellcaster?" Yes, because she's actually Ghost Trick no Yosei, Fairy of the Ghost Trick. This is important. The fairy thing is is one of the many ways in which Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever since the Upper Deck days has dodged the Satanic Panic question.
handle.
Because in Japanese, fairy is angel, tenchi. Because they're not really that caught up about it. And I'm pretty sure
agents.
fiend is just demon, straight up.
Yeah, it's
Or
demon.
devil.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily have the same connotations.
No,
that we
yeah,
do.
they don't have our quite same build up, nor were they going through, because I remember when I was a kid, when Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards were coming out, there was a little bit of resurgence about trading cards being of Satan for some reason. I don't
Because
really.
Christians are insane.
I don't
They're
really.
evil.
Oh,
Yeah,
probably
Spoilers
because
for the
politicians-
sprawl later, which may involve some funny themes of evangelicalism.
Oh no.
Because hey, somebody wanted to. One of you made a religious character, and that's gonna do great
it's not
great
that kind of
tensions there.
It's not that kind of.
But like, I don't know what kind of like weird televangelist shit was going on where like we have to rail against children having a hobby. It's no different than baseball cards. But anyway, here we are. So yeah, Ghost Trick Fairy is not actually a bad typing on Konami's part. She is a spellcaster because she's a fairy.
I'm just imaging.
I just pictured a fucking priest going, "Beyblades are of the devil."
Loth, here's the problem. In America, I can't say that didn't happen for real.
Damn it!
I can't say that. I don't know. Anyway, Ghost Trick Fairy has 900 attack, 1k defense. Has a very similar effect to our other 2-star we've talked about, Doll. She can't be normal summon unless you control a Ghost Trick monster. Once per turn, you can face it to change it to face down defense position. When this card is flipped face up, you can target one Ghost Trick card in your graveyard, set that card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Then you can change face-up monsters your opponent controls to face-down defense position up to the number of set cards you control. So you can kind of see that this card is a newer legacy support card that is kind of bringing up some of the things that maybe the deck, wants. She has a flip effect when flipped face up that lets you recur from your graveyard, and it's just any Ghost Trick card, so you can get back your spells and traps too. And it sets them to the field immediately rather than a couple of the other floating type effects we've seen where they recycled a hand, right? So this lets you keep your tempo a little faster. And then it also immediately changes face-up monsters your opponent controls to face down up to the number of set cards, which will be at least one. So
She
this
is definitely one of the, she's one of the support cards that's become I don't know if she's a 3-of, but she's definitely at least a 2-of.
Yes, because here's the thing. If your opponent has a full board, if they're playing a swarm deck and they attack into her and you have several set cards, you can basically just fade the battle phase with this.
Oh yeah.
She still gets popped, but you have graveyard recursion. This is Ghost Trick.
Also, you're playing floodgates because you're playing a flip deck.
Yes, no.
Sorry, you have to.
Yeah, Ghost Trick is like that. It's you're a flip deck, and you are. This is a like generation or two before. I'd say 2 generations because Subterrors didn't really come out until MR4. But you are like 2 or 3 generations removed from Guru Monkey flip technology. So yeah, you're playing a slow deck that flips. Monkey flip. So let me see if I can get a good art shot of this one.
Oh god, this fucking card.
Is Guru
Yes.
that good at just flipping? I guess I forget what Guru does that, or it's like, is it flip other books?
Oh yeah, this one, the one that.
I
like
think
that,
this
Alan.
is our best large shot of this card art. I will also pull up the actual preview card because this card isn't out yet. This card is the card we're about to show. This is Ghost Trick Festival is coming out in Battle of Chaos.
Yes, this is a monster.
Yes,
Before
this is
you
a.
get
Before we
hung
say
up on
yes,
this
this
is
is
not
a
a
Link
spell
one.
card.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this is a card that is coming out in Battle of Chaos, or actually just came out in Battle of Chaos. That was earlier this month. So this card just came out in the OCG.
Interestingly enough, this is also the design. A lot of the spell traps are designed in this kind of like mosaic. Like,
So I'll pull the actual effect up there. So you can see the full art in small, and you can see kind of a little bit of a blow up there. So yeah, so basically, you can see in Ghost Trick Festival, you can see a lot of cards who we'll be seeing later.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should we have saved this for later, or maybe we circle around at the end?
We can always call back to it, but I feel like, just doing alphabetical. Plus, we've referenced it a couple of times already.
Okay.
So Ghost Trick Festival is a Link 1 monster. You can see it's kind of what it's got going on here. And basically the idea is that the Ghost Trick Festival is just kind of like all the Ghost Tricks get together, kind of collectivized. Are they Is the Ghost Trick Festival monster the pumpkin? Is it the building? Who knows?
It's the mob.
I will say, I think this, by being the most busy, Loth is having a problem with his VC ping going crazy.
Australia.
Honestly, this is the thing I've noticed a lot of like links in the modern. They're basically field spells. They're engines. They're field spells in monster form sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's how a lot of Link 1s work because they are very easy to pull off. So
Yeah.
they are combo extenders which keep your plays going, but they keep them going from the extra deck.
Okay, so this artwork is okay, but too busy.
I mean, yeah, it's
I
literally
hate the
everybody's
Festival,
jammed
it's
into
supposed
there.
to be busy.
I hate this art.
Oh, you hate this art?
So
Yes, and I'll tell you the reason why is because of how Ghost Trick is. Like one of the things I like about Ghost Trick is its simplicity. This is the opposite of what I like about Ghost Trick.
I would like this art as a playmat.
Yes, I will agree.
Yeah, no, as a playmat, this would look great, but
Yeah.
as a Yu-Gi-Oh card art, I hate it.
you may be in
as
luck
a
because I gotta
spell,
double
it would've
check
been
because I
good,
think there's
too.
some people who it seemed like from when I was looking for some stuff there may or may not be some people making some mats of this. So you might
Hey,
be able
if
to
the
find some
physical
Ghost Trick
world
mats.
ever becomes viable for me to go into again, I might actually like pick this up as a playmat.
Lucky show for a bit there.
It's a shame Ghost Trick still isn't great as a deck.
No, it's here's the problem. It's ruined by Link monsters. It's fun.
Ruined
Funnily
by
enough,
Subterra.
well that
Ruined
too.
by Subterra Guru.
But you could probably put a Subterror engine. Like you don't have to play the Subterror Big Bung Schwaz. You could put Guru in your Ghost Trick deck probably, because all that shit synergizes around face down monsters and flipping. But the problem is you can't flip Link's face down.
If only they could, and they just exploded.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just realized the anti-synergy there of, wait, this can't be cool.
Well, so let me talk about what this does, because this does some interesting things for a Link monster. This is a Link 1. It is a Dark Spellcaster, 0 attack. The arrow points straight down. Oh wow, Loth is having all kinds of problems. I'm not like super
Yeah.
loud for the rest of you, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Loth's audio setup is just freaking out right now. Hopefully the Australian internet stops freaking out. Comes down. So, its normal materials is 1 non-link Ghost Trick monster, so you can't link loop with this. But first of all, its first line of a text is that you can use a face-down Ghost Trick monster as material to link summon this card. This is important to note for ourselves for later. Link monsters normally require face-up material specifically. I believe Xyz also do, because
you need to be able to reference their...
You need to be able to reference their levels at the same time. I think with synchros, you can synchro with some face-down. You just have to reveal them. I'm not sure. Fusion for sure.
No, I
You can't synchro with face down.
Okay. So face down fucks everything except fusion, because you can fuse with face downs. You just have to show that you put the correct material in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Because most fusion spell effects are, send to graveyard or tribute or whatever.
Yeah.
So
I think
Except, like,
fusion
it's
works
like split
specifically because you have an outside card effect that says that you are using these monsters for some.
I don't think it would work with mass change.
Could be able to ritual off a face down as well.
No, it would not work with mass change.
yeah. So because face down monsters you can't. Well, sometimes you can, but it's the process thing, right? Like face down stuff doesn't exist. We discovered this with a couple of funny interactions on EDO Pro with some monsters that are like.
I can tell you why it is. Like it's because most fusion spells, or at least the ones that will work on face down, say send.
Yes.
If it says send, that would trigger with a face down card. If it does not say send, you can't.
Well, because you send that card, so you're like, by the way, this face down monster is in fact Red Eyes Black Dragon. I'm sending it to the graveyard and making Dragoon. Bye.
Yeah.
For match change, it has to target the same face up technically. So.
Yes.
Mass change is target, so. But yeah, so this lets you jank those rules a little. You can use a face down Ghost Trick as material, so you still have to send it to the graveyard to link summon, so you prove it. But like, yeah, it's funny. Its next line of effect is your Ghost Trick monsters can attack directly while there is a Ghost Trick card in the field zone. I don't know why that is phrased that way. Like, it doesn't say field spell card. It's just you have a Ghost Trick card in the field zone. It's really weird.
Because
I think
maybe that'll
renamed it in one of the master rules.
Maybe they'll adjust that when we get that translated into English.
Yeah.
And it could be that maybe there's
eventually they'll make monsters that can also work those rules.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe the field zone will be.
Well, we already have a
pendulum zone.
fusion. We already have a fusion card that requires you to contact fuse 2 fucking field spell cards. It happened. It happened. Somebody at Konami listens to Rada for his jokes and steals them.
MR6
Wait,
confirmed
what?
field spell zones.
You don't remember this from the last time I made this joke, David? You might not have been here.
I don't think I was.
Let me look it up really quick.
Just if you give me the name, I'll look.
Well, I have to figure out the name
Oh.
But
because it's really complicated.
that honestly makes me feel like, yeah, that's like another idea. Like making more extra field zones. You can like cross-compat, like cross.
Here it is. You can read about this yourself. But it's pretty bullshit. Anyway, Ghost Trick Festival's other effect is when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you contribute this card, special summon Ghost Trick monster from your deck and face on defense. You use this effect of Ghost Trick Festival once per turn. So it's got a it's basically the hieratic seal, but for Ghost Trick. Yeah, Loth is saying, by the way, in the private chat, he may have to leave us because his internet connection's being really spotty, and it's making him very upset. So everyone, pour one out for your man, Loth. But so, yeah, Ghost Trick Festival basically has the hieratic seal type effect, where you can... It's only when your opponent declares an attack, but it's got 0 attack. Your opponent thinks, I'll boop the snoot. You just go, no, lol. I set a monster face down for my deck. But it does have, hard ones per turn balancers in there, so it's moderately fair.
Unfortunately, because modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fucking done in 2 turns, it's not very useful.
No, it's still a little too slow, I think, but it's starting to put Ghost Tricks in the right direction. It gives them like a link one that like is very easy to summon, that lets you continue your plays anyway. And the direct attacking thing is actually relevant, I think, for some Ghost Trick strategies.
Honestly, I hope Konami realizes how, like, the older archetypes are just getting killed by how fast the game's gotten, that they just eventually slow the game down.
Yeah, nobody's really sure how they're going to slow it down, but I think that's what a lot of people say is they want to, like, develop a slow format. I don't know what that looks like. Like, what if you let certain cards out of the ban list?
Insane. Insane.
Let Link monsters be flipped.
No.
Explode.
Adopt summoning sickness. Be crazy.
No, they won't do that.
No,
at least not for non-extra deck monsters, because that's never been a thing, right?
How do you do that?
But well, you would just say a monster that has been special summoned from the extra deck cannot declare an attack the turn it is summoned, because that is how the Battle City rules went. But most rule formats have not done that. But there's a couple of different things they could do to probably slow the game down. Anyway, I have pulled up Ghost Trick Ghoul.
That is a zombie.
He's a ghoulie boy. And I do think he kind of leans on the ghoul ethos there. He's got a little bit of a dog face, pointy ears, big sharp claws.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has big meaty claws.
Yep.
What the frick?
But he's still, Also, clearly an undead. You know, missing an eye, got bones showing, stitches
Did
everywhere.
you get what's that weird post-mortem thing of like when they like cut your ribs off and like it's an eagle thing or something?
Blood eagle?
Yeah, because I feel like his spine got that happen to him. 'Cause,
Huh.
like his spine's like jigging out.
This is
No,
a
that's
bit-
just
No, he's just got
that's
overgrown
standard
bones.
design.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this one is one of those.
Yeah, because you can see
very-
his rib cage.
Okay.
What blood eagle is they pull your rib cage out through your back while you're
So-
alive.
Hold on a minute.
Ugh.
Okay, he has 5 toes.
It's a Viking method of torture execution.
Well,
I was curious for a second because his toes are very tightly clustered together. If he had 6 toes, but no, he has 5.
No, he is
Okay.
not from Alabama.
he's a feral zombie man.
But yeah, he's a
Breathable,
ghoul. He's wearing like grave rags. He's got bones showing. I like the little like swirly eye effect and the dumb tongue to make him look, you know, a little sillier. Because otherwise, you might be concerned. This guy's got his bones out.
Yeah.
That might be a
He
little
would
freaky.
totally give me like a D3 of damage of sanity.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, do you want me to double check what ghouls do? It might be more than 1
No,
slash
I
1
don't
D3.
think I won't go with a D6. I'm just saying. 'Cause
Okay,
it's a
okay.
cartoon
Yeah,
ghoul.
you have it.
It's a
It's
D3.
a cartoon ghoul.
Okay. So for this guy, I love his design. Very silly. He's probably the guy that bursts out of the wall in the so-called haunted mansion to give you a scare or come out of a grave.
Yeah, especially with those hands. He's definitely a jump scare guy. And they do not pay him enough. So, Ghost Trick Ghoul here is a dark zombie. Who could have guessed? He is a level 3. He has 1100 attack, 1200 defense, keeping some of those themes. And this is from the original Shadow Specters, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So-
So we go into Alucard.
Can't be normal summoned unless you control a Ghost Trick monster. I think most Ghost Trick main deck monsters have this effect, but I can't guarantee that they all do, so I don't want to say that. But they mostly have that. Once per turn, you can change it to face-down defense position. So this is pretty common for them. I'll probably start shorthanding that from now on. This is only like our 3rd main deck monster, though, somehow. Once per
Actually, I'm pretty
turn...
sure they all do.
Yeah, I think they all do, but I can't be sure, because, like,
Well, except the Link.
some of them might have some... well, an Alucard doesn't set himself face down. He's supposed to go face up and tank for your
I
guys.
think it's literally just not the Xyz. Or
Yeah,
not the extra
but I'll start shorthanding it where possible now so we can go through this faster. But once per turn during your main phase 1, you can target one Ghost Trick monster you control. Its attack becomes equal to the combined original attack of all Ghost Trick monsters currently on the field until the end of your opponent's next turn. But if it does, only that monster can attack this turn. So
Yeah,
Ghost Trick
true,
Ghoul
true.
is part of the, you know, you can, like, build up a lot of Ghost Trick monsters. You flip them all face up to execute their effects and stuff. Ghoul basically does the Sirocco effect and, like, makes one Ghost Trick really, really big. You punch your enemy. Remember, some Ghost Tricks, it's not just Festival. Some other Ghost Trick cards allow you to do direct attack shenanigans. So this is how you get in for your punch for damage.
Well, you do that effect, and then if you tributed off one to, say, bring out the Ghost Trick Festival, they would still keep all their attack, right?
Yes, that monster gains... when you
Okay.
activate the effect, it gains the original attack of all Ghost Trick monsters currently on the field until the end of the
Okay,
opponent's
okay.
next turn. So it stays that way. It stays that way even after your turn, so you can do it defensively and be like, hey, I'm going to flip all my monsters face up, I'm going to give Alucard a shitload of attack, and then I'm going to flip them all face down, and you can only attack Alucard. Have fun, bye!
Yeah. Then flips onto them and makes an attack.
Yeah, I think Battle Mania would work in this deck?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Battle Mania would be a tick. Because you don't want to do final attack orders because that's your monsters too. But you would do
Yeah.
Battle
Yeah.
Mania.
I think I think Ghoul is a one of, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an attack fixer. That's not a big theme of theirs. But it's
No.
definitely like, it's a funny play. And like I said, you have synergy for it. And he is a level 3. He's the first level 3 we've actually seen in the main deck.
I know the one of, I know the 3 ofs, and it's not, it's unfortunately, Ghoul does not make the cut.
So speaking
Sorry.
towards, the fact that this is kind of a generic holiday theme, we're going to move on from Ghoul. I don't think we have anything else to say about him.
Yeah.
To a guy we may even have less to say about, it's Ghost Trick Jack Frost.
This
Hee-ho!
card's kind of
yeah.
bad.
Hee-ho.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I
get
like
your-
this card's design. He's the pressure boy. Do not hurt.
Oh yeah, no, it's great design.
I want to hug him.
Now where's the
He's
pirate
kind of bad
jacks?
though.
He's a
Because
he's a cute design. I do think it's kind of funny because while there are some spooky snowman movies. It's definitely a little more cutesy and mascotty, but also, as Axe did the hee-ho joke, I mean, this is Japan we're talking about. They have references. And Jack Frost is, a thing.
I want to shake him and put armor on him, or shake him so he turns black. And tries to cut
even
the
in like 2013, this card was never run.
By the way, I want to point out in Japanese, this is just Ghost Trick Frost. They did decide to make him Jack Frost in English, probably to make it more clear.
Yeah.
Also,
Actually,
fun fact.
Run of the one of.
Fun fact, guys. Ghost Trick Jack Frost is a level 1 dark fiend, not an aqua. Yes, he is.
I mean, it makes more sense with the Japanese.
Yeah.
Like
Frost, he's like a little frost demony thing.
He's a yokai.
Well, obviously the snowman is a ploy. It's that little bag thing he's got around him.
The bag is
the
very
actual
sinister,
monster.
but I like it. I would wear that side bag.
Oh yeah,
I would as well.
I only have the only complaint I have is that his name is Jack Frost, not Jack Space Frost. That just
it's
me.
all one word. I don't know why they wanted to go that way. It's a little weird. I think they wanted to just not have to. I think they wanted to just not have the printer size down the font by one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Say,
So he's a combo.
I only have one complaint, and that's that there's probably no Pyro Jack in here.
Well,
yes, there is not, but there may be some other options.
Here's the problem: he is a combo enabler.
For the wrong combo.
This isn't a combo deck.
Yeah. Let me explain his effect so we can stop doing the thing. He has the usual Ghost Trick effects about normal summoning and flipping face down. When your opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can change that opponent's monster to face down defense position if you do special summon this card from your hand in face down defense position. So this is a hand trap.
Sadly, you can't use it.
Basically, I think what the idea was at the time, because when were you Jack Frost? You were Legacy of the Valiant, so this was the second wave. The idea was you're playing a stall deck. You slow play and set cards. You may want bodies on the field, because I believe that was the same set that Dullahan came out, right? They needed some level 1s to enable plays. You need 2 level 1s to do an Xyz play. So this is a free special, but it only works when your opponent's monster is declaring a direct attack, so you don't ever want your opponent to be doing that.
He also the other big problem is their level 1 slot was already very filled. Like, we haven't gotten to them yet, but
but
Shadow Specters, they actually have 2 of the best level 1s.
I get what
they're going for, but it's definitely a little weird.
Oh yeah. Also in Legacy, the Valiant is in fact the best Ghost Trick monster, who is also a level 1. That's the other reason.
And as I was trying to say, like, this thing won't stop. This won't be able to stop you from being killed by the access code talker.
Well, also, the thing is, the other problem is, you're running like 15 floodgates and lockdown cards. So like, why do you need to worry about battle phase?
I also think, if I remember correctly, isn't one of the Ghost Trick spell traps that if the opponent only controls face down monsters, you can directly attack?
Yeah.
I think that's the fields.
That's one of the 2 field spells.
Okay,
Right.
so that is an option, and that explains why Jack Frost exists. He's to protect yourself when that's running and all your monsters are face down. It's way easier just to, like, do Alucard or something to protect yourself.
Does he negate the attack?
No, I do not believe so. Let me
That's
pull
the
him
other
back up.
reason he is not good.
He's not as
Yeah,
good
I
as
was
Battle...
gonna say, if he
Literally,
doesn't-
you could just play Battle Fader, and it would do the same thing.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say the problem is also then that if your opponent
Oh,
has a
no, it does.
direct
Okay, it does
attack,
fade the attack because it Book of Moons them. Yeah. So it flips the
Right.
opponent's monster to face down defense position, which negates the attack. That monster is no longer in attack position.
The problem is it doesn't work on links.
Well, that too. That's why you would never see this card in Modern, because you can't do that to Link monsters, which are a decent chunk of the winning the game.
Like I said, it won't stop you from being killed by one hit killed by access code.
I mean, if your opponent has blown up your whole Ghost Trick board and has summoned Access Code Talker, there's not a lot that'll save you. You probably don't have a hand anymore if they've done full Access Code combo.
I just access code just got big and ignored everything.
I mean, it does, but yeah, that's you need. It's a Link 4, so you need to go through the things though.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Jack Frost, not a great card. You can see kind of where they're going with the design, but it doesn't do a lot for the deck, and it does even less now. So let's pull up our next art here, and let's say that let us not say that we did not start with like some broader elements than just Halloween, though obviously once again pop cultural osmosis. This is Ghost Trick Jiangxi.
I want to hug it.
Jiangxi.
I want to hug it.
This
Really
is one of the 2 main cards in the deck.
Yes, this is one of their first waves of support in Shadow Specters. It is a level 3. I mean, I don't think there's anything really to say about the art style here. It's a Jiangxi with like a cute anime boy face.
I think this is objectively the most adorable card in this archetype.
I would like.
Which is actually
this.
impressive, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you could absolutely. This looks like a card that
I
they would
want a
absolutely
plushie of
make
this card, is
marketable
what I'm
Same.
plushies
I
out of.
actually want to plushie of it.
But
I
yeah,
don't know why Konami has not just made Yu-Gi-Oh merch out of like some other archetypes.
Yeah.
because they're, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what their like marketing department is. I think also some of it is just the Konami of America are just American schlubs.
Oh, and also
Because
let's
like
be
it
honest.
takes it. We do have merch. It's almost always Yugi Boomer merch from like no offense to it, but like the last thing they did was like those Hypeland drops of like pop-up stores and shit for retro Yu-Gi-Oh merch because it's a nearly 20-year-old series.
Yeah, we
whereas,
can never get figurines of the kaijus or like plushies.
like we get figurines, but they're always only just the Kaiba and Blue Eyes figurines and shit. I mean, I had to import my Millennium Puzzle, which I got to remember to finish before the tomorrow, so I can achieve victory.
Oh yeah, there's
but I had
lore
to
for
import
this.
that. I had to import that.
Elkert says he's always talking about the matching. He tells the rest of he'll tell the rest of us if he's found a target to surprise and scare.
He's definitely doing the surprise hands. But yeah, no. I think it's just that like a lot of Japanese brands, they manufacture most of their merch in Japan, and they're loath to or ship it to Japan, and they're loath to ship it anywhere else. So we don't get Pot of Greed mugs.
And also, we're talking about a niche card game here in America.
Not that niche. Collectibles are way up.
Well,
Like
yeah,
technically,
but-
Yu-Gi-Oh is now
but,
number
okay,
3
compared-
under Pokemon
compared
and Magic,
to-
but like, I think
Yeah, I
it's
was
a
gonna
decent.
say compared to
decent
the
game
other
presence.
card games over here.
Well,
Here's the
Pokemon's
thing,
also a
Pokemon
multimedia
went
brand.
From number 3, Pokemon went from number 3 to number 1 because of the pandemic.
Yes, there was a lot of nostalgia, and a lot of people turned pack opening into a parasocial activity.
Yes.
Also, like I think I've talked about this before in other streams. I do think having actually seen some clips from people opening Pokemon cards, I think Pokemon is doing slightly better than Yu-Gi-Oh in the Flash department. I think that Gage Nim is full of shit. Fuck him for ever saying, "Yo, bro, Ghost Trick should be Ghost Rares should be rare. It should be who asked for more Ghost Rares? I did. Fuck you." That set, you and your collector assholes already made that set, which was full of cards I wanted anyway, way more than MSRP. Fuck you, Gage. I hope all your foils run. Only misprints and counterfeit cards for you. A pox on your house. But also, please beat Simo next week. I haven't watched Dark Neostorm yet.
All of your cards bend.
Yeah, all your cards be crinkly. But no, that is the thing that Pokemon absolutely has on us because they not only do like foils every pack, but they do regularly do like rainbow arts, which I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh would look good in. But like they do like the shiny alt colors, they do gold arts, rainbow arts, they do full arts, which is a thing Yu-Gi-Oh's never tried to do. We have some very sick alt arts, but yeah.
Well, Magic will stare at both Pokemon. Will stare at Pokemon about the full art thing because we started that shit.
Yeah, no, but like Pokemon is
also-
currently being more ambitious with alternate card styles as a reward for people to open packs. Yu-Gi-Oh has like Starlight Rares, which do look sick. I do own a Starlight Rare in real life. And I love the premium gold rares with that like gold foil border, but that's not like a special thing you pull. You buy shitloads of boxes of premium gold to get cool reprints, right? Like, so I think there's some stuff Yu-Gi-Oh could do in the collector's front of the card game. And I do agree with the Ghost from the Past, because otherwise that box kind of sucked butts. I do agree that they should not only release more Ghost Rares, because usually it's one Ghost Rare per set, but also make them slightly more frequent. Give people a reason to actually buy this box that is marketed towards Ghost Rares.
Magic has a weird thing where. One thing I hate about Yu-Gi-Oh, about the art part of Yu-Gi-Oh, is how they force their artists into anonymity. And I think it actively harms them, because the thing that Magic artists will do is that if you bring cards of them, they will paint and do commissions of alt art that become tournament legal. Like you can get extended art because they always have the artist's name on the card, and those people are usually Wizard Company or company people. At least if the set was released in like the last 4 years, and the artist didn't accidentally support Nazism on Twitter, quote unquote accidentally. But yeah, I just like that they let you get your own alt arts from the artists.
Yeah,
it's exorbitant amounts of money. But...
now, and there is a thing at least where, I mean, you do know at least when Kazuki Takahashi did a card because he signs them, and we get those over here. But that's...
But I just
they have definitely farmed out art to different artists, and they don't let you know for sure. And that's definitely, I think, a Japanese thing because this game originated in Japan. Even though they do TCG exclusives, the formatting of the cards doesn't leave the space for the artist credit normally.
Because also, Pokemon credit artists, or do they do the same thing as Yu-Gi-Oh?
I don't want to say
maybe.
I don't think they did.
But also,
reloop
Dallas,
my music.
We will. I do have to say, Magic does have a slight problem that they kind of solved by doing that, and that's a good half your deck is all the same card or all the 2 same cards or so.
Yeah, but the arts for if you look at the different arts for lands, you cannot say that they look the same.
Oh, no,
yes, they are functionally the same card, but
that's what I'm saying, that no, Magic absolutely had to solve that problem because some of the arts for some of the
like
a
man can't even Google image search Pokemon cards without getting just white ass nerdy pale ass streamers doing pog faces over Pokemon cards. And also people selling alternate arts and shit. No, it's not that guy. It's just other guys who look just as white ass and useless as him. I just want pictures of Pokemon cards, internet, and I want to stop. I need you to stop giving me links to news articles. Just give me the images.
I want to show you my favorite Magic land. It makes no sense, but I love it.
Okay, I think that some of these newer Pokemon cards do actually include the artist. It's hard to tell, though, because the only cards the internet cares about in Google are, like, full arts and alt arts with way too many foils and artifacts and other bullshit. They're very shiny, but for purposes of, like, the equivalent of fail Portrayal, they're dog shit. Anyway, let's talk about Jiangxi's effect.
Even some of the older ones looks like they have a...
Yeah, I can't tell. I could physically leave the stream to go rattle around in my cabinets for some Pokemon cards, but I don't want to do that. I want to move on to Ghost Trick Jiangxi.
Yeah,
it looks like...
No, I want to move on.
David.
I will mute everybody if you don't let me move on. We're moving on. Because we have 2 archetypes to do, and we've been here for an hour.
Yep.
I had to reset my music. Ghost Trick Jiangxi is a level 3 zombie. They're dark, obviously. Has 400 attack and 1800 defense. Very good in a flip deck, having an actual butt that stops things. Cannot be normal summoned face down. When this card is flipped face up, you can add from your deck to your hand 1 Ghost Trick monsters whose level is less than or equal to the number of Ghost Trick monsters you control. So this adds from deck to hand. It doesn't fetch from... does not special summon to the field like Doll does, but it does add you to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. So yeah, this is your Searcher. This is one of your level 3s. It's got a decent butt. This is a very basic monster to use because it's not insignificant to run over with 1800 defense on a level 3, and it searches to hand. And it's got a flip.
Also, I believe it is not OPT.
No, you can only use this effect once per turn.
Oh, right. Never mind. It is.
Yeah. Hard once per turn.
Also, but it does... One important thing is it does count itself for its effects. So you always at least search a level 1, which is usually what you do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's so... It's definitely got those effects, and it lets you search other... it lets you search any card. Well, it lets you search monsters, but it lets you search the various levels, like you said. Okay, let me get my next one. Which is very funny considering something that was said earlier.
Also, it lets you search in the main phase, whereas Doll is restricted to the end phase.
Yeah, Doll special summons from deck, but you do it at the end. It's so they're different mechanics. They do not necessarily mutually exclude.
It's,
Hey,
like,
so,
Zhongxi is the 3 of in every deck.
Well, yeah, because it's the right level. But hey, David, remember what you said about Pyrojack?
Yeah.
Meet Ghost Trick Lantern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This.
And spoiler, unlike Jack Frost, this boy is good.
Ah.
This is Jack-o'-lantern. He came
Yeah.
out in Shadow Specters. I think Jack Frost. You'll notice. I'll say his attack. It's 800 attack, 0 defense. So I'm fairly certain Konami was making the joke about Persona, because Jack Frost, Ghost Trick Frost is kind of the opposite. He was, I believe, 0 attack, 800 defense.
No, he's 100 attack.
Okay, but
Yeah,
he
okay.
was 800 defense still. So it's like they kind of mirror each other. I think it's supposed to be kind of the funny thing.
Yeah.
Art-wise, he's a Jack-o'-lantern guy.
Yeah.
I actually think this is one of my favorite arcs.
Yeah.
This is pretty good.
Sort of reminds me from Post from, I think, Ocarina of Time a bit.
Yeah.
Well,
Pose
it's got a lot of
definitely.
it's got a lot of lantern ghost things, ghost carrying
Sure.
lanterns. He's got the hat. He's got the king of the pumpkin, but he's also got the high face inside. I like that kind of effect.
There's also another way this one mirrors Jack Frost.
But yeah, but we'll get there. But we're talking about talking about his arts. I think the only thing one thing that throws me off a little is he has little imp wings at the back, though he is a fiend, so I guess the idea could be that there's a little imp boy in there who's dressed up like a jack-o'-lantern. It seems a little off-brand, but not so off-brand that it distracts,
Yeah.
And otherwise, I like the effects, and I like how his gloves are cartoony. They look almost like they could be like rubber kitchen gloves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like there's a little bit of the like ramshackleness to his effects. It's pretty funny. So Ghost Trick Lantern, level 1, Dark Fiend, 800 attack. Can it be normal summoned? Flip face down. Normal effects. When your opponent's monster declares a direct attack, or when a Ghost Trick monster you control is targeted for an attack, you negate the attack and then special summon this card from your hand in face down defense position. So this automatically negates the attack. It works not just on a direct attack, but when Ghost Tricks are targeted or when your opponent declares an attack. So it gives you the protection of Jack Frost, but better.
Yeah, that's the main reason why not a lot of decks play Jack Frost.
Also, I believe since they are both when attacks, when clauses, you can miss the timing, so you can't chain both.
Yes.
Let me just double check.
Yeah.
Jack Frost is also a when effect.
Yes.
When, yeah. So remember, when can miss timing, if cannot. Because if is a condition that thing happened, whereas when is when that thing happens, do that thing. So honestly, if one of them was an if effect, like if Jack Frost was an if and Lantern was a when, so you could like activate Lantern, chain Jack Frost to get 2 materials immediately, that would be cool. But compared to Jack Frost, Lantern seems way better.
Yeah.
Because like both of their stat lines are insignificant enough that if they actually get if your opponent's declaring an attack, the difference between 0 and 800 is minuscule. It's very meaningless usually.
Yeah.
Which one came out first?
Lantern.
Lantern.
Yeah, he was in the
Lantern.
original Shadow Specters.
Oh, okay. So I guess Jack Frost is like them trying something a little different.
Yeah, Jack Frost, I think, was like I said, they wanted to make the joke.
It's the unfortunate part about Ghost Tricks is they do have a secondary theme of battle hand traps, and Jack Frost just doesn't make the cut.
Yeah. I believe
Alright.
somebody in chat said that there's like 3 variants of Ghost Trick. Ghoul being the Ghoul direct attack strategy being one of them. Ghoul pump.
Yeah, it's like stall, stun, and burn.
It actually milled 2.
I would argue the most successful though, because that's the only one that ever topped the tournament. Piloted by, you will never guess who piloted this stun deck to topping a tournament.
Jesse Cotton.
No, but you're on the right track.
I don't know other pro players that well.
It would be the illustrious Jeffrey Jones.
I
Yes,
don't know
I
that.
Yes,
was
of
gonna throw
course.
Jeff Jones out as the only name I know, but
I only know Jeff Johns.
I mean, that's
That-
the guy. If you
so-
think,
That's the comic book writer.
oh, okay, no.
Anyway.
Jeff Jones is a very famous Yu-Gi-Oh player.
We're
Yeah.
leaving Lantern. And we're moving on to another
Oh.
level 1. Ghost Trick Mary.
Oh, look, a Sphinx mirror.
It's Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, this is the most important monster in the deck.
Yeah, so
We'll get into why,
here's
but-
Ghost Trick Mary, as in Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
She's what I noticed about it is like she's so unfortunately stuck in the mirror that she's grown to where she can control the mirror she's in.
Well, yeah, she's stuck in the mirror. It's doing the ghost
Also,
thing.
I gotta admit, Japan, credit for the dark artwork, because look at her wrist.
Oh, she's covered in like, look, she's got bandages on her wrist, on her neck, on her head. Like, there's
Oh,
a
she's
couple
trying to kill
different...
herself.
Just specifically the wrist bandage is a bit, especially if you know the myth of Bloody Mary.
Is it
Yes,
because
but
she killed
it's
herself?
still... We don't need to discuss anything in case YouTube gets mad at me and requires me, because I didn't tell them we would be discussing that topic in our stream.
We're not
Remember,
gonna
I have
talk
to
about-
I have to preemptively rat myself out to YouTube what I'll do for monetization. That
we
was not
cannot
one of the things I
talk
talked about.
Toaster bathing.
It's also because if we're talking about Evandra, it's gonna be kind of gruesome anyway.
Different
but that's
topic.
different.
YouTube is dumb though.
That's-
the
okay.
problem.
Like
Sorry,
that,
sorry.
sensitive topics are different from violence.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree with you that that is dumb, but that is how YouTube
Yes.
works.
So in
the,
this
the,
case-
the YouTube self-ad thing. But yeah, so she's got, we can say she has
Yeah.
bandages on her wrist and bandages on her neck. I like the sassy pose, though, that the mirror is doing.
Yeah.
Wah, I'm gonna get you, see?
No, yeah. She
You
is.
know what's- It
Okay.
almost feels like a weird twist of being that she's a ghost that was trapped in the mirror instead of being that she's a ghost that was birthed in a mirror.
Uh,
No. Yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
I feel
also,
more... you go ahead.
No, you go first.
Okay, I feel more like she's just there, slamming her like hands on the window there, and then she starts shaking the thing around to scare people. So sort of the helpless, but not helpless.
I don't.
Well, yeah, you know,
remember if
ghost
there's
tricks
any-
are doing their own thing. So,
I don't know if any of the side art involve. I don't know if any of the actual side art for Ghost Tricks involve actual Mary. So I'm not sure if it's just.
she's
That's fair,
in museum and parade, so maybe.
Oh, okay.
We'll see.
Wind cries for her.
So, Ghost Trick Mary is a level 1 Dark Fiend, 100 attack, 1600 defense. Once again, levels. What do they mean? Can be normal summon, flip face down. When you take damage, you can discard this card. Special summon one Ghost Trick monster from your deck and face down defense position. You can only use this effect once per turn. So, yeah. This is any damage, by the way. So, when you take the damage, you can discard her and a hand trap effect to special summon from the deck right away.
No, she's great.
Yeah.
She's like a 3 of in every Ghost Trick variant.
Yeah.
Just because that effect is ridiculous.
And unless you're losing the game, arguably a more important, response to a direct attack. Which, as we noted, if Jack Frost may or may not stop you from dying.
Yeah.
Hell, even Lantern may or may not stop you from dying. It does negate that one attack, but you never know.
This is a dumb thing, but on the wiki, how do you tell? Where does it say that other card? Was it showing other cards?
Trivia. That's in trivia.
Okay, trying to find.
This is I don't know why they call it trivia. I guess it is kind of trivial, but this is what 90% of trivia on the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki is just this monster appears in this card and that card.
The very unfortunate part about Ghost Trick as a deck, is that it came out at the same time another very popular stun control deck came out, and it is unfortunately probably less powerful because it is in the middle of hat format.
Oh.
Hey guys, what does the T in hat stand for?
Trap
Jack
tricks.
Tricks.
And the H stands for hands, which comes out soon, and artifact, which comes out soon.
Yeah.
So
Artifacts are fun.
Hands, as in like the
I
the fire.
don't believe you got.
yeah, fire, water, hand. That's in Dragons of Legend.
You gotta be fucking with me.
Nope.
What?
No, I'm talking to the internet right now. How the fuck has somebody not blown up the card art on Neko Musume? What the fuck, internet?
Because Omega, because that card is awful. That's
I mean,
why.
sure, but also Neko Musume. Internet, come on, you're killing me here.
But
All
also,
right, I everybody post your Thanos memes in chat. I guess I gotta do it myself.
oh my god,
Also, I feel
Primal
like
Origin
you're
is a
skipping
dumb set.
someone here.
Holy shit.
If you're
Why
trying
is
to
it
go
no trivia?
straight to Neko
Why-
Musume.
Do you know what else comes out in Primal Origin that's terrifying?
There's only a deviant art thing.
The Monarchs erupt.
I mean, that's not the craziest Monarch card, but yeah, that's a pretty big one.
But also Ragna Zero as a rare.
But yeah, that's the thing I really like about what we've got going on there with the
Exceeds.
Exceeds era.
Is that they're not like the Synchro era where it's like, no, you get Formula Synchron and nothing else.
Every single Synchro is never below a super, like ever after like the first 3 or 4 sets.
Guess what Xyz is a common
What?
in Primal Origin? Galactic Tomahawk.
Fucking.
A banned card. Though to be fair, pre-Link era, it's not great.
Yeah, it's a token card, so it's not the worst, but like that's gonna be problematic later.
Oh
Anyway.
yeah, no, in Link era that card needs to be.
Can't find this trivia section.
Nekamusume.
Wait,
There, okay.
did we miss one?
Oh,
Looks
yeah,
like
I think we
she
skipped Mummy,
belongs in the
but it's fine.
fairy tale archetype.
Mommy is not as important. We can do this one. This cute guy, cute girl.
I mean, Ghost Mummy
When
is
does the
important.
fairy tale archetype come out?
I
I
don't
can
know, later.
guarantee you, way later.
Because yeah,
It's
she
I
looks
believe that
like
is at
she-
least Link era. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah,
she-
definitely this artist was recalled to do the
Very.
fairy tale stuff later.
I don't know. This art
Oh, we
doesn't
should do-
look
we should do-
good. I have
Well,
a
I mean,
problem with
it's
this
I've
art.
done a crappy blow up, so it's
that's
a little
fair.
pixelated, obviously. Like a
Well,
lot
no,
of the
my-
the line work is a little rough and because
I don't
of
think
that.
it's that. I think it's because it just has that feeling where it doesn't look like it's a cat person. It looks like it's a person getting turned into a cat.
It's more
I
the-
don't know.
I mean, so they're definitely doing when they say Nekamusume, they are leaning hard into it. She is wearing little paw gloves that can't possibly have fingers. She's got a snout, so it's automatically like 80%
daughter-
furry.
Yeah, daughter of cat.
It just
Well, no,
this art just-
Nekomusume is it's a
Cat,
cat girl legend.
Girl, yeah.
This
Um,
this art just has a little bit
Pauldins.
of the uncanny valley for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Which I mean, that's not a crazy deal. I mean, you know, I think they've got some good details that are a little hard to see in this. Like you
It
can
just
tell
reminds me of
got
that scene from Pinocchio.
she's got the slit eye cat pupils.
It makes me think
I
of
think there's some
the-
funny details here, like the fish hairpin and the goldfish bag.
You know,
Yeah.
if they gave her a second tail, it would be perfect as basically being like a thing midway through the Nekomata myth.
But that's not the myth. It's different though.
Okay.
This is just Nekamusume, cat girl.
I guess after seeing like the ghost, like the soul fires in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this could just be a cat girl joke, but it could also be related to Bakeneko, which is not Nekomata. It's just
Right,
demon
Bakeneko.
cat thing. By the way, this is another old one. This is Legacy of the Valiant. So like, you know, we're in some waves, much like with Jiangxi. We draw out some other elements.
I did mention it before, but this card is actually just bad.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that in a second. I just want to say final thoughts on the art. I like elements of this, but it definitely feels like I do kind of agree that it's a little too cat-like. Like they're going for like poking fun at like old woodblock prints of Bakeneko, which are like cats standing on their hind legs and hissing at you, and it's just like, but what if cute? And I'm just like, I mean, I guess if she's just a cat with a wig on, that's different, but like it doesn't look like that. She's
I
wearing
have
a
the
dress.
There's a weird mix between a kimono and a gothic dress, but also
Yes,
like,
I was about to bring that
jewelry.
up as well, because she's got like the bottom half is like a Victorian dress, but the top half and the sleeves are like a kimono. It's a little weird.
Also, like the
Yeah.
back, like
This-
Ogori,
Yeah, she's got a
like,
huge
high-
bustle thing. Or
This one might just invite people into the haunted house. That's probably it.
it's got the little yokai flames. That's cool, but like there's just some of the detail. The design seems a little confused.
Yeah.
So,
It's a mix of, like two different things.
Nekomusume is a level 2 dark spellcaster, 400 attack, 900 defense. Again, what are levels? What do they mean? Okay, whenever someone flips face down. When a level 4 or higher monsters is normal or special, change that monster to face down defense position. There must be another ghost trick monster on the field to activate and resolve this effect. So yeah, Dallas is correct. This is just bad.
Yes.
Like hypothetically, as a tech card, against your opponent specialing on your turn, okay, cool. But if it's your opponent's turn, I mean, I know you can protect with Alucard, but why the fuck do you have a face-up ghost trick?
Yeah.
Like, I think it literally just works with Alucard to protect it from getting attacked. Only Alucard's not that tough.
Yeah.
You know, this card I've never actually seen used. I honestly, when I saw this card, I thought it was from the newest wave of support.
No, this is an old ass card. This is from
And
Legacy
I've
of
built
Valor.
multiple Ghost Trick decks, so that should tell you a lot. Where
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
this card is useless.
So,
Okay. Top decks, you're drunk.
so Omega, I maybe wasn't paying attention for a second. Did we skip over somebody?
Yeah, Mummy.
we did.
I talked about
Yes.
that. I talked about that. I accidentally scrolled too far and got to
we
Mummy.
should
But
go
here's
back
Mummy.
to him because
yeah, we're going to Mummy.
unlike
Okay.
Musume, he's actually important.
Yes,
I
no,
also really
Mummy's
like-
actually used.
I also like his art because maybe it's because I also seen him in a lot of the other.
Yeah,
spell
Mummy
check
is
cards
a
where he's
pretty
like,
popular card in a couple of the spells and traps.
He's just like a lovable. He's just like a lovable brute.
Hey, how you doing?
Nah.
I'm Mummy. Also, by the way, also from Legacy of the Valiant, so this is from the same time period. This motherfucker came out. Ghost Trick
guy.
Mummy. I mean, I don't think there's a lot to say. He's got kind of like almost like an Oni or ogre mummy thing going on with the horns, but like other than that, he's a mummy.
Yeah. No,
You
yeah.
can see it's like kind of decaying flesh, but that's kind of it.
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, did you intentionally kind of skip him over? 'Cause he's
No. I
kinda-
just went down to N.
Yeah.
In my
didn't wanna-
defense, the M cards are all like the two M cards are Mary, Mummy. They're literally
Yeah.
spelled similarly in the Japanese too, so like it's easy to
Yeah.
get out there. So I just
Also,
skipped
can
a
I
little too far.
marry his effect? If that's okay.
I got his effect.
Yeah.
We should go to his effect because we don't have
I mean,
anything
there's
to
not
say
much
about
else
this
to
card.
say besides like.
Can't be normal summoned defense position, which is interesting because he is a level 3 zombie with 1500 attack and 0 defense.
The zombies.
Like zombie stuff, yeah. While this card is face up on the field, you can normal summon one Ghost Trick monster in addition to your normal summon set. You can only activate this. You can only gain this effect once per turn. You cannot special summon any monsters except dark monsters. Now, this is
Here's
important
a-
to note. You can't normal summon Ghost Trick Mummy anyway until you already have a Ghost Trick on board. But if you can survive a turn with him set, or if you can special him, which I'm sure there are ways, or if you just wait until your next turn, this lets you build up your combo speed.
Yeah. And
I feel
honestly,
like-
if you're playing a Ghost Trick deck and you die turn 1, you have Brecht.
Yes.
Or you're bad at deck building.
Yeah.
Also, in Ghost Trick deck, you probably have a way to already special one on your board anyway.
I mean, you have a couple to special them in defense mode, yeah. So like you can get them out there.
There's a important card in Ghost Trick, or at least early Ghost Trick. Later, it's less important. Called Call the Mummy, because a lot of the best Ghost Tricks are zombies.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But yeah,
So
so
you
you
usually
get,
go call
extra
Mummy.
normal summons are good, and I like at least that it's a little, because it because of the way the lockout effect works is that locks your extra deck. You can't Xyz or Synchro or anything monsters that aren't dark. So I do like that kind of thing when you're adding extra normals. It keeps you to, you have to basically play the deck, or if you play outside of the deck, you have to like still keep it in theme, you know, right?
Well,
Like
it's dark,
you
so
can't.
it's still...
You can't jump to like summoning. I think the Constellar 3 is limited, but you know is already archetype locked. But you know what I mean, right? Like you can't jump to generic level rank 3 tech cards
can't
like
jump into
Leviair
Leviathan Dragon.
or Leviathan
You can't
Dragon or
jump into
shit.
Crystron Helki Fiber.
Well, also that, but you can't do that anyway because none of these are tuners.
Yeah.
But what you can do is hypothetically you can cross this boy or this deck with say Phantom Knights later, stuff like that. Like it leaves you flexible, but also still like prevents you from doing a lot of the degenerate shit that happens in Yu-Gi-Oh when things are truly unlimited.
I mean, like around like a solid 60% of most like actual Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes that are successful have been dark.
So
I wouldn't say over 60%. That's way over.
I was thinking about 60%.
No, not even close.
no,
well, like, 60% of, like,
I think like a light, dark, and earth have a pretty even share, and then that's not accounting for outliers like the fact that
I would say
Quite a bit.
Fire actually has quite a few.
Fire,
archetypes.
yes,
If you're just
Fire
talking
is-
archetypes.
fire is very
Then-
powerful in the right hands. Water decks have
Water.
worked. I mean, some wind decks have been
The-
competitive too. Like
The problem
every
with water is a
attribute
lot
has
of the
that.
best water decks are just water.
Well, yeah, that's what I like. But water as a attribute is usable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there is no weak element in Yu-Gi-Oh. There's just more than
No.
different, like,
I mean,
Well,
I think
wind.
wind is the weakest. There's a reason why other than his own effect, but there's a reason why the wind ruler is unbanned in limit 1 right now. But like you can actually like do things with all the attributes. Anyway, I have pulled up Ghost Trick Skeleton. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
I mean, that's about the level of competence we have here. You notice his jaw's falling off. Yeah.
This art is quite jaw-dropping.
Also, I think I feel his spinal cord
Says-
just fell too.
Yeah, it says feed me.
And his arm.
No. Well, actually, yeah, that might be vertebrae.
It looks like vertebrae.
He might have lost a
Or might
couple
have
vertebrae on his other side there. Definitely lost. Looks like maybe either one of his leg bones or one of his arm bones.
Yeah.
He falls apart all the time.
I mean, he's a skeleton, so that makes sense.
Still very
This is
hypnotized, I
a
think.
part of a very degenerate combo deck, too.
Now I think
Yeah,
it's
of
funny that
course.
he's like, he is Ghost Trick Skeleton, but he's also Grim Reaper-fied. Like he's got
Yeah.
the scythe, he's got a cloak, he's got Death's little
He's trying
bag.
his best, okay?
He's trying to dress up. Also something that probably catches all of his bones.
Holy shit, senpai.
Well,
Sure,
no,
like
Skeleton
Dimes.
is part of the most degenerate of the three.
Yeah, Skeleton is
Strategies.
also to Dallas' earlier point. Skeleton is being a skeleton is another zombo. So,
Oh.
though that said, don't think there's a lot to talk about his effect. He's a skeleton,
Yeah.
or his
Yeah.
his art. He's a skeleton.
Yeah.
I like the cloak. I like the scythe. It looks sturdy. So, Ghost Trick Skeleton is a dark level 3 zombo, 1200 attack, 1100 defense, normal summon, defense position. When this card is flipped face up, banish cards from the top of your opponent's deck up to the number of Ghost Trick monsters you control. You can only use this effective Ghost Trick Skeleton once per turn. Welcome everybody to Ghost Trick Mill.
Yeah.
Nice deck you have there. It would be a shame if my skeleton man banished it.
Yeah, all the banishing.
Ghost Trick Mill is going to be a deck that is going to tilt someone.
Probably not.
It is one of the ways
And it-
Ghost Trick wins, and it is a little spiced. Cause like, especially because it's banished, it's not even sent to graveyard. It's banished, so you you hate to see it.
It's like
Yeah.
forcing your player to
Yeah.
play. What was that card that like
Necroface.
they banished
No-
10 cards from
It's
your deck?
it's knock.
Necroface.
No. The pot card.
Oh, Extravagance.
No,
Yeah,
not
it's like
extravagance.
forcing your player to play- it's
The
like forcing your player to-
acquisitiveness.
No, that's no. The one that
I thought Extravagance was
banished
banished.
No. Axe is talking about the one where you shuffle back your banished cards.
No. No, banish 10 from your deck. I'm saying it's like
Yeah.
forcing your. It's like forcing
No,
your
it's
player
not,
to
because
play
it's not
that.
banished face up. Or face down. You can still use them, it's just you have to banish them. They're banished,
Yeah.
so you gotta come back. But like, no, it's
Yeah.
not that bad.
I mean,
It's
Yeah,
not
no,
like
the
it's not like
actual card-
extravagance.
The actual card it will force everyone to play is knock.
I mean, it's the half knocks though.
Yeah, face down.
Well, no,
Well,
you
yeah.
don't need to play knock. You just play anything that nukes face down cards.
Well, to be fair, Ghost Tricks have a counter knock.
Yes, also yeah, because here's the thing: Ghost Tricks not flip monsters. When they are flipped face up, they do effects.
Yes, they have the Pac-Man effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tax.
But so we're gonna. I'm sorry for the tiny art, but we have another brand new member of the team here.
Yes.
Behold the new Ghost Trick Siren.
This is
Ah.
another link if I remember correctly.
No, this is a
Oh,
main deck
yeah.
monster.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. This was
Okay,
just released
this is
in Battle of Chaos.
Okay, she's
cute,
cute.
but too complex.
Yeah.
So yeah, that
That
like I said, I don't hate this art, but it definitely has the modern Yu-Gi-Oh problem of they drew a lot of things. Like she's
Yeah.
got a
I
lot of
also-
little extra details in her fish bits. She's got like tattoos. She's got like 3 different accessories in her hair
She has bird claws. I don't. Why?
Yeah, she's got like
because she's
weird,
Ghost
like,
Trick Siren.
Did sirens have bird claws?
harpies.
No, you fucking ignorant plebs. Sirens used to be birds. The fish
Yeah.
thing is a modern weird mythification. So she is a
Right,
bird
right,
and a
right.
fish. Also,
Yes.
she's a fairy, so it's But yeah, no, like that's not a weird thing. That's a thematic thing. She's Ghost Trick Siren. I do kind of think they maybe should have picked whether they wanted to go bird or fish theme, then combine them both. But it's not like wrong. It's just weird. The
Yeah.
weird shit is definitely like, why does she have?
A harp.
Now she plays
Some-
music. That makes perfect sense. The head thing. Why does she have like a cage for her hair? What is that?
I think part of it's also that it's meant to be like a weird Halloween like kind of aesthetic performance. So it's like I think it's more like it's like a showy like theatric thing.
I mean, she's playing music. That's why she's got the harp. She's singing. I don't know why like there's the extra effort.
Corals.
The coral thing is like a
Boring,
dragon
yes.
thing. Like it's. I think they should have like drilled down on one of the Halloween themes and gone further.
Also,
but,
why
like,
is she so thick?
Also,
Like, unironically.
Well, she's a
also
level
she
4.
murdered a dragon.
Oh, yeah, she also does show up in Tesla.
No, like her body is like weirdly proportioned.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the fishtail is part of her body. The lower half is heavy. I don't know.
It looks
Maybe it's
like a
costume.
ham
Who
bone.
knows?
I think it's because the extra bits around it.
Not really.
Like
I don't like this art.
Oh, yeah.
Claws in the like,
It's a little busy.
bit.
Okay.
Always. Yeah.
So Ghost Trick Siren is a dark fairy, level 4, 800 attack, 1500 defense. Again, what are levels? What do they mean? Can't be normal summoned unless you control a Ghost Trick monster. That's where the similarity ends. Well, it doesn't really, because that has the other effect, but it's listed at the bottom, because it actually has a effect when normaled. If this card is normal summoned or flipped face up, send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Then, if there is a Ghost Trick card among them, you can apply one of these effects. Add a Ghost Trick spell trap from your deck to your hand. Change one effect monster your opponent controls to face down defense position. Once per turn, you can change this card to face down defense position. So, Siren has a little bit of a self-mill, like, fish cards out to your graveyard, which, again, isn't the worst. You do have some decent graveyard recovery in Ghost Tricks. And then it lets you specifically flip your opponent's effect monsters face down or add spell traps. It's an interesting searcher. I don't really know, because we haven't seen a level 4 Xyz yet.
Well, yeah, we have. Mischief Angel.
Oh, right. Yeah, Angel of Mischief. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, you could go for that, but I think with Angel of Mischief, you'd probably want to normally go for the rank up anyway, because you want more Xyz materials.
Yes.
Would she be more like a one of, I guess? Or two
Yeah,
of?
I mean, I'm gonna guess this probably has relevance to like more modern strategies, but it's more of a side support. Like, this isn't a straight upgrade to anything. I think it's just a decent, option you could play if you wanted more rank 4s. And like playing generic dark rank 4 shit, like I said, like I would argue you could probably, because a lot of those guys are trap monsters, you could arguably tech in some Phantom Knights shit. And let me point out, guys, Phantom Knights gets jammed to everything, especially in the OCG. So, like, rank 4 is not a bad look for them.
Yeah.
But effect-wise, I don't think, like, Dallas, you've made some Ghost Trick decks. Does using Siren sound like you'd use her over anything else in particular?
I mean, I don't think she's bad, and the rank 4 pool for Ghost Tricks is non-existent. I just don't know what, like, I'm probably a 1 of, maybe a 2 of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not yeah.
Definitely better than some of the other cards, like Musume or...
Like, she's
I mean,
playable.
it's a modern card. It literally just came out in the OCG like 2 weeks ago, so like it's not awful, but
I think it's better than Fairy, honestly, for most Ghost Trick strategies.
yeah, I just don't think it does enough to advance your play. Like, this plus Festival is not going to suddenly make Ghost Tricks.
Festival is definitely more usable than
Yes,
any of
I mean
the
Ghost
other
Trick's a
new
Link
Ghost
1,
Trick
so
cards.
it's an archetype Link 1. That's really good, but like I still don't think that's necessarily enough to like pull your ass into like top slots at competitive. Though the OCG
No.
is slower, but the OCG is also very, very diverse right now. They have a lot of different decks.
Like, I think it's worth running too, just because of the Ghost Trick spell trap.
Yeah. And I will
Because
say,
getting
I
the
think it's got.
right
I think
spell-
the fact that it works on normal does make it better than some other options with Ghost Tricks, because if you already have the Ghost Trick on hand to normal summon it, you can do your searching faster, right?
Because didn't they also add a new spell trap?
I do believe they added a new trap, yes. We will probably not discuss that because it's just
Also,
characters doing stuff.
Ghost Tricks have 3 field spells.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
That's always, it's always a pain when you're running an archetype with multiple field spells.
Just use separate rotation.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on to another one. This is a very funny
I
one.
will say this.
Go ahead.
The new spell trap has the best name ever,
Ghost
and
Trick
I'm
Shot,
proud
I
of
love it.
Konami for doing it.
I love Ghost Trick Shot, yeah.
Well,
No. They have 2 new spell traps.
which one are they?
They also have Ghost Trick or Treat, which
Yeah. Both
Yeah.
just chef's kiss.
Yes.
Trick or Treat and Ghost Trick Shot are both cards I think we should both show, actually.
Which I believe they will probably translate literally, because it is literally Ghost Tricka or Trito. Like, it's English. There's no reason to fuck that up in English.
Yeah.
Well, it's also a pun.
Yes.
which is great.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it's a pun that is in English on the, like, it's all just English text. It's not, and it's not like Live Twin Easy Game, which was Live Twin Easy Game, which is like, that's like what you would say if you were on, you know, Japanese TV, but doesn't make any sense in English. It's just easy game. What? You're just saying something. Whereas GGEZ, while still slightly cringe, definitely gives you the, like, kind of, you know, try hard, we're making jokes here kind of a thing we're doing.
Look, aren't like the twins are already.
What are you saying, Anno X? Now you're really quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't want to predict my voice because roommates are around. But I mean, the twins are already like gremlins anyway.
Well, yeah, they're Phantom Thieves, so yeah, it makes sense that they have gremlin energy. So that should be something they do actually get out there.
Also,
By the way, Trick or
weirdly
Treat
enough-
is also link tied. It's funny enough. You need to
Weirdly
control a
enough,
Ghost Trick, Link Monster, or Field Spell.
Do you want to guess what the most common archetype to splash in Ghost Tricks is? Because it is not Phantom Knights. There's
No, I bet it
barely
isn't.
any.
What is it?
You're never gonna guess this, so I'm just gonna say
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
Orchest.
Dark,
Not
interesting.
That
Huh.
I don't know how that works exactly, but I'm kind of curious.
I would have to look it up.
What
Anyway,
Orchid cards?
so this is Ghost Trick So Cute Boss.
So cute, boss.
Which, by the way, that's a pun that the TCG made. This was just Ghost Trick Succubus in Japanese. But obviously, once again, even though this card was printed in 2014, Satanic Panic, this game is for 6-year-olds. Not unlike, you know, fucking Gen Negative Z can't, like, go online and Google how to summon a succubus or something.
Also, Omega,
Those guys
remember,
are way more
Succubus
advanced than us.
Succubus Knight's a card that already exists.
That's true, yes.
Also, this is possibly the most annoying Ghost Trick card to ever exist.
Also,
That is gonna piss a
But
lot
this
of
is
people
a
off.
honestly,
for the art style of So Cute Boss. I think So Cute Boss is a better name because it's a pun.
yeah, because I think
Yes.
I think they wanted to do a pun name instead to fit.
Also,
the art
this
style.
is possibly the most adorable card. I may have
she's
changed my mind on Zhangxi.
Look her. She's so sweepy.
I just also just look at like I think her hat and her pillow are adorable.
But this
Yeah.
card is an asshole.
She's
would
so
love to see the
sleepy.
plushie.
I like the use of like the red to pink look, because it's a color that's not often seen. Like a lot of our Ghost Trick buddies are either classic like blacks and whites or other dark colors, or are
blues.
Halloween themed. Some have a little bit of blue in them. I like the like interplay of the oranges and reds to keep the kind of demonic theming. The pillow is
she's
adorable.
got
Goodbye.
like she's got like a necklace or a choker, but she's got like a blood red bra. She's got
Yeah.
like a weird like succubus.
But she's
like
wearing
the-
Victorian pantaloons. It's very on theme. Though she's also
Cute.
wearing a sleeping robe, which is very funny.
I would love.
She's got a
Ghost
very
Trick-
cutesy tail, by the way. Let me draw your eye to it if you did not see it.
It is, yeah. It's cute. It's
Very
hard,
neat.
yeah.
She's got
Very
like
I
a heart
would-
and a heart. It's very funny.
I would love like a Ghost Trick plushie series.
It would probably be pretty adorable.
This one would be more sort of full my pillow. I don't
So, Ghost Trick
It's
So Cute
weird.
Boss is a rank 2 dark spellcaster, by the way, not a fiend for some reason. It's very interesting. It requires 2 level 2 monsters and has 1400 attack and 1200 defense. While you control another Ghost Trick monster, your opponent cannot target this card for attacks. Once per turn, you can detach one Xyz monster from this card and target one face-up monster on the field with attack less than or equal to the combined attack of all Ghost Trick monsters in the field. Destroy it, and if you do that, that monster card zone can't be used so long as you control a Ghost Trick monster. So, yeah, if you just have a bunch of Ghost Tricks on the field, not hard because you can reset them, you can just be like, all right, I detach a material, I blow up your board, and then I gravity collapse you, basically, because you have 2 mats. And then guess what? When you run the fuck out of mats, you just fucking overlay. And because the attack is continuous and it's not based on whether or not you control this card, but just as long as you control a Ghost Trick monster, you can rank up into Angel of Mischief off So Cute Boss and keep the gravity collapse effect.
Oh yeah. Also, if a Ghost Trick leaves, if you control no Ghost Tricks and then you have a Ghost Trick, that effect comes back.
Yeah.
Also, there's a dumb thing. I think it's a kind of adorable thing, but like in some of the cards show that like Succubus and Angel Mischief are like good friends.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, one of the win conditions of Ghost Trick is literally just ground collapsing your opponent's monster zones, and then just going, "What you gonna do?"
You cannot play the game.
You have one monster zone. What do you?
You are no longer allowed to Yu-Gi-Oh.
Hey, buddy. You have 3 Lightning Storm in this deck, right? Better find them.
Do you have?
No, even with
fusion?
Lightning Storm, it's like if I ever get a single Ghost Trick on the field.
Well,
Like-
you would just, when the Ghost Tricks are gone, you just put a monster in those zones, because they can't take them away when you've got a monster in them. It's not like it destroys the monster in the zone. It's just, while a Ghost Trick monster is controlled, they cannot use those zones. But if you clear the board, you can still use those zones, and they don't go away.
No, but this is a motherfucker.
Yeah, no. This is the thing about Ghost Tricks, because we've had some people before Progression, obviously, because they're not out yet, though soon. We've had some people play some like Ghost Trick decks, and for casual play, for like kitchen play, they are really fucking annoying because not a lot of decks are ready to deal with this bullshit. Especially when you would obviously run also really annoying cards like Quaking Mirror Force and shit in this deck.
Floodgate Trap Hole is a staple.
Lots of other like stuff like that, you know.
Floodgate
Anything
Trap
that
Hole do
sets
again?
and then
Well, it sets permanently on board, and the reason that's good is because there's a lot of Ghost Trick effects that require a set monster on field.
yeah.
Oh.
So it actually is a dual-purpose card in that deck.
At
Yeah.
least we don't have to worry about Floodgate until 2016.
No, yeah.
But it's one of those cards that is set that monster and then its battle position can't be changed. And remember, you cannot. Oops, I have the wrong tool.
Oh,
Wrong tool.
it's like anti-pendulum too.
You cannot link off a monster that's face down. So that I think that is Ghost Trick's primary strategy right now would be to prevent your opponent from linking off.
Yeah. The problem is literally Guru does it better.
Yes.
That's the big problem.
Play Book of Moon, Book of Lunar Eclipse, etc.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you would make. Though, I mean, you can make So Cute Boss. Ojama's your level 2, right?
Yeah, Drama's are
I
level
think
2.
he's more referring to the zone canceling.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
but
honestly,
you
ground
could.
collapse is an option.
Yeah, you would just run Ground Collapse, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, I've pulled up Ghost Trick Spectre. Meh.
He's cute.
He's a ghost.
Very cute.
Yes.
I think the tongue is painted onto the cheek.
Yes, no, I'm sure it is. I think only the eyes are cutouts. Because you'll notice this guy also has horns and he has little like monster feet under his sheet. I think it seems like a lot of the Ghost Tricks are actually like little Onis or yokai guys that wear costumes a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might actually be like a Japanese.
Because
tongue.
this guy, once again, I would like to point out, while he's called Ghost Trick Spectre, he is a fiend, not a zombie. So he's not a real ghost. He is a demon.
Yeah. He's
Again,
like,
it's Halloween party horror.
Yeah, they're
like
doing a kind of a costumey thing.
one of those shadow demons. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think there's a lot to say about this art other than that he's cute because it's a literal fucking ghost costume.
Yeah.
He has
There's,
literally stitched together a sheet. What do you say about that?
Please
He-
say
he
about
looks
the
like a
lore
dirt.
for this. The Elk says these two love to. So this is lore about Ghost Trick Lantern, which we showed before, and this card. So these two love to surprise people who wander into the mansion by suddenly jumping out from the shadows. They're always flying about looking for people to mess with.
Yeah.
So they are shadow demons, literally.
They're just like annoying little fuckers, but like in a cute way.
He's floating. He's floating. He's flying. Explains
I'm
why.
pretty sure my dog looks at me like that from time to time.
So, Ghost Trick Spectre is a level 1 Dark Fiend, 600 attack, 0 defense. Also makes sense that he's buddies with Lantern. Can be normal summoned, flip face down. When a Ghost Trick monster is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, or by battle with their attacking monster, and sent to your graveyard, special summon from this card in face down defense position and draw 1 card. So this is another level 1 you play 3 of, because it's by battle if they attack, or if they destroy by card effect, and you get to draw a card. So it's a +0.
Yep. And you get to maintain board presence at least.
Yeah, so it's an all-around +0 card. You lose a card from your hand and lose a card on the field, but you immediately replace them. You draw a new card and you play Spectre on the field.
Yeah.
And this was also in Shadow Spectre's the original run. By the way, a lot of our original run of Ghost Tricks are commons, so this is going to be something you may or may not see in Prague. It will probably
Oh, it
depend on if
definitely
people
will.
get the Xyz, the payoffs.
Spoiler. Well, I mean, if not, you could always run Ghost Trick Mill, because that doesn't require any VCs.
Oh, all you need is the
Look,
comments.
I'll be honest. I don't think Ghost Trick Mill will last more than a couple formats.
Oh,
I mean, if you go ham on Ghost Trick Mill, probably not. No.
If someone wins with Ghost Trick Mill, that's just gonna get Skeleton.
Yeah, it's just like,
Yeah.
okay, we don't want that to happen again. Skeleton, you're going to skeleton jail.
But like, also, Dude, you're thinking formats. That means like you think 20 weeks then? Okay.
No, the format's
what I
constantly
mean,
changing.
I mean, past.
No,
couple
no,
times of
actually, we
being
move
like-
through formats rapidly. Formats,
Okay.
literally, Edison format is like 3 weeks long.
Okay,
okay.
so this is just Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, this is Ghost Trick Stein.
Yeah.
Stein is.
He looks better
great.
in the spell traps because I think he has better colors in all the spell traps he's in.
He looks okay.
Yeah.
No, this is another centerpiece of the deck.
Yeah. Love this. Yeah, the red, all
He's the
those
second-
things. And he has, the lore here for him.
He's got the
I'm of
pointy
the
shoes
opinion
theme.
it should have been called Ghost Trick Frank, but that's just me.
Yeah, so.
I think the
That,
Japanese,
that would have
Oh.
made him sound a little too pedestrian.
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
I think the Japanese like the Stein a little bit better.
Yeah, so the
So they named
Alucard.
him Ghost Trick Beer. Got it.
Okay. So the Alucard says his job is to set up everything needed for the tricks and traps, but he breaks the furniture at times, which results in him getting swallowed by Witch.
Yeah, which seems to be like the one running the whole show.
He is very large. It makes sense.
He's got like he's got a secondary brain in a jar on top of his head.
I don't think that's a brain. I think that he's just got the Franken goo in there.
Yeah, Frankengoo.
A reanimator.
But he's
jar.
got big hands. Yeah, he's buddies with Herbert West Reanimator.
Or no, someone else just take Herbert West's research and use it.
But yeah, I mean, he looks like how he should. He's got the, like I said, pointy shoes, the callback to Alucard kind of a thing. He's a Frankenstein monster. I like his sideburns,
Yeah.
and he's got a little bit of a soul patch on his chin, like he's a hip Frankenstein.
He's made of like 3 different people, I think.
Yeah.
Nah, 2 colors.
2 colors.
Shout out to the surgeon stitching back on each individual finger, though. That's probably a lot of work.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
no,
he's
that's
got
not a
his-
third person. That's his chest. He's wearing a tight black tank top under there.
I think it's like navy. It's like they're like. Yeah,
Stein is ready to party. So
It's also
good.
got the Jotaro like hook, like handles on his like the top of his like coat.
Hmm.
Like the Jotaro loops for like the chain that aren't there.
So, Ghost Trick Stein is another one of those level 3 zombos. He has 1600 attack, 0 defense. So kind of similar to Mummy in that way.
Also, it lets you search with recurring nightmares, but
Yeah.
is it a-
Can be normal, face down. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can add 1 Ghost Trick spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can only use this once per turn. And remember,
He's okay.
there are Ghost Trick effects that let you attack directly if all your opponent's monsters are face down. So, he is actually a decent monster to get in there.
yes.
Ghoul is also level 3, so you could use him in your Ghoul plays in that way.
I think now that Siren is out, I think Siren actually just replaces him.
Yes, because that is
Realist.
faster because you can activate its effect on normal. This requires you to attack.
Yeah, pre-Siren, I think this card was pretty good.
And he's definitely, considering he is Shadow Specters, yeah, so he's first wave. He is definitely pretty decent.
Honestly, we've saved most of the bad ones for the last. These next couple are,
Oh,
Oh, boy.
bad. Oh, that's sad.
which is not good,
Oh, I guess you're the first ones, isn't it?
which
Also,
is
Well,
not usable.
We
Yeah,
do
Werewolf Fight,
we do
yeah.
one more before that.
Oh no.
Hold on, let me.
Oh
copy
yeah, no.
image.
This is the worst one though, because Witch is
So-
bad, but Werewolf is a joke.
Oh, I thought it was meant to be a TG reference, but no, it's actually just werewolf. Fuck. But I guess that's a reference to.
Hello, this is Ghost Trick Werewolf.
Oh, okay.
Well, this looks like Tasmanian Devil, but bad.
He is a
mean-
cartoon werewolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He is still wearing pants. Good sign. He also is wearing a ruined corset, I think, because I don't see it up to his shoulders, but I also can't see past his mane of hair, so I don't know if it's a vest.
he also has a spiked collar.
And he's got
And it was
one
also
single
chain-
link of chain.
And is his tongue just entirely rounded?
I don't get
Yeah,
it.
it's
but
cartoony.
Supposedly, they're kind of referencing this for some reason.
I mean, I think it's just that's the translation.
Okay.
Werewolf. It's werewolf in Japanese.
Oh, okay. Like Warguru,
And
okay.
Yeah. Like, it's meant to be a werewolf, but I think it's actually, like, written out different. So it's phonetically.
this-
So, and
Yeah.
everybody translates it this way.
Yeah.
Like in German, it's
Very
Geistertrick, Kriegswolf. In French, it's Loup de Guerre. You know, in Spanish and Portuguese, it's Lobo de Guerra. So yeah, Warwolf seems to be the pronunciation there. Possibly because differentiating between Warwolf and Werewolf in Japanese phonetics is hard. So you get puns.
Wait, I thought I'd be more. I thought I'd.
Also, it sounds better in your German accent. Werewolf, Werewolf.
Wolf.
Okay.
Werewolf.
Oh,
Oh,
Fair
this.
castle. All right, we're done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we won't
I
go
know
any
where
further
this
than that, even though we did
goes
stuff.
into.
So, Ghost Trick Werewolf is a level 3 dark zombo.
Bad.
Not a beast, zombo. 1400 attack, 1500 defense. So at least his stats are decent compared to several other ones in this setup. But yeah, this is if you want to do Ghost Trick Burn, which I do not believe is a very dominant Ghost Trick stat.
Oh, no, it is. It doesn't run this card.
Oh boy, that's not very good then. So
just run Lava Golem.
I mean, I guess that
That's the reason.
you should flip it down, I
works.
guess.
Run Lava Golem and keep looping Lanterns and Jack Frosts.
Oh yeah, I guess you just keep recurring them so your opponent can't get over them.
Oh,
I mean,
so you'd actually run Jack Frost on that, okay.
If you're running
Oh, yeah.
Burn, yes, which is Burn, I think has been the weakest because
Also, Stealth Bird is another one. It's just better.
Yeah, because you could just cycle that. Yeah.
when this card is flipped face up, inflict 100 damage to your opponent for each set card on the field. You can only use this effect once per turn, so you can't even like slap 3 of them down and then flip them all to burn your opponent.
I'll
for a
say
while.
this. I suppose in a Ghost Trick Mirror or a Ghost Trick Viguru deck, this card would be okay.
It definitely narrows some of the margins, but I do not think it is because it's 100 per set card. How many set cards can you actually have, right?
I have
It's-
never seen someone run this card.
Yeah.
It's
But
5,
unlike
5,
Negri-
5, and 5, and then 2 field spells. So
Yeah.
it's
Unlike
22?
Nekomusume,
So the
Yeah.
most damage you can do if literally every slot on the board is filled with a face-down monster, at the time anyway, before extra monster zones. That adds 2 more slots.
So, as something
But I just want to say, let me finish my sentence that I'm in the middle of doing math for. Thank you. The most damage you can do with a single Warwolf flip, which keep in mind you can only do once per turn, is 2200. So you can only do 1/4 of their life, which means, and that's at an absurd amount of set cards, okay? So you can only burn them to death in 4 turns if you max out on the cards that are set, which you will not do.
Or
Yeah.
you could play a card that I've seen is actually a staple on a lot of birds like this. You play Ceasefire.
Yeah, no, Ceasefire's good.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
it-
I think that's what Dallas is saying, is just if you play burn decks, you just play better burn cards. The fact that
Yeah.
Werewolf
Yeah.
is a hard once per turn and is only 100 damage, this is actually bad.
Yeah.
Like, I
Also,
think
he
the
has
idea is to, like
he
stall
has
out your...
he has anti-synergy with Ghost Trick's main trap card, which is Scare, because you usually flip up most of your monsters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what
So-
you would do is you would flip up Werewolf first. If you were doing a
I mean, I
combo.
guess, yeah.
But no, it's just I think the idea
bad.
is like you use him when your opponent can attack you and he's face down and your opponent like runs into a werewolf and you're like, haha, neener neener. You take damage.
Just
Like,
the one that has the most stats.
it narrows
Well,
it like leeches life in an annoying way, but it's way too slow for this deck.
no.
Like it at 100 damage it just doesn't do
And
enough.
and it is like because there's another Ghost Trick card that I think is bad in Ghost Tricks, but I've actually seen played in other decks. Werewolf doesn't even have that.
No, it's just I mean, it is generic, but again, it's 100 damage per set card on the field. If you want to do anything to win the game fast, you have to set so many cards. It's like set 6 pass. You can't even do that.
As another example, when I was watching Hardleg do a Werewolf Ghost Trick burn deck, Werewolf never came up most of the time.
Yeah.
Of the 5 of the 10 decks I saw him play, Werewolf barely ever showed up, and it
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm pretty sure Hardleg called it Werewolf's burn deck as a joke.
Yes.
Like I'm sure there was Werewolf in it, but it's not relevant.
No.
Well, now we have another big one though. We have Ghost Trick Vitch.
I mean, you say it's a big one. This card is also bad.
I mean, in terms
You
of
said
like
all
the
the
art
art,
and the
though.
lore.
Oh yeah.
And
So
I mean, I will say I don't think it's that bad. It's like a level 2, which you need for some of your combos.
I'll tell you the problem with it when we get to it, but...
I mean, but design-wise, it's interesting that she's a spellcaster, but they go for the horn aesthetic again, but I think that is consistent at least. You know, she's got the kind of, like, EGL thing going on again. The dress is, like, multiple layers and stuff like that. The little front bow, the big shoes. I don't know... I guess I'm looking at the actual card scan. This was a comment. I think it is supposed to be kind of pinkish. I do think that the color got a little washed out of this this blow up that somebody redrew on the internet. It doesn't look quite that like it's a little more rich. Like the top thing's a little more purple, maybe a little more maroony. I like the little extra details, you know, like the stars on her broom and stuff.
I think her design's a little busy, but
it's all right.
She's cute. She's all right.
Yeah.
Cute.
I think it's relevant. So this is a dark spellcaster level 2, 1200 attack, 200 defense. Can't be normaled. Flip to face down. Once per turn, target a face-up monster your opponent controls, change it to the face-down defense position. Now, obviously, Dallas will think this is dumb because he loves Book of Moon.
Well, no. The reason it's bad is not because of the Book of Moon. It's because of 3 other Ghost Trick in archetype spell traps that are staples at 3 of that book. Ghost Trick Go Round, Ghost Trick Scare, and Ghost Trick Museum.
Yes, but were all of those in the first wave?
Ghost Trick Go Round and Scare definitely were.
Because this is also in the first wave. What I'm assuming is the idea here is that like Witch is a utility play. Because you don't have to like set it first or anything. You do have to have another Ghost Trick that a normal summon and activator
someone in chat did actually. Someone in chat actually did mention this. Most of the spell trick Ghost Tricks were kind of never played.
Yeah.
With the exception of Doll, because it's a searcher.
So does that mean you just don't make So Cute Boss?
I mean, you can.
Seems like kind of a waste.
There's literally a Ghost... I can explain. There's a Ghost Trick spell trap that lets you make So Cute Boss with Doulahan. It's weird.
Oh, you have an in-archetype rank up magic?
Rank down?
No, it's not. It's rank side.
No, it's a rank up. Doulahan's a 1.
No, it lets you change any Ghost Trick Xyz monster and rank it to a different name. So it doesn't have to be down. It can be up or down.
Okay.
It just has to be different.
It's just Xyz change.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
interesting. Well, then that was probably later, because that sounds like that came out then as a result of them doing the thing. Because, by the way, I have not pointed this out, but there is actually a synergy of the different levels.
Yeah.
So the 2s are spellcasters, including So Cute Boss.
Yeah.
The zombies are 3, the 1s are fiends, and the 4s are fairies.
Yeah.
So, like, we haven't mentioned that yet, but you people have probably caught if you've been paying attention. So, like, there's a through line. That's why I'm like, oh, so the spellcasters aren't played? That's a little awkward because that's, like, the So Cute Boss zone.
I mean, generally, So Cute Boss was the one played the least.
That makes sense, despite it being one of the most annoying.
I mean, it's annoying, but it's not great.
And you found other ways to get it out.
Yeah.
I will say, I suspect, though, like, again, some of this is just, like, once you get a couple of waves of support in, you just get outpaced by some stuff. But as you know, like in initial release, if you're working out of Shadow Specters, which we will be, you know, we'll have a whole week. It's probably not the worst because it just gives you another booking effect. But yeah, it's still. I think I see the point now. It's a little slow for what you do, you know, because you have to normal summon her basically to do it once per turn, or special her, I guess, but that's pretty rare. So you are like have to set up this card either by setting it first or having another Ghost Trick on the field to even play it.
The thing is, So Cute Boss was actually also run in whatchamacallit, in Ghost Trick Mill, because there is another rank 2 card you run with Doll, which is Needleworm.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you rank those into So Cute Boss.
Because we have mentioned this before, but to recap, all of the Ghost Trick Xyz we have seen, which I believe we have seen on all of them now, because it's been the 1, the 2,
All of
the
them are
3, and the 4.
generic.
They're all generic, so you can. They like having Ghost Trick plays, but they do not require them, so you can do generic tech cards. Anyway, let's talk about Ghost Trick Yeti.
He's creepy yet adorable.
Yeah.
Oh, this card.
Yeah, creepy adorable reminds me about the anime. The dragon tries to find a house.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. This isn't creepy at all.
Yeah, I just kind of find cute.
Yeah,
I mean, it's more like the teeth and then like the eyes.
It's not
Cute little
yeah.
bottom teeth that are pointy are not inherently creepy.
Okay, the eyes I can get. The eyes are kind of
eyes are maybe a little, but like I don't think that they're intense enough because he's doing kind of the cutesy pose that I don't feel intimidated.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be. It's minorly creepy. It's not like majorly creepy.
The Yeti boss from Twilight Princess was way freakier than this.
Yeah.
Well,
fair.
yes. That's not.
That was meant to be scary.
That's not fair.
I mean, but out here talking about creepy Yetis, nah. I see worse. I have a thought. I don't know if the blonde was a good choice for the Yeti.
No, but it does make him infinitely funnier.
Yes, it's funny that apparently Ghost Trick Yeti's been hanging out in the yellow snow, but I don't know if that was the best idea for color theming.
What are you talking about? It's hilarious. It also means that people are less likely to want to attack him.
I mean, other than our opinions on his cuteness and or creepiness, I don't know.
David,
if
on the topic of attacking him, he has the biggest back.
I love how Axe likes to jump ahead as I'm trying to see if we have any thoughts about the art.
I mean, I think it looks like he has jaundice. I can't not think about it.
Yeah, like I said, the blonde's not the greatest look, but
also has a very cute white creature, which is what reminded me about the anime.
It's a snow bunny.
Maybe
Yeah.
he has frost there. But no, I was just gonna say that I don't think there's a lot to say about this art because
Clearly a midget.
it's true, it is a midget. I don't think there's a lot to say about this art because he is a Yeti. That's it. He's a Yeti. Congratulations, you've done it. So Ghost Trick Yeti is a level 3 Zombo, because he's a level 3. 300 attack, 200 defense. Again, what are levels? Keep in mind that Flameville Guard is a normal tuner that's level 1 that is 100 attack, 2k defense.
I think a little more to it.
Anyway, can't be normal summoned, flipped face down, and then when this card is flipped face up, you can target one Ghost Trick monster on the field. This turn it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. I think that's a little slow. I don't think it's bad. This is the biggest ass of any Ghost Trick.
Well, I should say the reason the effect is bad, and this is in the first wave of support, is because of Ghost Trick Vanish, which just gives blanket your Ghost Tricks can't be affected by card effects.
Oh, right, you reveal one and then everything is just...
Well, remember,
like,
this is battle or card effect.
Well, two of your field spells prevent battle.
Yeah, so I think it's just... I think, the idea is that it's got some resiliency. The possible idea is, because he's got 2k, is because, so flipped face up is... That's everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so he gets attacked into by your opponent.
Yeah.
While you have one other guy on the board.
Or you could also, I think you can proc this on yourself if he lives through the first attack. So if your opponent misses their attack order and like runs into Yeti, you're like...
Or they're doing the Gore's attack order.
Well, no, you Gore's attack order when you're attacking directly, so your opponent loses.
Yeah, it's true.
You attack with the smallest first to get around the Gore's trigger, because Gore's has to be after you take the damage. I think the idea is that Yeti's supposed to be a starter, because he's got a big 2k butt, and you set him, and he has a little bit of preservation. But I do think that it's probably a little slow, especially compared to a lot of the other cards we've seen in the combos, where, like, okay, he's a decent body. You can do a lot more stuff faster, though, with Ghost Tricks.
Yeah. It's just unfortunately that, like, I don't know. I don't really see a benefit to running him, especially because Ghost Tricks is kind of a crowded archetype.
Well, yeah,
and if I'm gonna put a funny tech Ghost Trick card, I'm definitely gonna put the next girl, because God, this card is infuriating.
Oh,
she's adorable but infuriating.
Art for our Our next team member.
This card will make someone ban it, even though they shouldn't.
Yeah, Mega. After this, I have a list of like 4 spell traps that are showing.
Wow, Fortune. Okay. Sure, we can do them.
I mean, Ghost Trick do have like 11 spell traps.
Yeah, they have a
Yeah.
lot. I'm just like, we talked about if any of the art is relevant, and I know that Axe mentioned, I think, Parade earlier.
Yeah, Parade.
And I know that Parade has a lot of monsters in it, but I was like,
It also, I think it shows a little more things about.
you've been quietly building this list when you haven't been interrupting me to move on to the effects when we're not letting everybody express themselves.
But yes, Yuki Onna.
Yes, Ghost Trick Yuki Onna. This was in Shadow Specters, by the way. So once again, it was kind of Halloween themed, but they kept the pop cultural osmosis as well. She also has a snow bunny.
Yeah.
She has a snow rabbit familiar.
Yeah, the snow bunny.
He's a cute level 2.
Yeah, I love the artwork.
Yeah, she's a Yuki Onna. This,
and
I think,
has-
does what Nekomusume doesn't do, where this is just the full kimono. Like, she's wearing sandals, she's got the kimono sleeves, she's got a scarf that's cute.
I mean, she's a purely Japanese myth. So
Okay, so here's another
So is
Kurt
Nekomusume.
says. This is with Yuki Ono and the Witch. So this dude is capable of paralyzing his enemies with strange powers. Be careful, Witch is a strong-minded girl and can't be stopped when she gets angry.
She gets angry a lot.
Which that's really funny that's about Witch when you hear Yuki Onna's effects.
Yeah.
Because holy shit, this card.
Well, I mean,
one
the
good
paralyzed
fancy, one
people
cursed
effect
figure.
makes part for Witch, and Witch does have more attack points. But yeah, it's kind of interesting how they come up with these, these lore reasonings for stuff. It's not necessarily directly to the way they
The
work.
pamphlet when it's going to go.
So, Yuki Onna is a dark spellcaster because she's level 2, 1,000 attack, 800 defense, so not super impressive. Can be normal summoned, flip face down. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can change the monster that destroyed it to face down to position, and if you do, it cannot change its battle position.
Period. Full stop.
Yes.
It curses the monsters that kill it.
Yeah. So if you boop Ghost Trick Yuki Onna, she freezes you solid. You're fucked.
Yeah. Remember how I said there was a Ghost Trick that was used in other decks? It's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So this is the one that's gonna be used in any kind of deck that wants to stall out at all.
Probably
any
rank
deck
2,
that
so-
goes. Usually, it's just any rank 2 deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
That
like,
isn't
you
water.
You boot my student, now you go to detention.
Yeah. Now you go to jail and you don't come back out.
Yeah. The only way you can get rid of is tributing or other
return
kinds
to
of like
hand.
destruct effects. Yeah.
Yeah.
Self-return to hand, tribute it off, use it for fusion, etc.
And with a So Cute Boss style deck, this card can get very annoying.
And also, it's important to remember this came out in the Xyz era, and Xyz monsters can go to defense position, and that means you can't use their detach effects. So you can lock up a lot of your opponent's resources with this card.
No, Ghost Trick Yuki Onna is great.
Yeah.
Axe. So you've said to me you have a list, but you still haven't given me the list.
Oh,
I cannot
was gonna put
pick.
it was from like earlier. It was like when we started and a little bit later. So I have
Well, did you edit it then? What the fuck here? Like, I don't see that many posts from you. Give me the stuff. The only thing you said was we should do Ghost Parade, and then you posted Warwolf. Like, and I cannot pull the cards. There we go. Okay. We're not gonna do Ghost Trick or Treat. That card just came out.
Yeah.
It's not gonna
Go
look
to
good.
Ghost Trick
Also,
Shot.
it's not really that important. I don't know why you would say that one. It's
I
so
would
cute boss
argue
and the
Ghost
other-
Trick Scare. I would argue Ghost Trick Scare.
Well, let
'cause
me start pulling up the arts because remember this
That's
is
the
still
key card of
Portrayal.
the deck. Also, its art's hilarious.
Yeah, so renovation is, I think, kind of important
Well, Renovation's a later card.
for the art.
No,
I
it's
think
a
scare.
one
I think scares
maybe-
wasn't worth showing. Is what
I was gonna say maybe the mansion.
Mansion's
talking about the-
fine.
Drake's cool to look at.
Mansion is just an action
talking about
shot.
the home that they inhabit.
Yeah, well.
Well, I
they
think
show
we can
the
probably do mansion instead of renovation, because
because that's a haunted house.
I think renovation's cool because it actually shows all of them and like how their dynamic is.
it's
Yeah,
no.
that's
I
true.
mean, it doesn't though. It just they're in a house. They're in their ghost house. We can show that they have a ghost house. I mean, it shows Witch yelling at them. That's kind of cute, but that's considering that I have to blow this up to like big enough to read. I don't think that's actually that big of a deal.
Okay.
But now I have to type Ghost Trick. I have to remember not to put 2 T's because it's just ghost trick, not ghost trick.
Yeah.
And then I like how the autocomplete is, even as I type parade, it wants me to search scare.
I mean, that is the main. That's like the 3 of in every Ghost Trick deck.
So actually, we don't even need to do parade. That's the thumbnail. So the audience can already see it.
Yeah.
All right, that is in the thumbnail.
Yay.
I'd say it's like a toss-up between renovation and mansion.
I
mean,
would
it's like
just
a
go with Mansion.
Shot is also not out, so I don't know if I'll be able to find a good art of this. This is one of those spell traps that just came out.
Yeah, but
Though the effect is good, the first line of this reads, special summon a ghost trick monster from your hand or graveyard.
Yeah, no, it's a really. Honestly, out of all of the support cards, it's probably their best.
All right, hold on. So I think we just have to talk about this to talk about how fucking nuts legacy support is. So I'll pull the card up, the full card. I'll blow it up.
Yeah,
a little.
Ghost Trick Shot's kind of gross.
Like,
I also just like the art in general.
I mean,
good art.
it's kind of funny because it's got the stuff going on. They're like playing games and stuff in their little house.
Ghost Trick Shot.
But let me read this effect to you. So, Ghost Trick Shot, this is a normal spell. It's a very funny pun. Special summon 1 Ghost Trick monster from your hand or graveyard, comma. Then you can change 1 face-down Ghost Trick monster you control to face-up attack position. So you get to special summon, and then you can immediately flip a Ghost Trick to do a Ghost Trick thing. Also, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 1 Ghost Trick Xyz monster you control. Attach 1 Ghost Trick card from your graveyard to it as material. You can only use each effective Ghost Trick shot once per turn. So, you get to play it, and then immediately special a Ghost Trick monster, and then change a face-down Ghost Trick monster to face-up attack to do its flip effects.
Yeah, if anything would make Ghost Trick Rogue viable, it is this card.
I mean, this is an easy 3 of. This is just you
I
get
don't
a
think
free.
it's a 3 of just because of how many
These
spell
two.
traps you need to jam.
I mean,
but
that's
it's
true.
easy
You
to
do have a
of,
lot,
I
but
mean.
it's at least 2. You're running this card.
Oh yeah, no.
Because
two of
it gives you a
that's
special summon and
common.
then lets you activate their flipped effects. And then it has a graveyard effect which lets you recycle materials, which in general is important. But also, if you were trying to do the mischief angel strategy, this is good for that because it lets you keep that building faster.
Honestly, I still think the only Ghost Trick card that is a definitive 3 of is probably Mary. Just because that card is ridiculous.
I wanted to show Parade because it's the only time that shows Mary that isn't just the mirror in the background. But yeah.
I mean, it's the thumbnail though, Axe.
It's thumbnail.
People
I
can
guess it's
see it. We hung out on there for like 5 minutes while I talked about other stuff. It's in the literal thumbnail.
You can also watch the video again. Give us more ad revenue.
Yeah, you can loot me again.
Yeah.
Nice chilling.
I'll click
there,
insert
Dallas.
ad really quick.
I would actually recommend Mansion just because it's the main field spell.
Yeah.
Well, other than Museum, but that art is weird.
Mansion. I'll look at Museum really quick.
It's like kind of in tandem to.
Scare is funny, but I don't think. Yeah, it's not a lot to talk
It's not
about.
really worth
That's
showing.
we already talked about how Lantern and Spectre jump out and scare you.
I mean,
It's just
yeah,
that.
I would just point out that is the main card in the deck. Like
Yeah.
that is the 3 of.
Look, I mostly just wanted to change my mind on renovation, mostly because Spectre's running around in that one being a goober, but
Yeah.
I mean,
it's very
honestly,
good.
looking at it, I don't think there's a lot to comment about in any of them because it's literally all of them are just in a house doing
Yeah, no,
their haunted
that's
house
true.
thing.
Fair enough. I just guess it's worth showing people that don't actually look up the cards themselves.
Yeah, like it's some of them are kind of interesting, but for the most part, it's just like
I
Go
think
around
we
is
should
kind of a weird
definitely
looking-
show a very official Ghost Trick card. Definitely, Needle Sealing is a very important card to show for Ghost Trick.
I
no, you know what's important though is another funny card that is definitely Ghost Tricks, but also not Ghost Tricks is Jack in the Hand.
That's true.
I was thinking of like also Ghost Trick Go Around is actually kind of cool to look. It's actually kind of
Yeah, Ghost Trick Around is funny. We can pull that one up
Oh.
just to show it because I feel that
because
that's
it's got a dynamic shot.
Yeah, that card is.
also Vanish is cool like art wise, but I don't think it's worth showing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Vanish is a little simple. Let me actually. No.
It's very unique comparatively to all the other ones.
Yeah,
but,
because
like,
it's. I think it's the only time you see Alucard in a card so far I've seen, and he's like
No,
outside
is
in the
it-
graveyard
where
looking
he's
like a
not-
cool boy.
he's-
I mean,
He's in
he's in a lot of other
renovation.
ones. He's just in the
Okay.
background.
Okay, so you don't see him much. So Jack in the Hand is reveal 3 level 1 monsters, different names for your deck. Your opponent adds 1 to your hand, and then you add 1 to your hand, and then you shuffle the 3rd.
I mean,
So
you
it's-
play that in
it's
Ghost
for-
Tricks.
It's reverse. It's reverse
I
delinquent
mean,
duo.
you don't really just because you don't have enough room.
Yeah, you don't have enough spell. So one of the reasons why I don't want to dig down into every like single field spell and stuff, and why I'm like, but
We
really
have
they all look
3.
like the house is they have 3 field spells, they have like 3 or 4 traps, they have additional extra normal spells. Like it's there is a lot of Ghost Trick support. Okay,
There. No.
I'm gonna start looking up the Vandreds then.
so you can see Ghost Trick go around there though.
Yeah, that is our equivalent to Final Battle, basically.
And it's yeah. It lets you keep
I
doing
still-
the thing.
I still really like Ghost Trick or Treats first. That's still.
But okay. I think that means that it is a appropriate time to move on.
Ghost Tricks
After
are-
2 hours. Okay, decent time.
We're gonna finish Vandred in an hour.
Oh, we can. There's like 5 cards.
Let's see.
Let me
there
actually make
are-
sure to
let's see,
say it correctly.
9.
All right, so there's a couple of different ways we can do Vendread.
There's
I
only
mean, we
like
should start with the ritual spell.
there's 9 cards, but then there's 9 spell traps, so there's only 18 cards in total.
Okay, so Vandreds are related to heroes and so in their lore.
See,
I refuse to believe that Vendreads have lore.
I'm just not gonna pay
They
attention
do.
to that because I want my brain to work.
That's very weird.
No, that's not it.
so let's see here. So I'm just gonna look. Let me check the spell traps. See which ones
Nope,
are
that's
actually
not it.
probably worth talking about.
I mean, I'm trying to dig through, and I'm like, where the fuck? Nope, that's the field spell. God damn you and your fucking names of things.
It's a Revenged origin.
Yeah.
Nope. Also, it's evolution.
No, Origin is the one I think is important to show.
Yeah, that's also. The
Okay, there we go. I found it. All right.
Yeah,
Like I
Revendred
said,
Origin.
there's for an archetype which is, I don't want to say hilariously bad, but like
Oh,
never went anywhere ever. Revendred was one of those cases of this was a TCG exclusive archetype, and then the OCG, probably because it's a really try-hard, edgy like '90s archetype. The OCG did not take it and immediately break the fuck out of it.
well, it also came out in Code of the Duelist.
Ah,
I mean,
and is
we
a
have-
ritual archetype not named Drytron or Necros.
But what I want to say, Dallas, I want to remind you is that Drytron and Necros exist, right? Like,
yeah, but
good
also,
ritual
do you-
cards had come out before and will come out
But this
again.
was also a Firewall Dragon format, so.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean that like rituals are inherently bad. It's just that like I said, for some reason the OCG didn't take this and run with it, unlike other ritual archetypes.
I'll just put out I want to put out the other decks that were released around the time of Vendred, just to put some things into perspective. There was Trickstar.
Ay,
There was the Gokis.
ay.
There was there was Firewall Dragon, which I consider an archetype. Some of the other, I'll just read.
Well,
some of the
Firewall's
spell-
not an archetype, but cyber stuff worked.
Here's some of the cards that came out in the set that Revendreds came out in. See if you've heard any of these.
Code's a very good set, yes.
Yeah, there's Firewall Dragon, Supreme King Dragon Dark Rebellion, Topologic Bomber Dragon, Trickstar Light Stage.
Bomber Dragon's another big one, yeah. But like this
Yeah.
was the first Link set, so all the really OP Link 4s came out, and some of the Link 2s, it was a big deal.
Heavy Storm Duster.
But so Revendred Origin has been pulled up.
So checking it, there's only one other spell trap we're showing, that's Daybreak, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, I was thinking that looking at a lot of them are kind of generic.
They make more. If you're doing like you're looking at like the narrative of it, they're fine. But if like just for the showing of the actual art, Daybreak's actually worth
Yeah,
going.
and we can mention how in like say, oh, in Vendread Nights, Vendread punches zombies. In what's the other one? Vendread Nightmare, he punches one of the boss guys.
Zombies.
In one of them, he gets beat up by Battlelord, and then in one case he beats.
Yeah, so
the thing
like
that used to be his wife.
a
Yeah.
lot of the spell traps are just Evendred
action pages.
does things. Or
It's the comic book action
Revendred.
pages.
Evendred is
Yeah.
is the regular one.
It's the comic book
Revendred
action-
and then Vendred. So Vendred is an interesting archetype, which by the way, the OCG translated as Vended, which is because in Japanese that is said the same way as vendetta, vendetto. So vendetto.
So, just to kind of show it, this is basically if the T virus was mixed with basically the Spawn situation.
Oh yeah, no,
where
it's I mean, I
This is the guy-
think as usual the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki tries too hard. But no, this is
Yeah.
absolutely like the actual appearance of Vendred himself is very Spawn or Revendred.
It's like zombie Spawn.
By the way, I'm kind of having this problem because Vendred is one of those archetypes like Subterrors and I think even like some Sky Striker stuff. Like a lot of unfortunate modern archetypes do where they play around with the names. It's kind of like how they used Ignoble and Noble Knights at the same time before Infernobles were just like, hey, we're going to do the same pun but different. So there is Vendred, which are the bad guys, the normal zombies. There's Revendred, which is the heroes, and then there's Evendred, which is the Link
The hero
monster
again.
that is, I think, the guy at the end.
It's just Revendred again.
Yeah,
It-
it's
it's
just
just-
a
it's
retrain.
It's basically a guy succumbs to a virus, but because of like a thing involving a magic necklace, I think he becomes basically a superhuman.
I
it's
mean,
not
I
about-
don't think it has anything to do with the necklace being magic. The necklace is his wife. You
Yeah.
can see it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the power of you ever play Bloodborne?
The power of anger.
It's Gascoigne.
Just too angry. Yeah. But
So
he becomes a superhuman, and he basically goes on a crusade through the night. But he's also one of the
And
zombies.
it's
so
edgy as shit.
which
All
may be
the
why this
spell
didn't
traps-
catch on. So basically,
all the-
this is just we have this normal man. His wife has a locket. He's found his wife's locket, and he is 100. He is 200% mad.
It awakens something as his body mutates.
So I think then,
Rolling in. Sorry.
yeah, I mean basically that's what it is.
That's
So we
literally
should.
what it
This
is.
is at least a decent ritual spell. So we should talk about this. This is a ritual
Yeah.
spell card. This can be used to ritual summon any Vendread ritual monster from your hand or graveyard. So it is generic. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field, or banish zombie monsters from your graveyard who equal the levels. And then it has a second effect, which, by the way, makes it viable to search with pre-prep because it names a ritual monster in its text, but is not a specific ritual summoning spell. If Revendred Slayer you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. So you can banish zombies as the materials, and you can ritual summon any Vendread ritual monster. Spoiler, there's more than one. And also it has protection for specifically Revendred Slayer. So this is a very important card in this setup.
Honestly, there's a weird mix of
I'll say this, Omega.
Spawn
Actually,
characters
I am remembering this. Vendred actually was a decent road deck for one very specific reason. Rituals didn't get boned up the ass by Master Rule 4.
That's true, because ritual monsters are in the main deck. You could still summon a shitload of them.
So they just went, well, we don't care about all that.
Also
stuff.
because they're zombies, so you can do a bunch of zombie support cards.
Like, that's literally the only reason they were
Because of a
playable.
zombie ritual, yeah.
Is because it was just, hey, rituals don't care about Master Rule 4?
So
A lot of the something I've noticed. A lot of the designs for Vendred it's a mix between Spawn era comics have like all the characters have a bunch of redesigns of their costumes all the fucking time, or different or comics like the Tokusatsu thing is all different forms and colors to them.
well, we should probably
the-
actually get to their art. So will you let me run the show, please? I'm trying to ask. Do you get what? How do you guys want to do this? Do we want to jump straight to Revendred Slayer? Because there's only 2 Revendred
Yeah,
monsters.
I think we should do Revendred Slayer.
And then we can
do
probably
the
start with
Vendred
the
monsters.
Vendred levels because anima is important for reasons, but we can get there after Revendred because that was kind of where this started.
Yeah, I was thinking we do Slayer and then maybe we could show Executive and Savior. I guess we should hit this at the end.
Oh my god, poor Poor the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki. They literally only have the scan of this guy as like a super rare
Oh yeah, Savior's
from the OTS pack. I don't even know why.
It's hard to get art Savior, like holy shit.
But so let's pull up the actual boy. So you see this man here. He's very mad. The power of love and hate allows him to become this motherfucker. Yeah, that's the transition art from Duel Links. So no,
Yeah.
we're doing the full art here.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you get where the yellow came from.
Yeah, only good fun.
It's knockoff Spawn.
Yeah, but in like a bad way. What the fuck is going on with his face? Like, why
I
does
would
he
say-
have a
okay,
little
no.
V nose mouth?
His face is like the
I can
only
tell you
good
this.
thing.
This is a combination of two Marvel characters in Spawn. This is they
Yeah.
threw Spawn, Dormammu, and Doc Ock into a fucking blender and
Oh,
gave him
really?
Booster Gold's costume.
I think some of the other versions are.
I
better.
hate it so much.
Oh, this is
I-
awful. I'm so glad
Yellow
we're,
is
we've.
not a good
I've,
color.
like after Ghost Tricks, we didn't have shit to say about the art. It's adorable. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this ugly fuck.
Again, it's Spawn's era art, and a lot of era art was
Yeah,
not the best.
not
Yeah.
Dallas Axe. You keep saying that. I don't give a shit. He's
But
ugly.
Here's the thing.
And if
Well,
he looks
here's the
like, if
thing.
Spawn looks like him, Spawn's ugly.
Oh yeah,
I
Lost
was
Water was
gonna
ugly.
say, I'm
orange
not a
and
fan of the suit, to
purple
be honest.
contrast too much.
Yeah, yellow.
And I
color.
do believe that is intended because the original printing of this was, that's his color. He was a rare. So he was printed in normal card art, and he looks this ugly. Why is he bright
well-
yellow?
Here's the difference with Spawn. Spawn's color combination is black and red.
Yeah,
and
this guy's
white.
blue and yellow, and I don't know why. Also, yes,
Well,
I have
okay,
drawn the
I
weird
think
face on him.
he's-
He's got a weird V thing. I don't know what that is.
I was gonna say, I think he's not black and red in his suit because he's black and red in the face, and I think that would have blended too much in.
No, I
Probably.
think that would have been
Also,
fine
they
if
might
his
have
eyes were
actually
red.
gotten sued because
That's
this is
true,
what
but like
Spawn
the
looked
color
like.
palette they picked for this is ugly. It's like bone white.
Oh,
I don't even know what
yeah.
that blue is, and that like mustard yellow. Who in the art
Mine-
department of Yu-Gi-Oh! The TCG, not the OCG, thought this was a
Well,
good look?
I honestly,
Okay.
Omega, my biggest problem are the fucking bone Doc Ock arms. Like,
Yeah.
why? What was the decision making behind that?
He's got fucking bone like arm blades and then like bone like.
I mean, the arm blades are pretty normal. That we talked about a
Yeah,
lot
the
of heroes with that.
arm blades are actually fine. It's the fucking tentacles on his back.
Yeah, the backpack thing,
Tendrils.
the Iron Spider thing. Actually, you need me to draw a picture about the things coming out of his back?
What?
Yeah, no, they're spider legs.
Oh okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
like,
fucking
tendrils.
Iron Spider.
Okay.
Like, look,
I was
look.
thinking like I was just thinking of the word with like tendrils.
And Iron Spider's bad enough, because yes, I know I hate that costume. Not the one they used in the MCU. That one was fine.
Well, the MCU
for
did the
5
MCU thing
seconds.
where they get to like fucking
The
steal all the
original
bad.
Iron Spider. Let me see if I can find Iron Spider.
It's a little dumb. It looks much more armored, if I remember rightly from the comics. But yeah, no, I mean, I think like I get what they're going for, obviously, because hey, this is a
Problem
zombie ritual
Omega is
monster.
the shade of yellow the Iron Spider is. Because are you ready for shiny?
Yeah, that was the other thing they did, where he is.
God, I hate Iron Man's colors in the comics.
Oh yeah, where it's bronze and gold.
It's just the.
No, it's a dull red.
But yeah, we should probably get to that one.
But so there's so much wrong here though. Like the shoulder pads. Why does
Oh,
he
yeah,
have
no,
shoulders
it's
like
awful.
that? He's got toe spikes. Like he's covered in unnecessary spikes, and also like honestly, like the accents for his boots, which are not boots, because is he wearing a suit? Did he make himself a spandex suit? What the fuck?
No, I don't even know.
This is an unpopular opinion, I think. But this is the era where, to me, Yu-Gi-Oh! Art starts going down the shitter.
No, I mean you
Um,
said this is Code of the Duelist, so this is literally around the. I mean, like a lot of people would say it was Arc V, because we may or may not do Pendulum Dragons and stuff sometimes, but that's the wealth of Konami orbs, fucked up
Well-
feet, and robot dragons that don't make any sense. But, like-
Here's an unpopular opinion. I don't even like the dragon art in Zexal for the most part. Even when we did the Signer Dragons, I was not a huge fan of all of their art.
No, not all of them were
Like-
good, but like a lot of them at least were vaguely draconic, right? Like pendulum dragons
Well-
are weird.
Omega Ancient Fairy Dragon.
I mean, yeah, but that was
I
the
mean,
ancient
you
fairy
could-
dragon. It was kind of ethereal. It was still serpentine.
Fucking.
It's not a
I was
robot,
gonna say,
unlike
even
Power
that
Tool
you could
Dragon, but that was
say-
literally a robot.
Even then, you could say that was dragon looking.
I mean, yeah, it's an Eastern style dragon.
I'll
thing.
just say, to me, Vrains is where, because I like some of the Arc V art. Like, dragons aside, because, yeah, the pendulum dragons are not my thing. But there's a lot of Arc V archetypes that I actually love the art for. Like,
No, I think they are.
Zodiacs
It's just
great.
that like the problem was the pendulum dragon type stuff, and then all the associated Zark stuff. You know, Xyz dragon,
Okay, I take that back. There's one dragon I really like. the
Synchro
design
dragon, etc.
of.
Like,
I think Starving Venom and Crystal Wing are both great art.
yeah, some of them are good, but a lot of them are not good. And the problem I think for a lot of people is they were front and center. Like, that was the signature
That's fair.
cards for that anime, and thus there was a shitload of them printed, and a lot of them are just weird.
The
and
signature card for the
gross.
anime was actually just a bunch of weird circus creatures.
Yeah.
Plus magicians.
There's
Oh, you
way
This
too,
deck is weird.
there's way too many bullshit fusions of Pendulum Dragon to.
Oh no, Oddai's got like a different form every a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But most of Yuya's deck was Perform H, Perform Pal.
Yes, but the problem is, Dallas, it gets a different form every week. That means everybody gets to see these cards coming out all the time.
Yeah.
Is what we're getting at. Like, but no, I think this definitely exemplifies something we talked about when we did Heroes way back when, which is digital art reaches a point where you can get a lot of really good work out of references, and sometimes that's too much because you don't have to like eyeball it. This guy has his way too tight tights and muscle definition, except for the cup he's definitely wearing. Like, some of the bone stuff looks really good, but it's just, why did you add the bone back spikes? Why does he have a Punisher face in his chest? Like, what? Why are these details here?
I
Why does he
feel
have
like
two
this
belts?
was-
Why does he have two
this
garter
feels-
belts? What the fuck?
This feels like someone who has a tangential knowledge of comics and wanted to do a thing.
So, as one thing I've noticed is like, one, I apologize because I didn't think it would be this bad. So maybe think the monsters are probably a little better. But
Oh no, I'm
think-
glad.
I think the spider, I think the blade tendrils kind of come from a thing of, in a lot of the spell trap art or its action poses where he's kind of small in comparison to the large monsters, it lets you identify him because you can notice the tendrils. You can kind of see them.
I mean,
But
yeah,
although-
I think the scarf though is a better signature, and I will actually say, other than I don't know what's going on with like his mouth hole, I do actually like the detail at the top of his head, like the fact that he's got black flames for hair and like big red flames of anger shooting out of his eyes, like you see in the spell. I'm like, okay, that's a cool effect. I love the detail that you can see he's wearing his wife's pendant, right? Like, there's some good qualities to this. The background, for instance, I think is really good. Like, that's a pretty interesting, like, low-focus cityscape that's got some interesting, like, signage going on back there. It looks kind of like maybe it's, like, in New York or Tokyo, you know, or just in the fake video game city. But there's
Also,
too many
Omega-
upfront details about his card art I don't like. What's up, Dallas?
I do want to say, as to the earlier conversation, no, I just looked at the start of Arc V. I forgot Shiranui, Yang Zing, Super Heavy Samurai, and Melodious are the start of Arc V. No, the art is great. I don't know what people are talking about. People are wrong.
Well, I like I said, it's mostly just pendulum dragons. Like that, they really exemplify the Konami orb problem, and like I said,
yeah, I guess
because a
but-
lot of them are really good. Like, they're generic, so guess what? You play, you know, not that I think Clear or Crystal Wing are bad, but you play them. You play Rebellion Dragon. You know, you played a lot of the pendulum stuff in Pendulums. Starving Venom is still a staple card because you can super poly that motherfucker, right? Like,
yeah.
you see them a lot. And you see a lot of the bad ones a lot because a lot of the, like, dumb pendulum fusions were printed a lot.
Honestly,
so.
I'm going to say this. Arc V actually has my favorite art, judging by the stuff that comes out in it.
Yeah, like, I don't think the art direction was, like, a complete bad, but a lot of people will say that was the start because people will object to robot dragons with Empreg orbs being the quote-unquote centerpiece archetype. But, again, I think also that has to do with the anime thing. Like, this was, you know, this was a TCG exclusive, so it definitely didn't get played in the anime. This is just somebody of the TCG team, you know, the guys who brought you shit like BAs, which I think are perfectly fine, and other, you know, we did Subterror. I think a lot of Subterror art is pretty good, and that was from the similar era. But like somebody was just smoking something when they printed this motherfucker.
No,
Let's talk about its
this
effect.
This is Marvel's popular right now. Let's do that.
Yeah,
Look bad.
probably. When were you printed?
No, they were doing a 2017.
Yeah, 2017.
They were doing a Marvel reference art. But the only references they could find were old Rob Liefeld comics.
Also, by the way, shout out to whichever poor motherfucker got this out of OTS Tournament Pack 6. And also, future shout out to whoever wins our tournament that week and pulls him out of OTS Tournament Pack 6. What a shitty-ass super rare. Well, I mean, maybe not the worst, but, like, for an art upgrade, I don't know about that. Putting him in holofoil does not make him look better, trust me. I've been staring at this foil image.
Yeah.
So this is a zombie dark ritual, level 6. And remember, you can banish from your grave with the ritual spell. You can ritual summon him with any Vendred ritual spell. Once per turn, if this battles an opponent's monster, during damage calc, you can... Quick effect, by the way. If this battles an opponent's monster, quick effect, you can banish one zombie from your graveyard. This card gains 300 attack. He's already got 2,400 attack and 0 defense. So 300 attack. He gets to go to be 2,700 instead of 2,400. Great. I love it.
I'll say this,
it's not great.
I actually think it's better than you think it is.
I mean, it's a quick effect, so like...
And it's not OPT.
No, it is. Once per battle. Well, once per battle, so like if your opponent attacks in the wrong order, but like it's once per battle, you can't continually banish zombies. What it is if you ritual summon this and your opponent has a monster that's like 2,500, you can hit over it on your turn because it's both turns. It's a quick effect. But
also, its good effect is its secondary effect. Anyway,
yes,
so.
Its secondary effect is if this ritual summoned card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one ritual spell from your deck to your hand, and if you do, send one Vendred monster from your deck to your graveyard. You can only use this effect once per turn. So this is your centerpiece monster. He is, I believe, the easiest ritual monster to summon because he's 6.
Mm-hmm.
No, Chimera's 5. So, but he's
in most of the Vendred decks I'm seeing. He's the only ritual monster in the deck.
Yes, because he gets the support, right? He has the protection of the ritual spell, and when you do it, he loops. Hey, guess what? He's a zombie, so you can banish him from the graveyard to summon a new him. It's like playing Geesh Keys, where you know, because of the way Mirror works, you send Gus Kraken to summon Gus Kraken, recycle your Gus Kraken and your spell.
It's me having the...
Omega, it's so sad. Do you want to know how many Vendred cards are used in the official Vendred deck?
Probably like 2? 2 different names?
No. There were 4 cards used.
Oof.
No, 5. Sorry. Revended Slayer, Hound Horde Revenants, Origin, and Revended Reorigin.
So the ritual spell, the retrain of the ritual spell, and the two two main deck monsters.
Reorigin's actually a token.
Reorigin has nothing to do with the ritual spell. Isn't
Why
that
is
great?
it called Reorigin? What the fuck?
Because fuck you.
So that's the thing I think I hate the most about this archetype is the names. Like the monster names are okay, but like the whole Vendred thing, and then all the spell names are just what the fuck? What does this mean?
Interestingly enough, Vendred Evolution and Vendred Revolution are really, they're meant to go together art-wise.
Yeah, this archetype hurts my brain a lot. But I've talked about Slayer's effect. He's decent. He can cycle himself, so you can set up for banish plays. A lot of zombie monsters banish anyway, so you know, Mezuki, Gozuki kind of thing. Like you got some cycling kind of stuff. Also, I do believe, does Zombie World make all monsters in the graveyard zombos as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so Zombie World works. They do have a field spell, but I don't know if it matters. Field spell. You can discard one card, add one Vendred from your deck to your hand. That's pretty good. Only use effect once per turn. When your Vendred monster destroys an opponent's player by battle, you can banish a Vendred monster from your graveyard. Can attack again in a row. Okay, Vendred Knights is okay. I don't think it saves the archetype, but it's decent. But you could run Zombie World.
It adds consistency.
Okay, so we'll do Slayer. Let's really quickly, just so I can scratch him off my list, do Executor. I don't know if that makes any sense in lore, but just because I want to scratch off Revendred, let's do it.
I think it is. Oh yeah, I think I know what this is.
So for some reason, they say that this is like Albert Wesker.
No, it's the Slayer's final form before in his final battle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the wiki is, I think, smoke and crack. Like this is just the evolved form of Slayer Executor.
You also
is
can notice it's also the card immediately after this is Daybreak.
Yeah, I believe you can. Oops, I've accidentally gotten off this being selected, but let me loosen her up a little. But go ahead.
Okay, so this guy, just because of, I guess maybe the red and the whole, was it? Lost my train of thought. Scarf thing sort of reminds me of just a mutated version of a hero killer Stain.
It to me it's because it's the thing of it's a zombie guy who he dies and then he just gets back up, and this is where he's evolved himself. By
Oh, I mean, yeah, this is
Battlelord.
this is literally just Slayer, but more.
Yeah, I think he also consumed like Battlelord's soul for something.
Yeah, I don't know about that. He's still got his dumb V mouth, which I've highlighted for you. Once again, whoever did that, that's dumb. Don't do that. Why does he have a cute V mouth? Just give him nothing on his. Give him skull teeth on his bandana covering his mouth or something, or give him no mouth. Nothing Spawn has a mouth. Just
Straight to this one.
don't do it.
I
Oh,
actually
sorry,
like
I just
this.
got back.
I like this one more. It's silly, but I think.
Well, I will say this. So this is Revenge Red Executor to remember. So this is like Slayer's evolved form or whatever. I think this is better partially because the color palette is better and makes more sense. He's got a dark blue scarf and he's got reds, blacks, and more bone whites, which I think goes together better than his mustard yellow and dark blue body tones.
I think
Also, it actually looks like he's infected with with like a zombie virus.
Yes, he's got like weird red glow and like some bloodlines. He's got all of his bones are like really gross and growing out.
I think once we compare it to like Battlelord, you'll get what I mean by saying that it looks like he consumed it.
Yes, sure. When we go to future shit, when we do spoilers, got it. But like,
And yes, he does way much more look like a ripoff of Spawn.
yes.
Also, I think this one came out with Revenge Red Evolution.
I mean, this was Flames of Destruction. This was a whole year-ass later.
Oh yeah, Revenge Red Evolution came out too. Yeah. Okay.
So, there's a few different things here. But anyway, this is Executor. I think, like I said, he's got some positive points. He's definitely freakier looking. He only has 2 tentacles now. He just has they're huge. And they're like way grosser and stuff. But there's still
like
some
armor now.
shit that's weird.
Oh yeah, like he's pissing flesh all around on his right leg.
Also, the position of his face bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah, the angle of his face, like his eyes. I think part of it is his hair's supposed to be like messily growing back, like his fire effect is fading, because you can see the red light of like dawn. I think coming in, it makes sense with Daybreak, which we'll probably pull up really quick just to get it out of the way.
I think it's nice.
But like, I mean, it makes sense, but also I think it's good to just cover it because we see kind of the cycle. We saw him start, we see him end. But like, also parts of this are really ugly. Like, what's with this weird T-shape? Like, okay, actually, I got it. Why are his arm blades now tiny sharks?
I don't know.
Like, this goes to what Dallas was talking about earlier. This card is really over-designed, and parts of it are cool and are better than the original, and parts of it are not.
Yeah, now I'm less okay with his wrist spikes.
Yeah, because they're way more gross and overcomplicated, and I don't know why they are this way. Yes, Mark, that's what Dallas said earlier.
I think there's I think there's a line to it, or like there's a thought line to it, but it's kind of hard to
Sorry,
get into.
Bird was away for a bit, so.
But yeah, like I said, I like elements of this, but I don't like other elements of this. I like his color scheme way better.
Yeah.
I think the cityscape is probably the best part.
Yeah, that kind of like red glow of the city behind you in the like morning sun, that's cool. I actually like the asymmetry, like his one leg is like bursting out into kind of like a side spike and a spine look.
I think that's cool. I just wish they'd continue that through all of the design.
Yeah, I wish they'd simplified it a little. Like, actually, he's fully asymmetrical. He's more bony on that sided period. Look at his arm versus his other arm. But like,
All right. Yeah.
there's still way too many extra shit in him though, and I don't know if I like it. But anyway, this is your biggest bung schwa in terms of rituals. This is an 8. He is a dark zombie with 3k attack, 0 defense. Ritual summon this with any Vendread ritual spell. This card's name becomes Revenge Red Slayer while it's on the field, because this is why you don't make support cards that only affect one monster name. Because if that monster name is bad, you need to do it again. So basically, he becomes Revenge Red Slayer when he's on the field. When this Ritual Summon card is on the field, your opponent can't target cards you control with card effects except this card. If this Ritual Summon card is destroyed by battle or destroyed by opponent's card effect while in your opponent's monster zone, add one Revenge Red card from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. Or use this effect once per turn. So he gets the protection of Origin. He makes it so your other cards, like your field spell and other shit, can't be affected by your opponent while still being vulnerable himself, which is not as good as a lot of boss monsters, but way more fair. And then if it's...
You can also
Good?
You can also probably crash without fear. To some degree, like all of our boss monsters have 3k as well, and you are unaffected by other
Well,
cards.
yeah, he is... unlike regular Revenge Red Slayer's effect, right, where he just gets 300 attack, which is good for getting over, like, 2,500 monsters, but doesn't stop most bosses. This guy can actually clash, and you can battle protect him with Origin. So he is more effective at removing things. He's still vulnerable to card removal effects because he can be targeted, and literally is the only thing he can be targeted. So even if your opponent, like, wants to pop one of your utilities, they have to get rid of your boss monster first. But when he is destroyed by battle or card effect, you do get to add a card from your hand, so it kind of keeps the deck cycling. So let me see if I can pull up the full art of Daybreak.
I mean, there's one big problem with Vendred as an archetype, and that's this is in the middle of Zodiac format.
Fair enough.
I mean, yeah, that is the key thing, right? Is that this archetype was kind of maybe a little rogue, but its primary problem was that it came out when
Yu-Gi-Oh sucked.
When other Yu-Gi-Oh decks and formats were hot.
I'm sorry, I want to show you the July 2017 top decks list, because it's grim.
What is it? Show it to me. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it with the chat.
Let's say, it is Pure Zodiac, True Draco Zodiac, True Draco Zodiac, True Draco Zodiac, Kaiju Zodiac, Pure Zodiac, Pure Zodiac, True Draco Zodiac, Pure Draco.
Yeah, so this was True Draco format, which is obviously
no, it was
evil.
just Zodiac. There's not a single deck. Oh no, that's not true. One person played Paleo Frogs.
Okay, so yeah, this was what they call Zodiac format.
Yes.
With True Draco sprinkling, and everybody knows that True Draco is actually objectively awful.
Yes.
And sucks.
So, on the topic of
in the way that it's good.
I think this is one of the best arts of the actual Vendreds, because I think this is actually very good looking.
Oh, yeah, no. So, to speak about how Vendreds could be good, this is actually a really good art. Like, you've got the cityscape, you've got the sunlight, you've got Executor, you can tell because of how fucked up his arm blades are, and the extra large, bone thing dissipating behind me is basically, like, burning up. Like, he's won his fight, he's on the field of rubble, he's carrying the locket, staring at it mournfully as he fucking melts in the sunlight. It's over. Like, that's actually, like, really good visual storytelling. The effects are pretty good. And the fact that all of his gross bits are melting means that it's okay that they're gross, because they're going away.
Also, just as a thing, Vendred is, like, weirdly enough, like, it feels like it'd be, like, that single issue, like, 100-page graphic novel kind of thing. This is like the last like 5 pages.
Oh yeah, this is the last. This is like the second to last panel, because the last panel is actually the Link monster, where it's like, but he survived, he came back. Spoilers, because he comes back. That's a Vendred, but anyway.
Wow, I don't know how anyone can say any other format was this bad. This is ridiculous. Sorry, Zodiac format lasts for 4 months.
I mean, no, I don't think anybody likes Zodiac format except Zodiac players. But there's a reason why like 4 Zodiac cards are banned, and like another 4 Zodiac cards are limit 1.
Guys, I thought Zodiac was like 2 years, because it's like I thought formats last at least a year and a half.
No, we've told you this. That's not how formats work. The format lasts as long as the decks last.
Okay.
Yeah.
So. Something like a Dad type format lasted a really long time because they didn't do anything about Dad and the dark cards that did stuff for a long time. But like I said earlier, Edison format is literally like 3 weeks. It's like a couple of weeks around the Edison Nationals, and then a new set came out and changed the format. So like formats can be very short. Goat format is like 4 years because the people who designed Goat are weirdos. Like, I don't hate GOAT as like a retro format, but it's like, it's really weird. It's just every DM set plus the first GX set because it doesn't have Cyber Dragon in it, so we don't care.
I don't hate GOAT format. I just hate the people that are really into GOAT format.
GOAT is a weird concept.
You're fucking weird nerds.
Heck, GOAT.
But yeah, this honestly, Daybreak is a card that I feel like would be a cool poster to have.
No, I think it's good to refresh our palette after those couple of monster cards were kind of monstrosities. And we didn't really talk about the art, but like Origin looked okay. It was like an action shot, right? Like I could tell what was in it.
Again, I feel like most of the actual Vendor cards, if you put them together and added like a bunch of filler pieces, could make a graphic novel to a degree.
I mean, they wouldn't do the full thing because they're doing like,
I mean, yeah.
like 20 cards, but yeah, I get what you mean. So this is a normal trap card. If your opponent controls more monster cards than you, choose one ritual summon Vendread monster you control. Destroy all cards in the field except the chosen monster. It can't attack directly while it remains face up. You can only activate one Vendread Daybreak per turn. So I don't really know what the plan is here. I guess the idea is you leave the materials on field, you do a board nuke, and then you cycle them out so you can actually attack? I don't know. It's an interesting concept as a board breaker because, like, you set this guy, you do your ritual summon, and then your opponent builds this big, huge fucking board, and then you're like, nah.
It's a bunch of non-targeting destruction.
I need to show you the name of your deck I just found.
Do you, Dallas? Does this have anything to do with Vendreads?
No, what the fuck is this?
I hate this. I will not speak this name aloud. I will not say it.
I like spirals, but what is that?
I don't know.
Hell is what
Anyway,
it is.
moving on.
I will not. I refuse to speak its name. Let's do the regular Vendread, guys.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do the zombies.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, there are. I think.
Wait, no, Omega. We should probably do the last of his forms.
Oh,
He does have one more.
Vendread?
Vendread Slayer.
I guess we
Yeah.
could. That one's way later.
I mean,
It's
we
a
just
little
did
weird.
Daybreak.
That's true. We did the end. But a Vendread is one of those weird cards. This card came out in Battles of Legend Heroes Revenge in 2019. Well
Also, it's
after
better than-
anybody's hope of Vendread being cool was dead.
Also, it's better than any of the other arts.
This is also true.
It just looks like a spawn art, honestly.
Well, yeah, it's more... I think, honestly, a Vendread Saviors thing is... It's more subdued. But also, it's really weird, because on the one hand, I understand why you would consider an extra deck, right? Because it's a Link monster. Spoilers. I can see why you would go there, because as a ritual deck, you don't need extra deck monsters. Your main boys are in your hand, so you have some flexibility.
What are you talking about? There's the Vendread card Draco Necro. That's in every Vendread deck.
I know, but that's what I mean, right? You have flexibility to do funny things in your extra deck. But on the other hand, making a Link monster doesn't necessarily help your deck any. But anyway, here's a Vendread Saver. I've pulled up his art.
So just as the thing, I've noticed is like all of like the up to this point, all of like the Rebed and the Vendreads all happened, I think, in like one night. It's all like one day. And this is like after the guy survives, he's now become an actual superhero. So
yeah, basically, I think the implication here is that while his powered form burns up, he doesn't actually die in Daybreak. He lives somehow and comes back again in a new costume with solid snake butt. I like the subdued purples, though. Like the purples and the dark red scarf are a way better color scheme. You can tell something is different because his eyes glow purple now, as does his arm blade, which actually looks like a sword, and it's not overcomplicated.
I think it's like actually would have like a deployable one, actually.
Yeah, it looks like it kind of folds out. His weird bone tentacle things are now like weird bone wings or jet boosters, which is better, I think, because at least it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like he would give him a silhouette like an avenging angel as he jumps down on you. He still has the really dumb foot spikes and the weird garter belts, but whatever. He's a superhero. He can be.
But like compared to the other arts, this is fucking.
Oh yeah, no.
Run on.
What were you saying,
So
David?
that he impales you when he punts you.
Yeah. Like, no. Like, the color scheming being more subtle is way better. I actually like the kind of, like, the purple effect now. His arm blades are not freakishly over-designed. They're only a little over-designed.
They're kind of hard to make out what they are because of the...
Okay.
Well, yeah, because this was a small image, unfortunately, that I
I
had to
think
pull
there's
up, but...
one weird thing, but it might be just be perspective. But what is that weird spike thing that's sticking out from the bottom left corner?
Oh, that's attached to his back. It's a wing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just...
It
Yeah,
still has
it-
the
there's
bone.
another
There's
one
these
Yeah.
we looked
weird
at
Doc
top
Ock tentacles.
Yeah, so they became
only
kind of
have
like
two left.
bone wings now, which I think work better.
I think there's two of them left. Yeah.
I do kind of I think it's interesting they went for the rear shot, but I mean that's basically a joke about superhero poses, right? Is the
Well, yeah,
butt
this
shot.
is a superhero pose.
Yeah, he's doing the
It's
finger
not
thing.
the superhero pose, but it is a superhero.
Yeah,
pose.
he's doing the look over his shoulder. It's got the kind of like dynamic look down at the city streets. Like I think this is a much better art because it's more subdued and does not go like over the top in the design elements.
There would be a Rorschach monologue here.
There's probably one. Yeah, he's honestly there probably would be a monologue.
This city is filled with those who did it.
Or more of like, I live eternally until the virus is dead, or some bullshit.
No, it has to start with this city.
I don't know.
Every superhero monologue from the 90s started with this city.
It could
this is more of,
also it could also just be that fucking quote about, you know, when there's no more room in hell, the dead. That everybody
That's
does
true.
also. Because remember, this guy's
Honestly-
still a zombo. He's a zombie superhero.
Yeah, he's a zombie powered by anger and his lack of wife.
I'm gonna
Well, no,
look
no,
up
he's
Spawn.
Avengred's savior. He's the saver.
Yeah, he's
Which I do think is interesting because this is a Vendred, Avengered, or a Vendredetto,
as an
and
event,
savior
yeah.
as opposed to slayer and executor, right?
Again, I think it's because the first ones are. It's his night of revenge, and now
Yeah.
he's chosen to be. A
So
superhero,
this is like they did a funny like later legacy support. You probably don't see this in Vendred decks, but you see it in zombie decks because this is a zombie Link 2. He's dark.
Yeah, zombie
He's a Link 2. He's got 1600 attack. 2 zombie monsters. His name becomes Revendred Slayer on the field. You can only use each of the following effects of Vendred Slayer once per turn. 1. Target a Vendred card in your graveyard, add it to your hand, so you get recycling. 2.
Recycling,
During damage calc, if this card battles an opponent's monster, quick effect, you can send one zombie monster from your deck to the graveyard. That opponent's monster loses attack equal to the level of the monster sent to the graveyard by 200. So, hey,
That's
remember
pretty
how
zombie
Revendred Savior kind of sucked with his damage, his attack modulation effect? Yeah, this motherfucker's great. You
Wait,
get
that
to
effect
send
modulates
zombies
attack?
to graveyard as a quick
I was like,
effect.
I didn't even notice it modulated attack. I've just only ever used that to pitch Baldrock.
Yeah, no. But also, if you pitch, what level is Baldrock? It's pretty high.
It's like a 6, I think.
No, it's
Yeah,
eight-
so that's
eight or nine.
1200 attack?
No, Beldrock's like 8 or 9.
No, it's not 9. I know that.
No, but like you can pitch zombies to your graveyard to do funny things, and also this is during damage calc, so you get to like do funny attack
I
modulation.
mean, this is literally just pitch Baldrock.
Yeah, no. So
I'm
this
just
is a
Balazar,
really good
yeah.
card you see because it is a generic Link 2 in zombie decks. But it does at least
Oh yeah, he's an 8. He's 8. Yeah.
it does at least count as Revendred Slayer, and you get to do Vendred stuff. So like you could literally play a Vendred deck and just fuck all your ritual shit. Play Savior.
He's a good card, actually, is the thing.
Yeah,
He's a good
no,
zombie
I
card.
have used this multiple times in one of my actual competitive decks.
Yeah.
Just because it can pitch Baldrock.
So this is really interesting.
Considering that that's like down 1600 attack, that's enough to probably beat over a 1300.
I mean, yeah, that's basically like a reversed honest because his attack is 1600. So like that'll eat into most. Hell, even if you're just like, because remember, it's on either player's turn. It's a quick effect. You can do this on your own when you attack like monsters and be like, you have a little extender out there. I'll attack him. You have like 1800 attack. No, fuck you. I just sent Mezuki. You lose 800 attack. Actually, you don't have that much attack. But bye. Like, there's a lot you can do with this, and so it's very funny that this card came out way later. This is 2019, only printed in Battles of Legend Heroes Revenge.
Sadly enough, because he's actually a good zombie card.
Yeah, like he does the zombie play way better.
It means they
So-
learned to some degree. Like,
Yeah,
long-
I mean, I think
long
they
enough like
figured
that.
it out.
Also, the art is so much better.
Also,
I just
yeah,
have to,
the
I have
art's
to
way
say
relaxed.
that again. 'cause,
I get it. It's the situation. I think the guy actually designed the costume instead of just dealing with his body warped into.
So let
Oh,
us
look, it's
start
the guy's
at
wife.
the main deck monsters that are not rituals, the regular Vendreds, because
boy,
we've run
we're
through the
back into
whole
bad arts.
Revendred stuff. So this is
So-
Vendred Anima. This is clearly the zombie ghost lady of his wife because she's got the long hair and she's wearing the locket.
Also, it's showing a bunch of other ones where it's like the corpse possessing a corpse kind of thing.
It's Claire.
There's a lot of soul stuff going
Whatever
on
the fuck.
because
It's just
Anima,
the life.
Anima being soul.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be more metaphysical than most zombie movies are because it is Anima and there's like the little ghost lights in all the chest and like parts of her body don't exist.
Yeah.
Weird art.
It's
I'm gonna say,
weird,
like,
but it's
yeah.
not bad, right? Like,
Yeah,
especially
it's
with
no,
that
it's not
hypnotic
bad.
swirl, I think it's meant to be like weird and trippy. Like,
Yeah.
like the guy like
Honestly-
stumbles into this weird vision, grabs the amulet, realizes his wife is dead, and then.
Of the original Vendred art, I actually think this is the best.
Honestly, yeah, because there's a
Um,
weird mix between. Honestly, what I've gathered is a lot of like the Vendreds, like the Vendred virus. Is,
Well,
like, a
this is
weird
not
mix
an
between-
original. This is from Flames of Destruction. This is a second
It's-
wave card.
It's a mix of like.
That makes double sense.
It's a mix of like, basically like undead demons, and then there's actual like, spiritual like.
Yeah, some
That's
of
right.
them are different, but like we'll see this when we get to there later. Like a lot of them are very much like you can tell that they are being like Resident Evil stuff. This is not, because this is like really weird and esoteric.
I mean, it's like Resident Evil, but honestly, this is more out of Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, which would make sense because Konami does own that. And I don't think they've
I
done a
think
lot
they
of
made it
Silent Hill
They're doing
references.
anything with it.
Why are they?
Hey, I mean,
Silent Hill archetypes?
allegedly they are working on a new title. They are supposedly, according
Oh,
to
I'm
leaks-
never gonna forgive them for shuttering the Guillermo del Toro project.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was to be
Konami could
expected
burn
when
for
they
that.
cut out Kojima, but yeah, that kind of sucks. Everybody knows that. I mean, that's why Del Toro doesn't want to work in video games anymore.
Konami's video game division is dead to me. I will never
Well,
buy another
they were
one.
dead to the company, so they're gonna have to
Did
rehire
Del-
some people.
Did Toro never like Death Stranding? I guess.
No, Del Toro didn't. Del Toro was upset because he was really involved in this video game project that had trailers and stuff, and then got canned because that's something that only happens in video games. Is like you can get well into
And only
pre-production.
happens in honestly, I would argue only happens in Japan.
Yeah.
No, I think there are plenty of promised Western games that like don't go anywhere. in
Let me
Japan.
phrase that without the company shuttering, because that has happened a couple times.
No, I think it only happens with
Because,
with AAA studios. Sometimes they will cut their losses. Like there will be
can't
studios
think
that
of
come
one,
out and
though.
be like, I mean, I know they exist though. I would have to think on it,
Like
but we're not here to
going
think
to
about that.
development hell for years and then be bad. I remember Duke Nukem.
Well, sometimes those development hells they don't ever come out of them. It does happen.
That's
Anyway,
true.
so this is Vendred Anima. She is a level 1 Zombo, 0 attack, 0 defense. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target one of your banished Vendred monsters, except Anima, special summon it. Also, you can't special summon monsters this turn except zombies. Again, zombie world, doesn't matter. And a Vendred monster ritual summoned using this card on the field gains the following effect. So you can kind of see, this is where the other Vendred monsters come in, is obviously they have their own kind of banishing effects, but also a lot of them have specific effects when they are used as the materials. So it uses this effect, which you can only use, and these are one of the weird ones. You can only use the preceding effects of Anima once per turn, and the bullet point comes after, but the actual effect that it gives is banish any monster destroyed by battle with this card. So if you use Anima to ritual summon, it gains the ability to banish. You can only use Anima's own banish effect once per turn. She lets you recycle cards, and remember, ritual monsters, once properly special summoned, can be properly ritual summoned can be special summoned. So if your savior gets destroyed, you do the loop. You can then banish Anima from your graveyard. You can banish savior from your graveyard to summon another savior, and then banish Anima from your graveyard to summon back savior. So you could get multiples.
There's one problem with this card.
Yeah.
And that is this is a zombie archetype. So there are way easier ways of getting your ritual zombie monsters back than this.
Yeah, I mean, it's specifically
Mizuki Book
it's
of
for some of
Life.
the banished looping stuff. Because
also
remember,
like-
this is it's target one of your banished Vendred monsters and special summon it.
That's
So,
true.
Like, because Vendred's banished, this is a way to recur. I think it's important, but it's not the only way to do that. I think the better
a
way
reverse
is the
spell.
fact that any ritual monster, any Vendred ritual monster you summon using this card gets the fact that any monster it destroys by battle is banished.
Yeah, no, I just don't ever see a real use for this card. I don't know.
I think the primary problem is it's a level 1 in a ritual deck that you still have
Yeah.
to banish zombies to get the effect. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, it works, but it kind of doesn't work.
It's just really weird.
Vendreds are in a really weird place because they are, like I said, they're a zombie ritual archetype that focuses on banishment as their cost.
Yeah, it's so weird because it's like zombies have made a lot of really weird decks work, Rituals are not a thing I think I've ever.
Also, I
worked
should
with
notice
zombies.
that's not a. It's called Vendread. That's different though, because this is. We should note this is Vendread, as in vengeance plus dread.
Yes. It's also not about weird space sexism. That anime is bizarre.
So this is Vendread Core.
Which is supposedly the virus is just a weird soul core that possesses corpses.
Yeah, this is just the actual core of the zombie thing.
I mean, this is like really lazy but not awful art.
No. I mean,
What's
when
the
you're
word
when
for
you're
base?
this is another level 1. When you're going for like, okay, what's the zombie core look like? Well, it's gonna have a glowing fuck me light, and then what do? We stick random organs and tendrils on it. Okay, eyeballs are creepy. Give it a crab claw. Like,
Yeah,
it works. I don't think it's very ambitious, but for what we're
I
going
don't
for,
hate
makes
it.
sense.
I don't like it. It's kind of there.
Yeah.
It gives a decent, I guess, effect to like the thing that uses material for it. But yeah.
Well, yeah, it's. I think this is important if you're doing that combo, but it's not the
I don't
best.
know.
I mean, I think it is important because for instance, if you did this with Executor,
Let me
that's
pull up
basically
my
your opponent can't do
Let me
anything.
pull up my
And,
Vandred deck because I do have one of those.
That core just looks like an egg.
So
Did I run this in my Vandred?
Vendred Core is Dark level 1 zombie, 0 attack, 500 defense. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish one other zombie monster, special summon it with banish when it leaves the field. A Vendred monster ritual summon using this card on the field. Remember, on the field, gains the following effect. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effect. So remember, Executor can't. Your opponent cannot target other cards. If you summon Executor with Core, your opponent can't target anything you do. But he has to be on the field to do it, which is actually, I think, why he has that special summon effect. So you can get him on the field to do the thing. But it's
I don't know that I've ever used Core because I don't have it in my deck. I don't know if that might be because of just there's too much good zombie support.
I mean, yeah,
problem.
that's the thing, right? Is the effects you get from these cards are cool? Like, I mean, especially because all of these main deck monsters are low level. If you could get a lot of them on the field, you could stitch together a lot of effects for your really special ritual boys. But is that worth putting all your eggs in one basket when your opponent will just pop that fucking ritual monster anyway, and you've got a cycle?
I feel like there are some ones that are definitely worth it, and we'll get into those later.
Yeah.
But I just don't think Core or Anima are that worth it.
Also, I've noticed like they all start after from Anima and Core, they start scaling up in level as in like.
Yeah.
Well,
scale,
yeah,
like,
and
get
actually
bigger.
that's the reverse, though, because Anima and Core were later. Core was Extreme Force, and
Oh, interesting.
so I think they actually started with... Did they start with... This is Sturges, by the way. Sturges was Circuit Break, so no, they didn't start with this.
Honestly, I think they.
This
started
is also,
with
by the way, I
best
think this is the other problem with Vendread is the cards came out really slow. Like, there are like 2 different sets in 2017 and then 2 other different sets in 2018 that these cards came out in. Like, they're spread out over several sets.
Vandred Sturges is useless. I think this card is the worst card in the archetype.
So, this is Vendread Sturges. It's creepy zombie birds. Like we're going for some like thing type shit, right? With like all the fucking fractal effects. I love this.
As it's kind of shown by the Core, I think it could just kind of warp dead flesh, like necromorphs.
So like
Yeah.
it's got this fractal effect. Like the one bird has many mouths, the other bird has many talons, the last bird has like many heads that are also like snake heads. Like I think this looks sick.
Also,
Yeah,
like
that is-
yeah.
If this
Otherwise,
was
this is
made,
probably the best.
yeah, if this was made more realistic, it would be very, very Eclipse phase.
So, hey, guys, let's play a game. For those of you who don't already know the answer, you know the cheat. Let's play the game of guess the stat line on this thing. What's the stats, audience? There's a couple of you in chat, I know. There's like 12 of you.
Impossible to guess.
14-0?
I don't think its attack is impossible to guess.
Wait, have we said it's just a normal monster, right? Or
Well, I
mean,
mean,
No,
it's a
it's
monster. It's a
like
main deck.
main deck monster.
All right, Mart's got his guess in chat.
Yeah.
I already know it.
All right, Axe already knows.
I don't remember it off the top of my head, so I'm gonna take a stab.
Because
Yeah, I was gonna say what, like 14-0, 4-star good effect.
Zed says 100-0. Anybody else in chat want to get any guesses? Dallas, if you want to get your shot in.
I did.
Oh. What was it? I didn't hear.
500, 100.
Oh, 500, 100. Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
You're all fucking wrong. This card has,
course
well,
not.
I mean, not all completely wrong. It does have 500 attack, but this is a 2-star zombie monster with 500 attack and 2,000 defense. This is a wall.
Zed, you got the level right.
That automatically makes it worthless for a zombie deck.
Right, yeah, because that's low defense. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have the pyramid turtle defense numbers.
2,000 defense.
Yeah, 2K defense.
You go
This
for
is a
Rocket
wall.
defense.
2K defense is pyramid turtle.
Well, the
Oh
other one's
right,
bad.
pyramid turtle. I forgot pyramid turtle's broken.
Pyramid Turtle's really good, but still, it's very funny because it doesn't match with a lot of things that you do in
Can
zombies.
pyramid turtle search Balladrock? Hold on.
Probably.
But this is a level 2, so it has some effects. First of all, if this card is sent to the graveyard,
Yes, it can.
if this card is sent to the graveyard, period, you can reveal one Vendread card in your hand, special summon this card, but vanishes when leave the field, so it's got a minor looping effect. And then a Vendread monster ritual summon using this card on the field gains the following effect after damage calculation. If the Vendread card you summon battles an opponent's monster, you can draw one card, then discard one card. So
Honestly, it's not worth it.
it's not awful, but it's definitely kind of clunky. Like, it recurs. It's already got a pretty fat butt, so... And you only have to reveal a Vendread card. Hey, you're playing a ritual archetype. You might have dead cards in your hand anyway. So, like, the fact that it cycles itself back onto the field when sent there, I think the thing that hurts it is that its effect is a hard once per turn, so you cannot... I don't think you can, like... Well, I mean, if you run 3 of you could do this loop, but you could not, for instance, say, recycle it back, use it to ritual summon on the field, and then have another one in your hand, pitch it for cost to draw one, and then summon it back. Like...
If I remember correctly, I think I ran it at 1 of in the deck because it's not awful, but it's just...
It's a little slow and clunky. And I mean, I get, obviously, like, you can use cards in your graveyard. You're playing a zombie deck. Your ritual spell explicitly banishes from graveyard, but you don't get any of the effects for that. So, like, I get it, but also I don't know if it's really good.
Also, I want to shout out my deck name for this deck because it's hilarious to me. The way I name my Vendread deck is Revenge of the Avenging Vengeance.
It's very funny.
Huh.
Alrighty, let me get the... So this one I think is another good art, but I don't think it's as... Oh, it might be. I don't know. Let me tell you what you think. This is Vendread Hound Horde.
Okay.
I think this is the one you actually play.
That
Oh yeah, no,
or-
this is like I think a 3 of.
That sort of reminds me about Resident Evil 4, the Garden Maze.
Also, Omega, do you want to play Guess the Stat Line again?
Yes, I do, actually, if people don't know. But
I
let's talk about
didn't
the
know
art
this
really
one,
quick.
so-
So, I mean, I think the big thing here is I love that this card has a dark sense of humor because there's a fucking zombie beagle in here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
like
look at
fucking,
him.
like,
Like,
mouth-
he
with,
still
like,
looks
fucking,
kind
like,
of
mouth
cute,
ears.
even though his ears are also mouths, and I think he has 8 legs. But it's
Yes.
still like a little beagle.
It's very Resident
I think
Evil.
he only
That's
has
kind of morbidly
6
humorous.
legs.
No, I
Still
think he's
fucking-
got.
Well, you have to count his front paws.
No, I
Can't be-
think that's behind. It's weird perspective. I
Might be
can't
still.
really
It might
tell.
be 6 then. Yeah.
It's 6 or 8.
I drew on screen to demonstrate.
The only one that's making me uncomfortable is the one in the back because I think it has an eye in its neck.
I think it's more a core. But
The
yeah.
middle, I mean, the middle one's got something red in his neck, which is weird.
I think that's an
Oh, no, that's just a second head.
Like the back
That's a
guy
second
doesn't have
opposite
have an
eyes.
eye in his neck. That's his breath is forming like a smoke trail.
Oh, okay, I see that. Okay, that's
Yeah,
less
but-
creepy then.
Yeah,
He
he's
looks
just a
like a
big
second
furry
eye was
boy
trying-
with like 5 eyes, though. If his eyes are even symmetrical.
It's a weird thing of like, sometimes it's eyes, sometimes it's also I think actually the soul core they put in.
I mean, yeah, but it's like it's the blue glow. So
yeah.
I think this card again. This looks pretty sick. Like it's very freaky and fucked up.
Mega Man, you're wrong, but that's really, really funny for a very specific reason.
Yeah. So
That guess is hilarious.
Yeah. So Zed in chat guessed 1800 500 as an
Okay.
attacker. So anybody else?
I know it, so I can't.
I was gonna say I'll go 1412. I'll go with the 1400 stack again.
By the way, I want to throw this out there. This card was one of the sneak peek cards for Code of the
Oh,
Duelist
Jesus
as an
Christ.
ultra
Okay,
rare.
okay.
Omega, your
Your
volume
mic just went
got
up like
adjusted.
500%.
Oh, did I bump my gain again? Hold on.
Ow. My ears are dead.
I mean, I don't. He wasn't loud
What?
for me, but you could tell that he bumped something. But maybe it's
What?
because I keep him a little lower
I'm
than you
kidding.
guys.
Okay.
All right, I'm not listening to myself, so you have to let me know. I've dialed the gain.
Okay,
back
you sound a
up.
bit better there.
I did scooch the. I must have bumped the gain wheel on the bottom of the microphone. But when I went to check, I also pulled out the microphone completely, which is why you didn't hear anything from me for a little bit.
You're a little lower now, but
Maybe,
now you're
yeah,
just
I was
cutting
gonna
out.
say maybe make it a tiny smidge higher.
Okay. I'm at 20. Let's try 24. Is that better?
Oh, that's better.
Y-
Better.
yeah, that's
Much
That's
better.
more normal. All right.
you're fine.
It got dialed up to like 33. Sorry about that, guys. I leaned back in my chair.
That's
But
fine.
yeah, so did you guys
My
catch me
ears
when
are
I said that this was one of the Code of the Duelist sneak peek cards in ultra rare? Ugh.
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 Anyway,
yeah, no.
so I think Marth is the closest. This is a level 3 dark zombie with 0 attack and 2100 defense. Big wall, and also can't be pyramid turtled.
Yeah,
The one that
no
can.
fears.
Embiggered wall.
Uh,
So
Wh-
I think
why?
the strategy is because because of the way these monsters work. Remember, they have to be on the field to do the effect. I think the idea was that you stall out your opponent, but that's bad. So its
Yeah.
effect is if this card is in your graveyard, you can discard one Vendread card, special summon this card, but banish it. A Vendread monster ritual summon using this card gains the following effect. Once per turn, quick effect, target one spell trap your opponent controls, banish it. So its effects are good.
Yeah, no,
You
this-
discard for cost to special summon it, and when you give it a ritual monster, a quick effect, once per turn, destroy a spell trap, that's pretty decent. But, like, the stratagem is very weird.
Yeah. But again, I think it's them realizing that they kind of need to play around with giving ritual monsters something to do.
Well, so this is a very different strategy from Necros, which is all the Necros have hand traps effects, basically.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
still on my pen.
Grab each other.
And it's different than, I believe, in a similar time frame, not yet, but in a similar time frame, Megalith came out, which is, those are all ritual monsters that ritual summon themselves by sacrificing themselves. They don't need spells.
Wow.
Megalith is fun, by the way. I've had a
I
lot
would
of fun
play
testing that
that.
one. But Drytron gets around this because all of their ritual stuff is attack-based. Also, they make sure to tribute cards for their effects so they get procs. So, like, they've done a lot of playing. I think the main problem is that they insist that the effect is only gained when they're tributed on the field. They should have just been if this is tributed for a Vendread monster. Like, guys, did you think the Vendread boss monsters were important? Were they cool?
I need to play
Motherfucking,
it.
this is Dallas brought this up earlier. This is the same fucking set as Firewall Dragon.
I need to play.
I mean, I'll say this. I think
these days.
that Vendread can be a very good control strategy,
Mhm.
and it has some very, very good spell trap support. Like, I think their field spell is actually very good.
Yeah, I think it's like once per turn add a card, and then it lets you attack multiple
No,
times in a row.
it's discard a card, add a Vendread monster from your hand to deck.
Yeah.
Once per turn. When your Vendread monster destroys a monster, you can banish a Vendread from graveyard, and you can attack again.
Yeah, so that allows you to do like an OTK strategy, or
Yeah,
close
Knight. It has to attack a monster again, but there's a lot of things you can do.
Yeah.
I want to talk about
Well, I've pulled up Revenants.
Revenants. Like, I like just how kind of unnerving this art is.
Yeah, they're doing that body warping thing. Like the woman in the back has like extreme hourglass figure, and then also has the big long creepy hands.
This is why I wanted to bash the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki again, because they say that a specific monster is based off of the thing. And I would argue that the entire archetype is based off of the thing.
Yeah, they
Like,
said that the core is
virus
like the thing,
itself
but like
is
no.
more the thing than the T virus.
I mean, they technically they say the thing is like two different things. It's like Chimera and Vendread core, but no, I get you. They for some reason they try and make these direct comparisons.
I think it's more just it's an overall comparison instead of it shouldn't be an overall thing.
Also, they're just dumb. They looked up to the Resident Evil wiki and realized, oh, there's a monster called Revenant. That has nothing to do with these guys. These guys are just generic zombies. They just didn't call them generic zombies because that
just
would probably
revenants. Because it's like those are like lingering beings that are still baked in.
I still think they should have called it Vendread Horde, but that's just me.
Well, they did.
They had Hound Horde.
All right.
This is Revenants with an S. Just for simplicity, because we've been going for 3.5 hours, and we should move along. Like I'm starting to get like the snacking going. We will not play Guess That Effect. This is the level 4 with 1800 attack, 200 defense. This. They do have big arms. Makes sense.
Yep.
I don't think there's a lot to say about the art other than we've talked about the like unnerving body shapes, but they're zombos. It's okay. Yeah. I think it's really interesting, right? Like, these are also from Code of the Duelist, so these and Hound Horde, presumably the same artist worked on this and Revendread Slayer. I think it's really interesting that like the zombie shit is like really hardcore and actually like really good.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier when I said that guess was really funny because it's like, yeah, that's almost the exact stats of the other 3 of monster, but
yeah, but like the art style I think is really interesting. How like the Revendread we saw was like so cheesy and over the top and like had the original version had gross colors. And then like these zombos look good.
I think the thing is they're meant to be kind of compared. I think it's the weird thing is the ones meant to be like different and like how it's meant to be like vaguely heroic.
It's true they do have they are technically like the different types, but yeah, it's just so funny because these came out all at the same time. Revenants here. If this card in your possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, battle or card effect, and sent to your graveyard, you can special summon it, but it's destroyed when it's banished when it leaves the field. So this card just cycles itself for free once.
Yeah.
Your opponent pops it. If they don't like return it to your hand, or if they don't like macrocosmos it, it just comes back. And then a Vendread monster ritual summon using this card on the field gains this effect. Once per turn, you can target one special summon monster your opponent controls, banish it. This is a quick effect. This is why this is also a 3 of. Like, that is a spicy effect. Quick effect, banish a special summon monster. It is targeting, but it does not destroy. This is non-destruction removal. So, that is it's once per turn, but that is a motherfucker of an interrupt, right?
Yeah. That card is the reason Vendread was sort of playable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously it was more fringe playable, and most of it had to do with just summoning Vendread Slayer with this or Hound Horde's effect,
yes.
or both.
Yeah. Because I believe that, I think that Origin didn't have to be exact levels.
Equal to or exceed, yeah.
So that's good, because that's the problem that Gishki had, is they have to be exact levels.
Yeah, so giving it Hound Hordes and Revenant means it can banish one spell trap and one special summon monster once per turn as a quick effect.
Yeah.
Which is kind of really good.
Yeah. And like, it goes on the guy, and remember, the ritual spell is protection for him. So it's pretty good. So now we're going to do the other ritual monsters.
You can make it non-targetable.
So we're going to move on to the first of the regular Vendread ritual monsters. Basically, your Resident Evil boss-type monsters. This is Vendread Chimera.
Ugh.
It is
I
very
love this
gross.
art.
Yeah, this is good.
That is just
It
intensely
is gross, but
I
it
love all the
makes
shit
sense.
in here, right? Like you can see, like, there's an elephant that's mundane. I think there's, like, a crocodile arm. And then there's, like, a fucking dragon face in here. There's a giant
also
worm.
there's a
So what
Kraken
I'm
head.
actually
There's like
remind-
a giant centipede.
So what I'm actually reminded of is not Resident Evil, but Parasite Eve, just a little.
Oh
bit.
yeah, true, yeah.
Yeah. I
Also,
think that's
there's
right.
a weird, just actual like demon head thing to this.
Yeah, just the core at the top doing the eye thing with the mouth. It's great. I
So
love
many
this.
mouths.
Yeah.
It's like 6 mouths at once.
Yeah, this is good fucking art.
Yeah.
This thing will devour you, and it will be painful.
And this was printed in the first couple groups, but there's a circuit break.
Also, its effect is not shabby.
So this
I
is
was gonna say,
let's
so who
move
wants
on.
to-
I honestly, this is one of those things where I don't think there's a lot to say about this art. Like, it's really freaky and
Yeah.
weird, but are we going to sit here and pick apart
And also
every
its
little
name
leg
is
it's got?
fitting. It is a chimera.
Yeah, Vendred Chimera. So this is a zombie ritual effect, 5 stars, 2300 attack, 0 defense. So it's almost as strong as Revendred Slayer anyway. You can ritual summon this card with any Vendred ritual spell. When a card or effect is activated that would destroy a card on the field, quick effect, banish one zombie monster from your graveyard, negate that activation, and if you do, destroy that card. So this has a once per turn negate of a destruction effect. So it's not an omni negate, but it is a destruction effect. And then it negates and destroys. If this card is tributed or banished for a ritual summon, all monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack and defense. You can only use each effective Vendred Chimera once per turn.
That attack loss is permanente.
Yes. Forever. It also means, by the way, because he can be banished, you can tribute him on the field and then banish him from your graveyard for a different ritual summon and do it twice. Just not in the same turn.
Yup.
So, yeah, you're starting to see some of the Vendred strategy, right? Vendred is a ritual deck that is a disruption control archetype. You give your monsters control effects and you play disruption.
It's like a thing where you run like 2 Chimera, 2 Slayer, and then the rest is substitute, I guess. I'm not sure about Battlelord,
And
though.
because you can cycle them, you can do some interesting things.
Oh, Battlelord is possibly the best ritual card in the deck.
Would you run a 1 Executor?
I would run probably 1 Executor.
Yeah.
I think I run 1.
Because he counts when he's on the field as Slayer, so you can get some of that interaction with some of the effects.
You run like 1
And
or
he does
2
have the
Slayers.
3k attack, and he cycles, so he's not like
I run
the worst.
3 Slayer because Slayer's the key archetype card.
Right. 'cause he
I run
cycles.
2 Chimera, 2 Battlelord, 1 Executor.
I guess because you also use it as a chill for other things.
But yeah,
Well,
so,
also there's a couple of weird. You can do some shenanigans.
Yeah.
There's
So
actually
that-
yeah.
You can talk
so
about the
yeah,
end.
Chimera is a pretty good monster because he's got a a disruptive effect for a once per turn negate, and he can when tributed, and this is any kind of tribute. Hell, like if you're doing like other shit, you can work with that in combo decks as well. Like you can work with the tributing effect and the banished for a rich Vandroid spell. So I'm going to pull up the next one. If I can find a good art of him. I don't think I can. Appears I cannot find him with the background.
Battlelord is surprisingly in a lot of the spell traps because I think most of it's about the Slayer and the Battlelord fighting.
Well, yeah, Battlelord is definitely the end phase guy, but I cannot find him with background, so you're gonna have to look at transparent background. But this is Vendred Battlelord.
What did they name him in Japanese?
You'll love this. In Japanese, he is Vended Bastard.
I mean that fits too because I feel like that's what the Slayer would call him.
Yes.
Well, also that's a very, very large sword he's got there.
Also, I do. No, this was an extra pack. So yeah, this came out in the TCG first. So we did Battlelord. I don't know why they decided. Maybe it's because he's got a big sword. Like David said, I don't know.
Well, I mean, bastard sword.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bastard sword because he's got a single-edged cleaver. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going for here. Maybe they thought it would be more
It's a
appropriate.
reach.
It was Battlelord in the TCG first, and then the Japanese were like, I don't know, bastard.
Also,
you
if
can
you kind of
see
notice-
what. Yeah, I was about to say. You can see what you were talking about earlier, Axe, where like I think especially his shoulder pads. I don't know about a lot of the other elements.
And some of the chest piece. So,
Yeah, I guess some of the chest piece. He's got the rib effect. There is a little bit of Avenged Executor like steal some elements of this design. Though
also,
I think it's important to note that he's got the blue fire effect and the blue core.
Yeah.
Avenged stays with the red eye effect because he's not taken over by the virus core, and then Avenged has the Avenged Savior has the purple.
Can I request we do one of the spell trap arts?
Yeah, we could probably do another one because this is I think
my
our last
favorite art.
monster.
It's my favorite art in the entire type.
But Battlelord is a big armory zombie boy. I mean, it's interesting that kind of an OG Yu-Gi-Oh aesthetic kind of takes over because he's a big armored zombie boy, skeleton man.
Yeah.
Like I like the horns. Like I think his shoulders work. I like the skeleton in his sword. But it's also kind of like, it's not like a superhero thing like Revendred, but it's also not like any of the other, like it's definitely not like Chimera. So I think it's a
Weirdly
little
enough,
out of
yeah.
place, but it's not wrong.
Weirdly enough, he
Yeah.
looks more threatening when and you look at like Vendred Charge or something, where it actually shows him like being what he does, which is
Well, yeah, the thing
terrorizing.
is he's huge.
yeah.
You don't get the sense of scale because his you don't see his background in this. His background doesn't matter. He has a smoke effect on the ground, then he has like a weird blue haze behind him.
Yeah.
So, but like he's huge. But that's not a really big deal.
I like how huge Chimera is. Yeah.
Well, Chimera gives you that sense of scale, right? Because he's got an elephant head and stuff.
Yeah.
You can really only see how huge Battlelord is in Charge, which I think I will, just for the sake of it, I will pull it up on screen. Also, Dallas, you should tell me in the chat, perhaps, or out loud, what spell trap you think is the one, because that's next, basically. But you can see like hounds and even chimeras in the backdrop there for Charge, right? Like Battlelord is huge.
He's the one leading the terror upon the city.
Okay, we'll do that one as well. But so let's talk about Battlelord's effect really well. So he's not the biggest. He's a 7, remember. Revendred Executor is actually the largest. So he's 2700 0. He can be ritual summoned with any Vendred ritual spell. You can banish one Vendred card from your graveyard. Declare a card type, monster, spell, trap. For the rest of your turn, your opponent can't activate cards of that type.
Ah,
Oh, this
That is a
useful
quick
there.
effect, so you can activate it on your opponent's turn.
that
that
sounds
is a control
like
deck, okay.
Shockmaster.
No, it is not a quick effect.
Yeah, it is.
Nope.
Oh no, right, you're correct. It is
Yeah,
not.
it is not listed as a quick effect and not on either person's turn. But still,
Okay.
if you're going for the kill, remember, you can be like, trap effects? No. Spell effects? No. If this ritual summoned card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one ritual monster from your deck to your hand, and if you do, send one Vendred monster from your deck to your graveyard. You can only use each effect once per turn.
Basically, you could put one of the cards that special summon itself in the into race. You're ready to go.
And you can get your ritual, yeah. So he floats very well. Because he sends to grave and he adds a ritual monster. Any ritual monster, by the way, if you're playing something else in this engine. Not that you would be, but you could.
It feels like a thing of like, did you Chimera, you float into Slayer and maybe get the Battlelord into Executor or something?
I mean, I think technically the way this works is you can flow like through all of the rituals into like Slayer and like really fuck your opponent up, but you don't have to. So he's a big bungo. I think the fact that the only reason why this card isn't meta is the fact that he isn't a quick effect on that effect.
It's
like-
probably true.
God forbid if this motherfucker could quick effect, banish a Vendred card, declare monster effects they can't activate, that on your opponent's turn. That like people will be figuring out ways to like cheat this motherfucker out.
I mean, also consider like Charge's effect because it's on screen right now, where it's like,
Yeah.
it's a way that adds in, I guess, consistency.
Yeah. It lets you fish out the Vendred you need right now from your deck.
Yeah.
And you can send from hand, which triggers send effects, or field, so you can like send him to do stuff. It lets you cycle better. But okay,
That's fair.
let us end then, I think, on Revolution.
I love this art.
And by the way, I will run down the names of all the spell and traps before we pull up Revolution's art.
Yeah,
because
I want to talk about the effects of one.
I want to
because
let
it's
you
a
know what these cards are
dumb card.
called.
Also,
There
if
is-
we do Revolution,
There is Revendred Origin. There is Vendred Charge, which you saw on screen. There's Vendred Daybreak, which you did already. There's Vendred Nightmare,
which is
which is
not good.
a continuous effect. Axe posted it in our private chat. We're working on this. It's just Executor punches Battlelord.
I don't really know how this is going with Nightmare because I always thought like Executor happens after the event of Vendred Evolution.
Maybe he like steals some of
Evolution.
his bits and like punches him. There's Vendred Knights, which is the field spell we've talked about before.
Which is Nightmare, I think, happens immediately after Evolution. I just don't really
There
know.
is,
I can't really understand what's going on. in
Revenge Red
Nightmare.
Re-Origin, which is a trap that they
Just
do a guy.
tokens.
Yeah, and that card is hilarious.
There is
Also, if you're-
Revenge Red Evolution, which is the ritual. The other
If
ritual.
you're showing Revolution, could you show Evolution next to it? Because they basically happen right after each other.
I mean, maybe. So let me actually. I mean, also let's see if I can actually find the full arts of.
I think you might be able to find Revolution just because it's important.
Okay, yeah, we can pull up Revolution. Somebody did this. Also, it's a pretty sick art.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like, here is. Let me make that slightly bigger. Let's do 125. So yeah, this is like Battlelord has beaten Slayer and is going to eat him. Blar.
Yeah,
He's
basically.
gonna put him into his soul core, yeah.
He's gonna slurp him up. And then
This is like right before he awakens the bullshit powers of
yeah,
Executor.
Which I think
and
is
that
happening
is
in
Revenge Red
Evolution.
Evolution, which okay, cool, we
which I
can pull that
think
up.
he-
Okay,
Yeah, words.
so
I think all of the non-Slayer art is really good. It's just
Yeah.
Slayer is such a bad art.
yeah, and honestly,
Yeah.
in this context, Slayer doesn't look in the context of like these two. Slayer doesn't look as bad.
No.
The bits of him are
Someone
still
muted
dumb.
the yellow.
Yeah,
But just as I pointed out, as soon as the core was ripped out, the thing falls apart.
Yeah.
So it's like I think he does it, and then basically he absorbs the core, and then
Yeah.
becomes Executor. Which then
and he's
to
got the
clean rest of
necklace
city.
and like yeah.
Yeah.
So he gets sucked towards the core, and then he's like, "But nay," and he rips the core out, and yeah,
And then becomes Executor, and then I think Nightmare where he just kills the rest of the zombies.
yeah,
in
he
the
just
city.
punches everybody out and is gone. So Revenge Red Evolution is their other ritual spell. This card can be used to ritual summon any Revenge Red ritual monster from your hand or graveyard. So you can summon Revenge Reds from grave. That's another funny ritual thing. You must tribute monsters from your hand or field, or send Revenge Red monsters from your deck to the graveyard. The ritual summon monster is destroyed during the end phase of next turn. But at the same time, damn, dude. Ritual
It's
summon
not
from
awful.
deck. Ritual summon the
no.
monster from hand or grave. Send mats from deck.
Yes, and then it will give their effects.
Yes, because it's popped at the end phase of the next turn.
Yeah.
And it's
Honestly,
the next turn
the-
too. So like you can like use this to whisk out Executor, who protects
Well,
your other
yeah.
cards.
The thing is, that one is usually used for summoning Battlelord. Because
Yeah, it would make sense.
generally you pitch Hound and Revenants for Battlelord.
Yeah.
Just because.
So that when
that one
Battlelord
has
is
to be
destroyed,
exact,
he
so-
floats into something else.
Yes.
It's a floating setup.
Yeah, so it cycles through, and it's not like he's a bad boy to get out there. And then what Revolution does is discard one card, target Avenged monster, and one ritual spell in your graveyard. Special summon that monster in defense position, and then add that ritual card to your hand. Add that ritual spell to your hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target 5 of your banished zombie monsters, shuffle them back into your deck, then draw one card. This, by the way, is why Anima is a little redundant, is once you get Revolution in the graveyard, you can banish it and then just shuffle back 5 of your banished zombos and draw one.
Yes, Revolution is to me better than Anima. That's why I
I
don't
just
want Anima.
noticed. I just noticed the Soul Core has hands where it's like all the souls he consumed.
Yeah.
Or something. Where it's just like.
One and his
yeah.
core, it had like handy things too. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is a little more. I feel like for some reason, because there are zombies in it and they kind of resemble like mutant stuff. I feel like the wiki really wants to sell this Resident Evil angle.
It
Even
makes
though,
Resident
like-
Evil aesthetic, but that's it.
Yeah, they're not even ham
More
on that.
Spawn.
Like, and yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's a lot more esoteric like soul shit going on. Like, Anima's really weird. There's a lot
Yeah.
of this soul hands thing.
It's
basically-
definitely more Spawn than Resident Evil.
Or it's like undead. It's like undead demons and like soul crystals and shit like
which
that.
that's Spawn.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Because Spawn has more health
It's
stuff.
what if we combine zombies with demons?
Zemons.
That's basically Spawn. It's like
Zemons.
zombies and demons are metal as shit. What if we did both?
It's
And then
the.
also
I
some
assume it was the
reflection,
90s,
right?
but I don't know actually. I'd have to double
It
check.
was the 90s.
Yeah,
Yes.
makes sense.
Or it was like the last
Late.
week of the 80s.
Pretty close.
Also, it is also meant to, it's also trying to be toyonic.
What?
Was Spawn trying to be
Nowadays.
toyetic?
So, yeah, like Book of Spawn, like toyonic.
What is toyetic?
Easily turned into toys.
No,
Or-
Spawn was not.
Or
Spawn
Dallas.
was violent as shit.
No, I'm saying like, I can't remember his name. The guy who wrote Spawn tried to sell these things as all his characters bits as toys.
Well,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that's
no,
because
he definitely did.
that's because McFarlane definitely has like some kind of like action figure modeling business.
Oh yeah, no,
But
that's different than
That's different because that he owns that. That means he gets to have them make figures of his stuff that probably don't sell except to collectors.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, 1992.
hey, that means I'm as old as Spawn is. Weird.
God, Omega, you're older than me.
Hey, that means
Well,
I'm as
I'm
old
not.
as Spawn.
Not technically. When's your birthday?
1983.
Yeah, that's close. I'm 2992.
Okay.
December 29th, 92. So
Oh, so,
Yeah.
so
I
you're
will
like
also turn 29.
5 months older
Yeah.
than me.
I
Gotcha.
celebrate my birthday in 5 days.
Well, we won't be on
Nice.
stream for that, so happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday.
You guys are like 5 to 6 years older than me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're a zygote.
Yeah, 1990 myself.
Yeah.
Axe always says the 5, but it's really more of the 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like the edge of
Dude,
98,
6 years
I guess
meant
I'm
so much, though.
Well,
Yeah.
the interesting thing about, because like, hey guys, I was born in '92, and late in '92 too. It's basically '93. Like it's literally 3 days from the rollover.
I'm
That
like
means
that too,
I don't
but-
remember the '90s basically. So
I don't
like
remember
I don't.
the 90s,
Yeah, basically.
but I remember the early 2000s.
Yes.
And that is
Yes.
a different world.
Yeah.
I was
But, like,
98, but I'm basically 99.
My
so-
siblings, who are all like 10 years older than me, they do kind of remember some of the '90s stuff, and so like, it's really interesting, like you know, to like
remember-
talk about pop culture and stuff. Generations are really interesting.
November.
I think you see it
remember-
mostly in like you see it a lot in like TV and movie trends, and a lot in music, but other stuff isn't as hard to like capture. as,
Anyone
like,
who sa-
fashion
I
loops
also
and
just
stuff
want to
like
say this to any younger listeners. If anyone ever tells you music was so much better when they were a kid, they're lying. They only remember the popular stuff, and they don't remember the absolute garbage fire that was the music of their time.
90% of all music is crap, but also I would like to put forward every single generation has always said the new music sucks.
Yes, and they're always wrong.
I think I talked about this with Lucky, but I will mention this on Fail Portrayal because it's funny. But when the I believe it was when the Baroque guitar was developed, people commented that it was too loud and chaotic. It wasn't like this beautiful music. You know who said that? Mozart. Mozart said that new guitar music was too loud and jangly. So therefore,
Wasn't like
nothing new under the sun.
wasn't a fucking Beethoven considered like basically like a rebel punk?
Yeah, no, he was a weirdo. He was like
We were like, what is this newfangled music?
and it's
I
some
mean,
of
that's
my
how music always
Beethoven's
goes.
some of my favorite shit. I love 5 and 9.
I will argue to the death Beethoven is the greatest classical composer.
Yeah.
So, are there any like
Beethoven's
vendor cards you want
great.
to show left? Or are we good?
I think we're at the end. Like we've shown, we've mentioned the names of all the spells. I don't think any of them
don't think
else
Nightmare-
have anything other than maybe Reunion. But
I want to talk about Vendred Origin because it's a funny freaking card.
a Reorigin, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, we already did regular
Target
Origin.
one face-up monster your opponent controls that has a level.
Tribute
Specifies it that has a level.
The
Um,
Moexies.
Tribute it. And if you do, special summon one Revenge Red token with a level equal to the tribute in monster's original level. While this token special summon by the effect is on the field, you cannot normal or special summon monsters except Avenged monsters.
I think you're basically supposed to like use your opponent's monsters to.
Well,
make
yeah,
it-
this is
make it
basically a really, really roundabout way to do something that Gishki
Here's the
did
thing.
better like 10 years ago.
Special summon
It's
your opponent's
not though.
monsters.
I'll tell you why. If you read the card, it is a kaiju
Well, yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's what I
sure.
mean.
because it
It's,
tributes.
it's a great removal spell. I think just in terms of like the way it advances your Vendred plays is very funny because it's clearly like super poly for rituals, right? Like it's supposed to be like, hey, I eat your monster and turn it into the levels I need to summon my monster. But you're right, it tributes a monster. And now it has to target first, unlike a kaiju. So some bosses are immune, but
That's true.
very few monsters are immune to being tributed.
I don't think there's a single one.
No, I do think there is one, but is it Quintet Magician?
Probably that.
Let me double check Quintet. Must be fusion summoned, destroyed. This face-up card on the field can't be tributed nor used as fusion material. Can't be destroyed by card effect. So yeah.
Okay.
Quintet Magician is just immune to Super Poly and Kaijus, but Quintet Magician is also kind of hard to summon.
There is Darkest Diablos, Lord of the Lair.
That makes sense because he's in Snake Lair. Or Dark
Eater of the Millions.
Interesting.
Of course.
Fog King. Which makes sense because he also blocks tribute summoning in general.
Yes.
There's
a literal thing for this. Can't be tributed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, most of it is not big boss monster. It's just weird shit.
Yeah, it's monsters that can't be tributed for specific effects.
Like Quintet Magician and Diablos are the only two like boss monsters I can think of.
And like I said, Quintet's effect is clearly the idea is you cannot super poly me, you cannot kaiju me. Fuck you.
The only the annoying ones are the ones I think that cannot be targeted by opponent's effects or just unaffected by card effects, I guess.
Yeah.
But those aren't fun.
No, towers are not fun. That will be an interesting time.
But again, is that what I think the Executor's for, to like beat up the towers? Because most towers don't have more than 1,000 attack.
Yeah, I think that is what towers is for. There's Quintet Magician. You can look at him. He's
I mean, that's what Executor's for. Because it's meant to be
Yeah, no, I do actually. I kind of like because you can battle protect him with the field by banishing the ritual spell. I do think the intent is that Executor can be used to remove troublesome monsters and also protect your field. But yeah, so we've hit the end of Vendread. Like I said, we could pull up Reunion, but that's really just like Chimera but different.
It just shows how the virus works.
Yeah, it's just weird and gross.
No, if you want the real Towers cards, because can't be targeted, I do not consider to be Real's Towers. The Real's Tower clause is unaffected by other card effects.
Yeah, like
of which there are like 20, I think.
Fallen Master is one of them. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I know it doesn't attack.
Ancient Gear Howitzer, the Rival Cyber Agnister, Full Armor Master.
Yeah. Well, and I mean that is also the that is the thing with Apocryphort Towers, right? It is if this card is normal summoned or set, it is unaffected by spell trap effects and activated monster effects whose original level is lower. So it's not as broken as later ones are, but yeah, that's why Apocryphort Towers is called Towers, is because you need to normal summon it, you need to tribute 3 Klee monsters, which it's a pendulum archetype. So
I will say this is bullshit, because the first Towers has been out for years.
Yeah,
it
Dallas.
Phenomenonga, the deity of poisonous snakes.
But Dallas, was Phenomenonga as easy to summon as Apocryphort Towers was? Because keep in mind how Towers is played in Klee, which is a pendulum deck. It requires you to tribute 3 Klee monsters to normal summon. So what you do is you just make your pend scales, and you do the thing, and then you tribute 3, and you have a 3K boss monster who has been normal summoned and cannot be affected by spell trap or activated monster effects.
Or I guess 2 of you use a spell card.
It's
I will argue that the easiest Towers to summon is probably still Independent Nightingale.
I also think Fallen Master is also pretty easy to.
That card is the reason Starving Venom Dragon can never become unbanned.
Actually, I think Ultimate Falcon is actually the easiest one to summon.
I also
all
think...
you need is the level 1 Raid Raptor going to level 10, then jump into level 12.
I will say, I think also Fallen Master is pretty easy if you're playing a proper Black-White deck, because it's just easy to get at level 10.
No, actually, we're all wrong.
That's the easier side.
The easiest to summon is a level 6 Synchro monster that has generic materials.
What is it?
Horus Metaphys.
Metaphys Horus. I knew there are reasons why people dare to play Metaphys.
Yeah,
Ah.
if you synchro it with a normal monster, it's unaffected by other card effects.
You do
Oh, it's
get-
this
like-
turn. Never mind, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, no.
Still,
no,
it's a towers for 1 turn for a generic 6 synchro, and you're playing
No, guys.
Metaphys, so you're
Guys,
doing
guys,
good.
guys, 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 guys.
300.
You play a normal level 4 with Formula Synchron, and do it on your opponent's turn.
No, that's
Nah.
Okay.
that's way too much
That's a
effort.
little
No,
too
you
much
just
work.
you play Metaphys. You play Metaphys. That's what Metaphys is it's normal monsters and then normal monster effects.
Did they figure out how to give normal monsters effects in Metaphys?
No, Metaphys goes into extra deck monsters that is based on your normal monsters.
Yeah.
There's also Fuko. Oh, Fuko.
The
I
other
mean,
thing that does that with
there
normal
are-
monsters is Phantasm Spiral, but that involves field and equip spell cards that do things.
Yeah.
Fuko's
there
a
are.
hilarious one because it is a towers technically,
I
and
mean,
it is
the-
only 2 level 1 monsters to make it.
Yeah,
but
I
it
don't
has
wanna-
0 attack and 0 defense.
Guys, I don't want to go into a whole discussion of all the towers in this game because this stream is nearly 4 hours long and it is 1 a.m. I would like
Oh
to.
yeah, we should. We should end
Yes,
this
we're
on.
still going.
That was. I think we should at least end it on explaining what your vendor deck was like. That
No.
was the end deck.
No,
No,
that's too much
I
time.
think we should end it right now.
All right.
I mean,
then.
I do want to say what we're planning for next time because I don't think we know. It should be
Actually, yeah, we're thinking about that out.
maybe like a speed run of like Naturia and something else, or we could move on. I do believe somebody said in the comments on our last stream about our big Iceberg finale, we didn't actually do Flamevel. We just did Neo Flamevel and a couple of Flamevel cards, so we may not have actually properly
There's
done
like
Flamevels.
4 Flamevel cards.
Yeah.
No, there's
I
not.
guess we did.
There's
Yeah.
there's at least several. You're thinking of Neo Flamevel, of which there are 8.
There's still like, okay, for actual Flamevel cards, there is Dog,
Guard, Commander,
Guard,
Fiend,
Baby,
Granuka,
Magician. That's it.
Granuka.
No, that's not right. Flamevel
1, 2,
Deity,
3.
Flamevel Archer, Flamevel Baby, Flamevel Commando, Flamevel Druganov, Flamevel Fiend, Flamevel Fire Dog,
Okay.
Flamevel Grunica,
I
Flamevel
get
Guard,
Irrecuras.
Flamevel Magician, Flamevel Pound,
So-
Flamevel Urquazas. And then there's
So
Neo
how about
Flamevels.
this?
Like
How
they-
about we do Flameville Victoria next week?
Sure.
Yeah,
Because
we
we
can do
could
that.
probably just speed. We could just speed run Naturia, and we could just do focus on Flamevells.
I mean, we've kind of speed through
have
both
we-
of them because
Have
they're
we
already
done
not in.
Gen X yet?
No, Gen X I think is another one of our big ones because that's an early
I feel
gen.
like we did
Uh,
all
but-
3 different
yeah.
types. We'd have to
Well,
do it
yeah,
all
we
at
do.
once,
We
so
would, but yeah, that would be a bigger episode. But we could probably try Naturia and actually clear out the actual Flamevels.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't too unmanageable at 4, because it's 4 hours and I want to go, but it's definitely like
Yeah.
more manageable. So
we
I think
can
we'll
kind of
leave it
dwell
there.
for like an hour there.
Or we say screw it, the Flamevells aren't that important.
They
We
really
could also
are.
do something else and just.
Because here's the thing: the Flame
Well,
Bells
you-
never get brought up in the art of anything else.
We could do Trick Puppet.
Because most of them were not in Hidden Arsenal.
I think the
Yeah.
right one, the name for it. No?
I mean, that's a
They were probably wiped out first by the worms.
Well, no, I honestly I think that's what we might have done in the episode is we did the ones that were in Hidden Arsenal.
Okay.
I do think, and I don't, I,
'Cause we
I,
definitely
I don't think
did
we did
Magician.
anything other than yeah, because we did Allies of Justice.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do not think we covered any of the others, and I mean also, a decent number of them. Dallas, I don't think you remember Flamevells correctly.
I don't. I remember Fire Dog. I remember Fire Dog because that's the only important one.
That's the one you play with Lightstorm.
Yeah,
No,
Flamestorm.
Yeah.
that's the one you
I mean,
play in a
yeah,
lot
that's
of
the
Fire
good
Dog.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
remember
that
Paladin.
that was Ancient Prophecy as a rare, but like a decent number, like the actual archetype. That said, the archetype revolves around like rekindling. I don't know. It is interesting. We'll see what kind of feedback we get on this episode, I guess.
yeah. I
But
guess
the,
I guess
one of
we,
two
we
basic
having already
Flame
covered
Bells.
Neo Flamevells, we have already covered the ones that come back later, as Dallas brought up.
Yeah. And yeah, that's what I was gonna say is let us know if you guys are interested in Flamevells or if you're more
Do you
interested
think
in
I'm
things
full
that
of shit?
come on further down the line. 'cause-
You could always do Security Force or something else.
I mean, we
but-
could do
I know.
non-hidden arsenal stuff, but
I'm saying a random one that came to mind. I'm sorry.
But I think I would like to get
narrow-eyed.
to the hidden arsenal stuff because there's some later hidden arsenals that I really
That we can
think
make fun of
need to
way
talk
more.
about.
Yeah.
There's some
Uh,
interesting stuff there. Oops.
Hopefully before they come out, because that's never going to happen at this rate. We're definitely getting shit alls before we get anywhere near about talking about shitholes.
Yeah. Because Shadalls are so late that they come out after Hidden Arsenal stops coming out, after the dual terminal machines were
Well,
retired.
no, I know that, but I'm like, if we speed run through dual terminal just so we can talk about shitholes, I don't think we would make it in time.
I mean, we might. Shadalls don't really come out until like 2017.
Oh, okay.
What? Shadalls?
When did Shadalls come out?
2016.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say.
they made
Wait.
Super Poly Band.
Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, and this is going to sound hilarious, but one of my first classes when I was in the Navy was talking about shitholes. And that was in 17
So,
when he got to the ship.
also, I don't know if you're correct.
Yeah, Shadalls are actually 2014.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Shadal
Yeah.
debuts in
Yeah, in the
Duelist
first
Alliance?
RP set.
So soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Probably not worth trying to.
just after all those Ghost Trick stuff happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no,
Right.
we're still like a month out, so if we're doing these every week, we might.
I'm sure
but-
it'll take him I was gonna say, I'm sure it'll take him a couple sets to get to the real spicy shitholes.
We can work through some stuff. You may or may not see, because I don't know if Shadalls were like super playable right away.
When did Construct come out?
Which one?
Construct.
Construct.
Construct first one.
Oh, yeah, no, they were playable.
What about Winda?
Oh,
What about-
yeah, no. In Duelist Alliance, the first two cards I see here, El Shadal, Winda, and Construct. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they
Fantastic.
were immediately working.
Okay.
Yeah, both Winda and Construct were the band cards.
I see how this is gonna go. How many super polys did I pull again?
I have only one Super Poly.
Now
two.
you need
Okay.
my super polys.
I
okay.
need
I have a lot of super
Polys,
polys.
too.
Now, if you
But
had
also,
puppets,
though,
this
I want to throw out there, those are both ultras, so don't count on anything weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna have to sell my soul to play the archetype I want to play, because its cards are pretty dead, super rare and higher.
yeah.
Thanks, Konami.
Which archetype?
Yang Xing.
Yeah, Yang Xing's. I mean, some of the cards are commons, but a lot of the monsters are high rarity.
Yeah, but
it's a high rarity.
no, they're not actually. There's no common monsters.
Ooh.
Well, some of the support cards are commons, Dallas.
Yes.
I did not say
5
monsters.
pillars is, I think.
Wait, how do you
Unleashed and the Prana? Yeah, Prana.
Yeah.
But like you got a lot of other shit that's there.
So this is.
It's also Monarch Stormforth is a common. That's gonna be fun.
God, Castiel is in that set too. Jesus.
How do you,
Oh, yeah, no,
how do
this
you
is
strike?
fucker.
How do you strike through again?
You have to go in the manual.
Discord?
Oh, in the Google Docs. I'm trying to.
Oh,
You have to, like,
Da-
go to text
Dante-
menu.
Dante's a secret rare. Rip. Rip everyone who wanted to play Burning Abyss.
Yeah, well, that's me.
Yeah.
We'll work on it. We'll see what happens.
What was? I have to remind myself. What was the rarity on Alistair?
Alistair's a common.
Okay. Was it his spellbook there that was? Really
No, that's also a common.
okay.
His fusions are, I think, higher rarities.
Oh, of course.
Though, depending on what they are.
And also, shit gets reprinted though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dante has.
Anyway,
to have been
we've
reprinted, like,
yammered about some stuff.
Oh, right, we're
Yep.
still on air.
And no, we're not gonna. Yeah, we're still on air. Because you guys haven't said goodbye, and we haven't stopped the conversation. We keep going.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Because
Bye.
this started with the Duelist Alliance conversation about when do we do Shadows. We'll figure it out. I'll let you know next week. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, but
Bye.
Hi, everybody.
Happy fun.